They called him trash. No bloodline, no power, no future. For 3 years, he guarded an egg everyone mocked, until it hatched, and everything changed. Now his dragon evolves with every battle, and nobles are begging for mercy. This is the story of a rider who rose above them all, and it's only just beginning. The Twilight City, the last bastion of people, is burning under the onslaught of winged monsters. Fallen lizards litter the ruins of the once great citadel. A gigantic fiery dragon progenitor appears above the ruins, eclipsing the sky. The wise old man realizes with bitterness that even the mighty progenitor did not save them. The keeper of time, Atuo, tells the saint the terrible news. There is no hope for the world. The saint sacrifices himself. His soul will open a time portal for Atuo, taking away their hopes. A determination flashes in Atuo's eyes. He is about to rewrite human history. The elder reveals a terrible truth. Their era is being watched over by forbidden gods of time. A powerful ritual begins, the golden energy of the time dragon enveloping the saint. A flash of light, and in Atuo's hands is the key to salvation, a time map. The elder proclaims, the fate of people will be changed by an alien from another time. The saint raises his staff, activating an ancient ritual of golden energy. Powerful streams of light swirl around the tower, gathering strength for the transition. A ray of light shoots upward, but from the darkness a voice is heard that despises the efforts of mortals. The colossal shadow of the forbidden god looms over the tower, ready to intervene. The old man and Atuo recognize their ancient enemy in the sky with horror. Tentacles of darkness reach out to the beam, seeking to destroy the time corridor and hope. The old man closes his eyes, his face full of calm determination before the finale. The saint, embraced by light, challenges the deity. Behold the last flowering of mortals. The soldiers below understand with trepidation their saint is sacrificing himself. The saint calls on the warriors to greet the last dawn, illuminating the tower with light. The soldiers, with tears in their eyes, vow to follow him without regret. The forbidden god screams no in rage as the gift from the future rushes into the past. The golden stream of energy carries the seeds of hope through the starry space for humanity. The beam arrives in an ancient era of wastelands where ferocious beasts rule and dragons fly. Here, riders on mighty monsters build settlements and extract valuable resources. However, outside the walls of settlements, every step threatens an encounter with dangerous wild creatures. The Black Lantern Castle has stood in the wasteland for centuries, its founder a powerful professional horseman. Inside the Black Lantern's castle, a young man reads a notice on a lighted board. The notice sternly states, "There is no place for lazy people in the camp, and horse riding is mortally dangerous." A young man with blue eyes thoughtfully hugs a large blue egg. He sits on a barrel, carefully holding a scaly egg in his hands. The guy is unhappy. His patience is running out, and the egg still doesn't hatch. Tomorrow, the 3-year period ends, and the little dragon has still not been born. Looking at the castle at night, the young man repeats again that he is not at all satisfied with the situation. Suddenly, a golden flash is reflected in his eye, causing surprise. He looks up at the sky, noticing a bright object rapidly approaching. A powerful golden beam with energy rings falls straight at him. An unconscious young man lies on the cobblestones with a fallen egg next to him. His face is calm. He is deep in sleep or faint after a blow. Blue digital symbols flash through his mind, like data loading. Images of mighty dragons of different species flash before his mind's eye. A fierce dragon face with a burning eye appears in the vision, surrounded by an interface. Then he sees himself as a rider, riding a formidable red dragon amidst lightning. Someone's insistent cry of, "Hey!" breaks him out of his vision of a soaring dragon. The young man opens his eyes with difficulty, looking in bewilderment at the one calling him. A sharp jab with a whip finally brings him to his senses, forcing him to wake up. A stern man looms over him, asking if he spent the night here. The man sternly scolds the boy. Interns are forbidden to spend the night in the castle. The menacing mentor demands an answer, waving a whip in the boy's face. The young man is confused. He does not understand that he spent the night in the castle. The image of the mighty red dragon from his recent vision comes to mind. The boy thoughtfully touches his head, remembering the dream about the giant dragon and its master. The mentor shouts angrily, demanding the attention of the young man because he is addressing him. The man swings his whip, accusing the boy of pretense and disobedience. The young man touches his cheek in shock where there is a mark from the blow. The mentor grins and says that he heard about the boy's plans to join the search party. A stern man threatens a young man with punishment for breaking curfew. Suddenly, the blue egg next to the boy begins to crack and glow brightly. The mentor and the other guy look at Su-Heng's cracked egg in amazement. Su-Heng looks at the egg happily, exclaiming, "My pet's egg! I made this?" He triumphantly lifts the egg above his head, glad that 3 years of labor were not in vain. The mentor and the other guy are horrified. This piece of trash actually succeeded. The mentor immediately changes his tone, ingratiatingly assuring that this is a big misunderstanding. He promises Su-Heng to contact a special training officer, predicting his path to the top. Suddenly, a pair of high-heeled women's legs appear in front of them, and a voice says, "I'm already here." In front of them appears Lu Yu, the chief special riding instructor of the castle. Lu Yu suggests that Su-Heng try to establish a connection with his pet egg. Su-Heng looks at the glowing egg with confusion, repeating the word contact. The boy gently presses the egg to himself, whispering, "I've been waiting for you for so long, baby." Su-Heng mutters something while looking at the cracked egg in his hands. Lu Yu happily exclaims that the egg responded, and Su-Heng smiles happily. Instructor Lu Yu announces that the Black Lantern has a new young rider. Suddenly, Lu Yu's gaze became stern. She noticed something. She asks Su-Heng what happened to his face, pointing to the mark. Su-Heng points at the mentor, explaining that he was hit by him. Lu Yu is furious. Someone dared to raise a hand against a future rider. She sentences the guilty mentor to punishment and sending him to work. The mentor screams no in horror, not believing his fate. Lu Yu invites Su-Heng to follow her as the former mentor begs for mercy. Before us appears a majestic citadel, the training center for riders. Lu Yu accompanies Su-Heng to meet an important person in a spacious office. The master of the fortress, Zhou He, studies the young man, the first newcomer of the half-year, with interest. Instructor Lu Yu confirms, Su-Heng achieved success just before coming of age. She hints with a smile that such an outstanding result deserves a generous reward. Master Zhou He praises the guy who managed to overcome all the difficulties at the last moment. The fortress leader offers Su-Heng 2 reward options to choose from. The first is Dragon Scales, which can strengthen his pet and unlock its potential. The second option Zhou He offers is to choose a second pet from his personal collection. Su-Heng wisely chooses the Dragon Scale, thinking it is more suitable for now. Master Zhou He smiles and approves of Su-Heng's choice. He promises to send the scales after dinner and wishes Su-Heng success. Su-Heng enthusiastically confirms, ready for new achievements. The Black Lantern is divided into rich inner and poor outer districts. In the outer areas, conditions are harsh, and the least well-off live there. Someone's indignant cries can be heard outside Su-Heng's house in the outer district. Sister meets Su-Heng, angrily scolding him for being absent at night. The girl is indignant, because she had been looking for him at the castle gates since early morning. Suddenly there is a knock on the door of their humble home. Su-Heng and his sister turn around in surprise at the unexpected sound. A servant stands at the threshold with a tray, announcing that these are gifts from the castle owner for Master Su-Heng. The servant wishes Su-Heng good luck in managing the pet and leaves, leaving the brother and sister behind. Su-Heng and his sister were stunned as they looked at the tray full of gold coins and bundles. The sister whispers with delight, "Pet management! Promotion!" her eyes shining. She happily hugs Su-Heng, exclaiming that he has succeeded and their sacrifices were not in vain. Su-Heng, embarrassed by the hug, reminds his sister that the guest is still here. All 3 of them freeze in awkward silence, looking at each other. The sister suddenly remembers that she has to go to work and looks worried. She waves goodbye, entrusting Su-Heng to take care of the guest, and runs away. Su-Heng and the servant are left alone when the door slams behind his sister. Su-Heng remains awkwardly silent, left alone with the servant after his sister left. Left alone, Su-Heng looks at the gifts and picks up a small box. In the box, he finds several red scales, wondering, are these dragon scales? Suddenly, the scales in his hand began to glow brightly with a golden light, surprising Su-Heng. A powerful stream of golden energy envelops Su-Heng, emanating from the scales and rushing towards him. Su-Heng's eye reflects mysterious light and digital symbols, hinting at a vision. A glowing book appears before his mind's eye, revealing information about dragon scales and rituals. Su-Heng, his eyes wide open and his mouth open, absorbs the flow of knowledge, his eyes shining. Coming to his senses, he mutters a grateful, thank you, apparently to the master of the fortress. Su-Heng thoughtfully says, scaly dragon lizard, imagining a fearsome beast capable of destroying an entire colony. Su-Heng thinks that his pet will surpass the ordinary scaly lizard. He ponders the benefits of the purple-brown dragon's blood roots. I remember the previous genius girl who became the apprentice of the castle owner himself. Her first pet, it turns out, was just a high-level dangerous species. Su-heng clenched his fist determinedly, hoping to grow the dragon lizard snake. The guy hurries towards the building with the sign Pharmacy, clearly planning something. Su-heng hands the pharmacist a box of coins with a smile, looking forward to the purchase. A close-up of dragon's bloodroot being ground in a mortar. Su-heng looks at the egg with hope, dreaming of becoming the master's disciple too. He carefully traces a complex ritual circle on the floor with his pen. Su-heng stands before a glowing ritual circle, in the center of which rests an egg. The egg in the center of the circle begins to crack, emitting a bright golden light. A dazzling dragon silhouette bursts out from the egg, causing Su-heng to flinch. A powerful golden spirit soars upward, illuminating everything around with its radiance. The energy figure quickly dives back, heading towards the cracked egg. The light fades and Su-heng cautiously approaches the egg, from which a quiet sound is heard. The shell breaks and Su-heng looks in amazement at what emerges from the egg. The guy is tensely guessing, a scaly lizard or a dragon snake lizard. The action moves to the Citadel's training ground, flooded with light. Many warriors hone their sword skills in a spacious arena. A stern female instructor in uniform stands tall on the training ground. Her piercing violet eyes watch carefully for order. The two warriors whisper, Su-heng has missed 4 days and the egg has not hatched yet. The instructor's gaze turns icy when he hears talk about Su-heng. Su-heng suddenly appears, and the instructor angrily asks if he forgot about training. The gossips freeze, predicting Su-heng's inevitable reprisal. Su-heng sheepishly admits that this is Master Lu's training, but he had a reason to be absent. Master Lu, with an icy smile, demands a compelling explanation for his absences. Su-heng smiles confidently and calls out, "Come out, baby!" 2 curious golden eyes with blue horns peek out from Su-heng's backpack. Su-heng looks forward confidently, and on his shoulder sits a cute blue animal with golden horns. A close-up of the little animal is murmuring happily, its golden eyes shining with curiosity. The instructor and the warriors are stunned to see Su-heng's pet, which is emitting a powerful aura. Gossips whisper in horror, "This is not a scaly lizard, what a strong aura!" Master Lu, shocked, exclaims, "This is the most dangerous species, the dragon snake lizard." The instructor, having come to his senses a little, tells Su-heng to follow her to the owner of the castle. The owner of the castle hits the table, confirming, "This is indeed the most dangerous kind." The fortress master informs Su-heng that his first pet is a creature of the highest dangerous rank. The castle master strictly orders Master Lu to immediately find out who created this egg. The angry master demands that 3 months' salary be withheld from the culprit, who mixed up the views and almost destroyed the genius. The castle master addresses Su-heng, praising his years of hard work and his survival. The master believes that with a normal pet, Su-heng would have achieved less, but the dragon snake lizard will give him a huge advantage. Su-heng, with a beaming smile and a small animal on his shoulder, assures that he will live up to the castle owner's expectations. The owner of the castle is incredibly happy that his personal training program has produced such a talented and persistent genius. The fortress master points his finger at Su-heng, preparing to ask him an important question. Su-heng and his pet look at the master in shock after hearing his unexpected proposal. Master Lu looks at the castle owner with wide eyes in bewilderment, not believing his ears. Su-heng recalls that the castle master did not take any disciples for 3 years after the genius Bai Susu. Su-heng, pressing his hand to his heart, decisively exclaims, "Agreed, master," accepting the proposal. The castle master laughs loudly and joyfully, pleased with Su-heng's determination. The owner of the castle announces a banquet in honor of the new talented rider and his student. The celebration in the majestic castle continued until the night, illuminating it with lights. Su-heng and his sister were taken home in a carriage, guarded by the castle master's personal guards. The boy tells his sister that his salary is now 100 gold pieces, and they will buy back the house that was sold. Su-heng's sister pinched his cheek proudly, delighted at his incredible achievement. Su-heng thoughtfully sends his sister off to rest because she has to go to work tomorrow. At night, Su-heng studies information about the differences between normal and dangerous species by candlelight. He reads that the ability to use energy or skill determines the pet's strength. The dragon lizard snake, as a top dangerous species, has a powerful energy talent and 6 racial skills. One of these skills is dragon sleep, which allows the pet to quickly restore strength and heal wounds. He also has the racial skills minor dragon power and minor dragon might, which are common to low-level dragons. He has a powerful destructive earth elemental ability, Earth Spear Ritual, and also the earth elemental restorative technique, Earth Power Absorption, which makes him incredibly durable when combined with Dragon's Sleep. The last skill is the extremely powerful Breath of Evil, the strongest attack of the dragon lizard serpent. Su-heng studied the book thoughtfully, realizing the full power of his pet. He looks at the baby sleeping in the basket with a smile, believing that he will become incredibly strong. Suddenly, Su-heng watches in shock as the pet wakes up much larger and stretches out on his book. The guy is amazed. The rate of growth of dangerous species really defies common sense. Morning comes and the sun illuminates the majestic citadel. Su-heng and his pet sit in front of the castle's master, who notes the dragon lizard's enormous innate potential. The castle master advises Su-heng to first test the pet's talents for the 3 energy systems. The master points to Su-heng, saying that his main strength is the evil system. Su-heng looks at the master's shining ring in surprise, asking if it is a seal. The explanation reads, "The harness is a special item for large pets that speeds up their recovery." Mature pets are huge, so harnesses are created in the form of decorations for the convenience of the masters. The master summons a huge crimson beast that looms over Su-heng menacingly. This is the crimson wolf, a low-level horror species bred to the highest rank. The owner of the castle explains that it was his pet in his youth, ideal for testing the dragon lizard snake. Su-heng and his pet look nervously at the master, who asks with a smile if there is a better option. The master adds that the scarlet wolf combines the pure attributes of evil and beast. The castle master orders Su-heng to bring the dragon lizard serpent, assuring him that he can handle it himself. The baby lizard trembles with fear, feeling the shadow of a huge wolf looming over him. Su-heng stands in front of the crimson wolf, and his pet cowers at his master's feet in fear. The dragon lizard serpent, sweating profusely, stands nervously alone before a formidable opponent. Su-heng smiles and encourages his pet, saying that he can do it. The master orders Crimson Wolf to use Breath of Evil Thought to teach the baby a lesson. The Scarlet Wolf roars and releases a powerful stream of dark red energy. Suddenly, the command "Stop" is heard, and the Scarlet Wolf, surprised, interrupts the attack. The owner of the castle raises his hand, stopping his pet with the words, "Enough." Su-heng looks at the master with a puzzled expression, not understanding what is going on. The baby lizard was suddenly enveloped in dark purple energy, surprising the master and Su-heng. Su-heng's pet's eyes flash red as he concentrates an ominous aura. The castle owner notes with a smile that Su-heng has a very smart pet. Su-heng encourages his lizard as it tries to unleash its new power. The pet exhales a small puff of smoke with effort, and Su-heng watches with confusion. The master explains that the baby has already understood the technique of evil energy, and the purple smoke is its first manifestation. The castle master praises Su-heng, saying that his dragon snake lizard is incredibly talented, already mastering the skill. The master states that it appears that the scarlet wolf will no longer be needed for this test. The huge scarlet wolf dissolves into a crimson haze, returning to its master. The dragon lizard sighs proudly, pleased with its first success. The master summons a new pet, a huge platypus with glowing eyes and a dark aura. The castle's owner announces that it is the crustacean platypus, and he will play with the baby next. Su-heng throws up his hands in astonishment, and his pet clings to his leg in terror. The baby lizard trembles with fear, sweating profusely and not letting go of its owner's leg. Su-heng timidly suggests that using such a menacing appearance to test is too much. The master rubs his chin thoughtfully, agreeing with Su-heng's words. Suddenly, an even more terrifying creature appears, first its clawed paw, then its toothy mouth. The powerful scaly tail of the master's new pet flashes across the frame, hinting at its size. The owner of the castle explains that this is his only dragon pet, combining many elements. The massive lava tyrannosaurus roars and the master orders it to attack. Su-heng and his pet look at the huge shadow of the lava tyrannosaurus in horror. The boy hopefully asks the master if dragon species are really that rare. The owner of the castle confirms with a smile, "Of course they are rare, silly boy." The master explains that Su-heng is lucky to have tamed a dragon snake lizard, because even experienced tamers dream of such a thing. Su-heng thoughtfully decides that the information about the ancient dragon scripture should be kept secret. The castle master, standing next to the giant paw of the Tyrannosaurus, asks Su-heng if he is ready. The lava Tyrannosaurus's ominous red eye stares down at them. The baby lizard trembles with fear, his eyes filling with tears of horror. The master extends his hand forward, declaring, "Lava Tyrannosaurus, let's see how this little guy handles the dragon's might." The massive lava tyrannosaurus lets out a deafening roar, demonstrating its strength. Su Heng and his pet feel a powerful pressure coming from the lava tyrannosaurus. The boy resists with difficulty, exclaiming, "What a terrible pressure!" Su Heng feels like a tiny boat in a raging ocean under the onslaught of a giant. Suddenly, the castle master puts his hand on Su Heng's shoulder, surprising him. The master advises the boy to move away from the affected area, calling him a stupid boy. The castle master pulls Su Heng away, and he notices that the pressure has disappeared. Su Heng, sweating profusely, was amazed at the strength of the master who was able to protect him. The master says, "Huh?" in surprise, looking at something outside the frame. It turns out that the baby lizard stood firm, surrounded by a weak aura, and the master notes his resilience. The castle master smiles and orders the lava tyrannosaurus to increase the pressure. The lava tyrannosaurus's scarlet eyes glow with fury, foreshadowing an attack. The giant lizard looms over the baby, but he stubbornly stands still. The dragon lizard serpent is surrounded by a weak but determined aura. It does not give up. The castle owner notes with interest, "It's still holding up." Su Heng is tense. The master's eyes widen in surprise, and he says, "This is..." The baby lizard continues to resist, albeit with difficulty, its aura wavering slightly. The master explains that the baby is countering the Tyrannosaurus's power with his own, albeit weak, dragon energy. The owner of the castle is amazed. This is an incredible dragon talent, capable of breaking species barriers. Su Heng asks with hope and excitement, "Is he really that strong?" The master, looking in amazement, firmly answers, "Exactly so." The master asks Su Heng if he has used the dragon scale yet. Su Heng confirms that he used the scales as soon as he received them. The owner of the castle thoughtfully notes that the baby has perfectly absorbed the special substance from the scales. The master explains that this is why the pet's dragon talent is so superior to others. Perhaps he inherited a piece of dragon blood. The castle master hands Su Heng a book, saying that he has collected training methods in the form of spiritual imprints. He adds that the book also contains the most suitable basic method of spiritual training for Su Heng. The master advises not to forget about your own spiritual practice, because it is the basis for taming pets. Su Heng gratefully accepts the instructions, and the master ruffles his hair in a fatherly manner. After leaving the castle, Su Heng easily buys back the old house by politely negotiating with the previous owner. In Su Qing's absence, Su Heng takes on the task of cleaning and arranging their old home. Su Heng looks at the renovated house with relief, even though it is not quite the same as he remembered. The guy decides to pick up his sister at work to tell her some good news. Su Heng runs happily, whistling, and the pet is comfortably settled on his shoulder. Suddenly, an angry bark is heard. 2 dogs with glowing red eyes are baring their teeth. The girl screams in horror, covering her mouth with her hand. Su Heng recognizes the voice and turns around in surprise. He screams in panic, "This is my sister!" and rushes to help. Su Xing, trembling, retreats from the 2 aggressive dogs, begging them to leave. 3 guys watch with grins. One of them asks why she runs away because his dogs don't bite. The dog's owner smugly declares that they are just playing with her. Su Bing desperately yells at the hooligans to leave, but they only laugh. The gang leader makes a nasty proposal to Su Qing with a smirk. Hearing the word play, Su Heng becomes furious. Su Heng, with a brick in his hand, rushes at the offenders, promising them his game. With a powerful blow from the brick, Su Heng neutralizes one of the vicious dogs. Su Heng stands in front of his sister to protect her. The bullies are stunned by his determination. The boy angrily scolds the hooligans, reminding them that their father's connections do not give them the right to behave like that. The dog owner looks at his defeated pet Charlie in shock. The bully is beside himself with rage, yelling at Su Heng for daring to touch his dog. The leader orders the second dog, Jack, to attack Su Heng to the death. The second dog, Jack, rushes towards Su Heng on command from his owner. Su Ging panicked and shouted at his brother to save himself. A huge dog with glowing eyes jumps, aiming for the throat. Suddenly, the baby lizard on Su Heng's shoulder rushes towards the enemy. The small pet bites into the chest of the attacking dog. Jack is down and whining, the baby lizard holding him tightly. Su Heng praises his brave pet with a proud smile. The baby lizard stands triumphantly on top of the immobilized dog. The dog owner and his gang scream in rage, not believing their eyes. One of the hooligans, without thinking twice, pulls out a sharp knife. The gang leader, in a rage, orders his buddies to take out their knives and deal with Su Heng. 3 hooligans with guns in their hands rush at Su Heng and his sister. Su Heng decisively announces that he is now using the dragon power. The baby lizard in front of Su Heng and Su Qing was enveloped in a frightening dark aura. The bandits freeze in horror, seeing the power emanating from the animal. One of the hooligans whispers fearfully to the leader that this guy seems dangerous. Suddenly, 3 law enforcement officers appear, calling out to the offenders. The leader's henchman notices the police and suggests using their appearance for his own purposes. The leader smirks, claiming that he knows the local police and will arrest Su Heng first. He confidently says that Su Heng will be detained and will no longer be able to interfere with them. Su Bing looked at Su Heng anxiously, her eyes full of worry. The gang leader grins evilly, anticipating an easy victory over Su Heng. He vows to avenge the dog by plotting against Su Qing in front of his brother. The leader's henchman, knife in hand, grins maliciously, ready for action. The chief of the guard appears and greets the gang leader in a friendly manner as Young Master Q. The guards see the defeated dogs, as well as Su Heng protecting his sister. Young Master Q immediately points at Su Heng, accusing him of cruelly killing the pets. The chief of the guard, without looking into it, orders his men to arrest Su Heng. The officer orders 2 subordinates to immediately seize the guy. 2 guards with handcuffs approach Su Heng, demanding that he surrender for attacking Q's dog. The brick that Su Heng used to defend himself lies on the ground in front of the guards. Su Heng points to the brick, stating that it was the weapon that killed the dog. The guards are furious and shout at him. How dare he behave so insolently and threaten him? The baby lizard on Su Heng's shoulder hisses menacingly at the approaching guards. The pet glares at them, its eyes glowing red. The guards are frightened to realize that the boy is able to control the beast. Su Heng turns to them, preparing to make another argument. He shows his rider ID with the coat of arms, demanding attention. Upon seeing the map, the guards freeze in complete shock and bewilderment. They turn around in fear to the approaching chief of the guard, babbling something. The chief of the guard remembers the rumors about the castle master's new apprentice in a cold sweat. He nervously reaches for his holster, realizing that this could be the same student in front of him. Suddenly, the chief guard shoots into the air, yelling at Q for his recklessness. He points a gun at Q, accusing him and his buddies of attacking with dogs. The chief orders his men to immediately arrest Q and his gang and shoot if they resist. Q's hands are handcuffed and he is completely bewildered. Q shouts at the chief of the guard that he was wrong because he is the victim. He despairingly recalls his father, the warehouse manager, and the services he rendered. The chief of the guard hits Q in the face with all his might, and he writhes in pain. He dares to resist arrest. Give him another one, the boss commands his subordinates. The guards harshly suppress Q's gang, not giving them time to come to their senses. The chief of the guard flatteringly thanks Su Heng for his courage, while condemning Q for setting the dog on. Su Heng calmly replies that the boss also figured out the situation in time. The chief of the guards showered Su Heng with compliments and an ingratiating smile. He points to the detainees, promising that they will be dealt with to the fullest extent, and asks if Su Heng is satisfied. Su Heng coldly replies, "Hardly," hinting that he might meet those bandits again. The chief guard nods tensely, taking Su Heng's words into account. Su Heng turns to his sister, telling her to leave here. He smiles softly at Su Qing, reassuring her and telling her it's time to go home. Su Ging smiled at his brother with relief, agreeing with him. Su Heng and Su Ding, holding hands, happily decide to go home. The brother and sister leave, and the chief of the guard asks his subordinate who is more dangerous to offend, the head of the plantation or the rider. The subordinate answers without hesitation that it is better to anger the plantation manager because the rider will leave no chance. The chief guard approvingly pats Xiaojun on the shoulder for his correct answer. He orders Xiaogun to find a cart to take the bandits to the incineration plant. 3 tied-up bandits listen in horror as their boss decides their fate. The chief of the guard makes an ominous gesture, hinting at a harsh reprisal against the criminals. Su Heng and Su Qing approach the beautiful house, not believing their luck to be back here. Su Ging beams with joy, exclaiming that it feels like a dream, and Su Heng smiles at her. Su Heng shows his sister the keys with a smile, saying that this is the key to their new house. Su Heng promises his sister that this is just the beginning, and it will only get better. Su Ging squeezed his hand tightly, exclaiming with faith, "I believe in you." Together with their pet, they rejoice, anticipating that their life will definitely get better. A sudden knock on the door makes Su Heng turn around in confusion. Su Heng opens the door with his pet on his shoulder, asking who's there. A smiling man appears at the threshold, reminding us of himself, "I'm Deputy Director Go." Su Heng recognizes Deputy Guo and asks what brings him here. He says that he learned about Master Su's insult by Kuding Quan's son and wants to do him a favor. Deputy Guo suggests transferring Qu Dingquan to Section 30, where he will become an ordinary farmer. He asks Su Heng if he is satisfied, mentioning that Q's new position will bring difficulties. Su Heng, with his pet on his shoulder, approves of Guo's decision, calling the director smart. Deputy Guo offers Su Qing as a senior agronomist the position of deputy director in the agronomy department. Su Bing is surprised and doubts whether such a high position is suitable for her. Guo fervently convinces her that she can handle it, since she is Su Heng's sister, and offers his help. Su Ging happily agrees to the proposal, and Su Heng approves of her decision. Su Heng reflects that the stronger you become, the more privileges you get. Su Heng pours a special, glowing substance that looks like food into a bowl. He offers his pet to try food according to the master's recipe so that he grows and becomes stronger. The pet makes a disgruntled sound, clearly not delighted with the portion offered. A classification scheme for animal feed appears, from the lowest to the most perfect. Su Heng studies a recipe book next to a bowl of glowing pet food. The pet turns away from the food and Su Heng wonders why he only ate a couple of pieces. Su Heng looks thoughtfully at the mountain of dried fish, trying to understand the reason for the pet's refusal. A sudden revelation, Su Heng remembers the ancient dragon dictionary. He opens the glowing dictionary, hoping to find answers about his pet's preferences. The dictionary says, the dragon lizard snake eats the shell after birth and does not eat for a long time. It also turns out that this species is picky and prefers live food. Su Heng closed the dictionary with a smile, realizing what the problem with feeding was. He strokes his pet affectionately, promising him a new, suitable recipe. Su Heng enthusiastically declares that with the master's money, they will be well fed and grow quickly. Over the next few days, Su Heng fed the pet according to the recipe in the ancient dictionary, buying fresh ingredients from the market. He carefully prepared the food, cutting up a large fish for his little dragon. The baby really liked the new food, but it led to an unexpected problem. Su Heng looks at his empty wallet in despair. All the money was gone in just 5 days. The last coin with wings falls out of his hands and rolls across the floor. The coin stops at the pet's tail, which has grown noticeably. The grown dragon looks at the coin with curiosity, still interested in food. Su Heng realizes with tears of joy that even though the wallet is empty, the pet has entered the growth stage. Now, if they encounter those demon dogs, the dragon won't even have to use his powers. Su Heng imagines his pet easily dispatching enemies by simply biting them. Su Heng imagines how the pet can deal with the enemy with one swing of its paw. The other enemy will not be able to withstand his power either. The dragon easily defeats enemies, knocking them to the ground in a second. Su Heng pets the pet, noting that its scales are impenetrable to an ordinary person without special weapons. Even several armed men cannot cope with a grown dragon lizard, which is angrily gnawing on a fishbone. Su Heng recalls the master's words, to visit him as soon as the dragon enters the growth stage. He is amazed that his pet has grown so quickly and decides to keep the secret of the ancient dictionary. Su Heng decides that now it is time to train the dragon and stop the special feeding for 10 days. 10 days pass and a majestic building appears before us. Su Heng and his pet knock on the ornate door. An invitation to enter comes from behind the door. The master greets Su Heng by asking him why he was absent for so long and whether he was being lazy. Su Heng sheepishly explains that he was working hard on his pet and therefore missed training. He proudly shows the grown dragon, announcing that it has reached maturity according to the master's recipe. The master exclaims in complete amazement, "So fast?" Su Heng feigns bewilderment and asks if 10 days isn't fast enough. The master angrily slaps his disciple, reminding him that Sister Bai Susu's ice lotus took a whole month to grow. He continues to scold Su Heng, emphasizing that his sister's pet was 2 levels below a dragon. Su Heng accepts the reproaches with a smile, as long as the master doesn't inquire about the reason for such abnormal growth. The master, having calmed down a little, concludes that Su Heng is gifted not only with talent, but also with the ability to develop quickly. The master wonders what skills Su Heng's pet has acquired since reaching adulthood. Su Heng reports that the pet's dragon power has reached level 1, giving it 2 skills: intimidation and the shocking power of the dragon, which the pet immediately demonstrates by spreading its wings. Moreover, according to Su Heng, the pet's evil thought breath had improved to a Tier 1 evil thought bomb. The master exclaims in amazement that the student is joking, since it is impossible to develop such skills in such a short period of time. Su Heng, with an innocent smile, attributes all his success to the master's wise instructions. Inwardly, Su Heng sighed in relief that he hadn't mentioned the other abilities he had mastered last night. The master, still impressed, invites Su Heng to his personal training ground. They find themselves in the spacious, exclusive training arena of the master's castle. The master orders Su Heng to make the lizard reveal everything, promising a seal if he succeeds. The master says that each rider needs a special seal. Su Heng whispers to the dragon that it depends on him whether they receive the seal from the master. A ring with a red stone flashes on the mentor's hand, radiating power. The master summons a huge armored stone bear to fight the dragon. Su Heng and his pet look at the giant summoned beast in amazement. The student asks in surprise how many of these formidable pets the master has, since each summoning is unique. The mentor replies with a smile that he has no weak creatures, but only about a dozen formidable species. He adds that only half of them reach the level of a rock bear or a lava tyrannosaurus. The master asks Su Heng with a sly grin if he really wants his seal. The mentor orders a show of strength. It's time to test his training. The stone bear lets out a deafening roar, its eyes glowing red. Su Heng and his pet prepare for battle. The dragon spreads its wings. The dragon's eyes flash red. He is full of determination. Su Heng is surprised. The pet itself activated the terrifying dragon power. The master is impressed that the dragon is able to withstand the pressure of an adult beast. The mentor stops the stone bear with a hand gesture. The master announces that he will attack with the breath of evil thought, but promises to be lenient. Su Heng orders the dragon to use the evil thought bomb. The pet forms a clot of dark energy in its mouth and releases it. The energy ball flies straight towards the stone bear, whose eyes glow ominously. The projectile hits the stone bear right in the forehead, but it only blinks. The master smirks, saying that such an attack will only tickle his pet. Su Heng smiles mysteriously, clearly having an ace up his sleeve. The student orders the dragon to continuously attack with evil thought bombs. The dragon flies into the air, releasing a barrage of dark energy bolts. The first charge hits the bear in the head, causing a shower of sparks. Visible cracks appear on the beast's stone skin from the powerful blow. The bear roars from unexpected pain, and the master looks at it in surprise. The teacher is amazed that Su Heng has secretly mastered and improved the evil thought breath into a bomb. The master praises the dragon's accuracy and speed, as well as his ability to use evil energy. Su Heng smiles modestly, explaining that there are other tactics besides continuous bombs, but the master notes that the bear is not affected by this. The mentor, satisfied with the performance, hands Su Heng a seal ring with 5 cells. The gold ring is engraved with the words Keeper of Fire. Su Heng thanks the master, who clarifies that the ring can accommodate 5 pets, and if he tries, even 10. The master warns the student against excessive joy because the pet lacks combat experience. Against the backdrop of a fortress and a sniper, the mentor explains that real combat is the best way to gain experience. The teacher announces that he is sending Su Heng to the northern defensive line, which is teeming with dangerous creatures. Su Heng accepts the news with determination. In 3 days, he must report to the military headquarters for the mission. Before them stretches a view of the Black Lantern Castle, surrounded by 4 powerful lines of defense. Each line of defense consists of fortresses, dragon riders, soldiers, and powerful weapons. Soldiers on the defensive line are ready to repel any attack, protecting the Black Lantern Castle. The southern and northern sections of the defense are the most dangerous, where fierce battles with monsters take place every day. It is from these borders that valuable materials obtained in battles with dangerous creatures enter the city. Su Heng, meanwhile, received an advance payment of his rider's salary, an impressive 250,000 steel grams. He immediately spent more than half of this amount on rare ingredients for his dragon lizard. According to his official assignment, Su Heng is sent to serve at the 7th Guard Post in the northern sector. Along the way, he learns that the lines of defense largely exist to protect vast plantations in the wilderness. After all, the 7 plantations within the settlement itself are not capable of feeding its many thousands of inhabitants. Working in these outer fields is deadly dangerous. Giant insect monsters constantly threaten people. These vital plantations are located in the northern defense sector's area of responsibility, which is where Su Heng is heading. The military transport breaks abruptly, delivering Su Heng to his destination. The driver reports that this is the 7th post, wishes good luck, and hurries back with a report. The 2 soldiers at the post are stunned. Could it really be that the newcomer was brought in by the chief of staff himself? One of them whispers to the other that Su Heng is the rider, pointing to the cart with provisions for the beast. The soldiers panic and realize that they must immediately offer assistance to the new arrival. They rush towards Su Heng, respectfully shouting, "Master Su!" The fighters vied with each other to offer to help with the heavy bags. Su Heng was slightly puzzled by such zeal. The purple-haired soldier introduces himself as Huang and asks Su Heng to keep an eye on them at the post. Su Heng replies with a smile that he will call him Brother Huang since he is older. Huan is moved to tears. For the first time, he meets such a modest and polite rider. The soldiers rush to unload the supplies so they can greet Master Su as soon as possible. The northern defense sector has 29 posts, and Su Heng is assigned to the 7th. The current 7th outpost was rebuilt on the ruins after a long-ago attack by terrible creatures. Su Heng understands that he will have to fight here for quite a long time. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers is cooking noodles for everyone in a large cauldron. Huang invites Su Heng to taste a Wen's cooking, praising his culinary skills. Su Heng asks Huan to call him by his first name, since they are now comrades in arms. During a shared meal, Huang decides to call Su Heng Brother Su, emphasizing his status as a rider. Su Heng agrees to this treatment with a smile, strengthening their camaraderie. While eating, Su Heng asks Huan how often they encounter dangerous creatures. Huan, gobbling up a chicken leg, explains that their post is the periphery of the defense, but there are plenty of creatures here. He points Su Heng to a warehouse filled with the carcasses of dangerous creatures that have been caught in recent days. Twice a month, officers collect trophies and award soldiers with combat merit points. Su Heng praises them, noting that it is not easy to achieve such a result without a rider. The purple-haired soldier curiously asks what Brother Su's pet looks like. Huan immediately pulls him back, reminding him that he can't summon animals without a good reason. Su Heng, however, decides to show off his pet and summons a dragon lizard. Both soldiers are in shock. A creature of the highest danger class appears before them. Su Heng calmly introduces his dragon lizard to his comrades. The purple-haired soldier exclaims in admiration that Brother Su's first beast is incredibly strong. The lizard dragon shows off its power, its eyes flashing ominously. The purple-haired soldier recoiled in horror from Su Heng's menacing pet. Su Heng calms the raging dragon with a light flick on the head. The owner strictly scolds the pet, reminding him of the inadmissibility of unauthorized attacks. Su Heng worriedly asks Xiao Hu if he is okay after the dragon's prank. Xiao Hu, having come to his senses, admires Brother Su's skill in controlling the beast. Xiao Hu's comrades make fun of him, who is almost embarrassed by fear. A cheerful laugh echoes throughout the 7th guard post. As night falls, the situation at the post becomes calm and peaceful. After dinner, Su Heng quickly finds common ground with the 5 brothers in arms on duty. Su Heng, after resting a bit, began training his mind using his mentor's method. This technique, crystal breathing, consists of 3 successive stages. The first step is to eliminate distractions and imagine yourself as a giant crystal. The second stage is to gradually merge the mind with the meditative environment using a special breathing frequency. The final step is the training of the mind itself, the basis of the entire method. Su Heng opens his eyes, realizing that in order to achieve a crystal-clear mind, he will probably need about 6 months of hard training. He remembers his older sister Bai Susu, a genius who mastered it in just a month, shining like the moon. Suddenly, the watchtower is illuminated with red and blue rays of alarm. Su Heng instantly reacts to the signal. It's a combat alert. Huang rushes to Su Heng, shouting, "Brother Su, hurry! Something's happened!" Under the moonlight, a swarm of giant flying insects approaches the defensive outpost. 4 rapidly flying creatures are visible through the sniper rifle's scope. Su Heng identifies them through binoculars as a dangerous level 2 species with sickle-shaped limbs. He clarifies to Huan that these appear to be adults of a secondary dangerous species. Huan explains that these fast-armored scythe-bearers are frequent guests on their defensive line. Commander Huan gives the order, "All comrades, prepare for battle." Huang and Lao Yu will take up position at the machine gun, while A Wen will take up a sniper point in the northwest. Xiao Hu and Xiao Lu will cover loopholes 5 and 6 on the first floor. Huang orders A Wen and Hua Fu to destroy 3 adults, leaving 1 for Brother Su. The soldiers joyfully confirm receipt of the order and readiness for battle with a "yes." A deafening shot rings out. The first bullet is already flying towards the target. The giant insect activates its special ability, Perception. The creature instantly surrounds itself with a protective shell of red honeycombs. The bullet hits the barrier, but it withstands the initial onslaught. The projectile deforms, punching cracks in the monster's energy shield. The protection shatters into pieces and the bullet hits the scythe bearer. Huan shouts to the fighters to aim carefully so as not to damage the valuable trophies. He explains that the armor of these creatures is weak, but still weakens regular bullets. Su Heng watches the battle closely, assessing his comrades' tactics. Su Heng watches the sniper, understanding the plan. The machine gun will weaken the shield, revealing the target. Through his binoculars, he sees Huang and Lao Yu concentrating their fire on the next scythe bearer. And Wen already holds the creature in a red force field at the sight of his rifle. The monster's energy shield flares brightly under a hail of machine gun fire. The defense fails and one of the bullets makes a hole, destroying the barrier. My chance! Wen grinned, seeing that the path to the goal was clear. The sniper doesn't hesitate, and his bullet flies straight into the monster's unprotected body. The second scythe bearer is immobilized by a precise hit to a vulnerable spot. So this is what a real battlefield is like, Su Heng thinks, impressed by their coordination. Huang and Lao Yu, although not riders, continue to fire heavily, giving the enemy no respite. And Wen demonstrates honed skill. His shot is accurate and deadly. 3 scythe bearers are critically damaged, their bodies flying apart. One of the monsters, having survived, tries to hide in the darkness of the night. Huang decides that Xiaohu and Su Heng will finish off the last escapee. The fighters jump into the armored car without delay, ready for the chase. The car rushes at full speed through the snowy haze, pursuing the creature. The armored car quickly catches up with the fleeing scythe bearer among the trees. From above, you can see the soldiers approaching their target. The giant insect turns around, its huge eyes looking at its pursuers. Su Heng and his comrades stop in front of the last scythe, preparing for battle. Su Heng stands in front of the armored vehicle, his comrades watching from the car. Huang orders Xiaohu to keep a close eye on Su Heng, calling him the Gilded One from the inner city. From above, Su Heng can be seen preparing to fight the last scythe bearer alone. Su Heng smiles as he picks up the glowing ring, intending to test his strength. A stream of energy bursts out from the ring, forming a blue-winged beast in front of Su Heng. The summoned dragon rushes towards the giant insect with a roar. The sickle bearer, sensing a threat, instantly activates its protective red barrier. The blue beast crashes into the energy shield, causing multiple cracks to form on it. The monster's defense is shattered by the powerful onslaught of the summoned creature. The huge insect is thrown back and falls heavily into the snow dust. The defeated scythe bearer lets out a shrill squeak as it rises to its paws. Su Heng realizes that the monster's armor absorbed most of the damage. He orders his dragon to attack with Evil Thought Bomb, Lianzhu. The blue beast releases a series of dark purple energy spheres. The insect once again activates the red shield, which counters incoming projectiles. The energy barrier cracks under a hail of magical attacks. Su Heng notes to himself the incredible strength of the monster's defense. The sickle bearer accumulates energy, its sickle-shaped limbs glowing red. The creature counterattacks, targeting the small dragon. Su Heng shouts out a new command. Dragon's Fierce, Shock and Awe. The dragon's eyes flash red as he prepares for a powerful attack. The blue beast lets out a deafening roar as it meets the scythe bearer's counterattack. The monster freezes in place, paralyzed by the dragon's sound wave. Su Heng commands, Dragon's Might, tear him apart. An energy vortex from the dragon crashes down on the insect, tearing particles off of it. The sickle bearer lets out a shrill squeak as it retreats under the onslaught of the blue beast. The creature tries to escape, but Su Heng and his dragon block its path. Su Heng sneered, You think you can escape? Activate the Earth Spear Festival? The dragon flies up into the air, and sharp stone spikes emerge from the ground. Huge spears pierce the scythe bearer, completely immobilizing him. In the armored car, Huang and Xiaohu watch the outcome of the battle in stunned silence. Xiaohu stammers as he tells Huang that Su Heng doesn't seem to need their help. Huan, visibly nervous, admits that this guy gives him the creeps. The detachment returns to its fortified camp under a flying flag. Xiaohu excitedly tells his comrades about Su Heng's Earth Spear Festival. Huang pats Su Heng on the shoulder, admitting that he was wrong about the gilded newcomer. Su Heng smiles modestly, saying that they all did a great job. Suddenly, Xiaohu runs up, shouting that someone is approaching the camp. Huang and Su Heng exchange worried glances, deciding to check what's going on. The fighters quickly head towards the unknown guest. Su Heng and Huang Chengzhu look into the distance from the fortification wall in surprise. A column of military vehicles from the command center approaches the camp. Huan notes that inventory usually takes place later, and this early visit is odd. Su Heng looks at it thoughtfully, wondering if this is related to someone in particular. Armored vehicles enter the camp, raising clouds of dust. The commander-in-chief of the northern defense line, Lu Ling, gets out of the car, and Huang visibly tenses up. Huang and Xiaohu hurriedly greeted the arriving commander. Lu Ling, smoking a cigarette, turns to Huang, noticing that he hasn't changed at all. Huang Chengju, moved to tears, thanks the commander for remembering him. Lu Ling brushes off the flattery, saying that the main checkpoint is just nearby. Lu Ling asks Su Heng if he has settled into his new place. The commander frowned and asked Su Heng again, demanding that he repeat what he had said. Su Heng formally greets Lu Ling as third elder brother, saying that he has become accustomed to life here. The elder brother ruffles Su Heng's hair in a friendly manner, asking him not to be so formal. Lu Ling mentions that their master spoke a lot about a new talented student. The commander explains that he came specifically to see Su Heng, as he was busy last time. Huang and Xiaohu are shocked to realize that the commander-in-chief's visit is connected specifically with Su Heng. Huan is relieved to think that Su Heng turned out to be a direct disciple of the castle master and not a simple fighter. Lu Ling sends his subordinates off to count the spoils, wanting to talk to his younger brother alone. The commander asks Su Heng to summon his dragon lizard to check its development on behalf of the master. Su Heng is surprised that master is worried about him and sent Lu Ling to check. At Su Heng's command, his dragon appears, surrounded by a purple aura. Lu Ling said, "Wow," in an impressed tone as he looked at his younger brother's pet. The small blue dragon lands, ready to show off his powers. Lu Ling summons his giant rhinoceros beast, assuring him that it will not harm the baby. Su Heng agrees to his older brother's proposal with a smile. Lu Ling notices that Su Heng's dragon looks sleepy and decides to wake him up a little. The rhinoceros's huge paw hits the ground with force, causing tremors. Su Heng and his dragon look up at the giant looming above them. The little dragon looks at Su Heng fearfully, seeking support. Su Heng asks his older brother to be careful so that he doesn't accidentally harm his little dragon. Lu Ling asks again in surprise, and then, coughing, assures that his rhinoceros knows when to stop. The commander boasts that his beast is a dangerous species with a tough skin, capable of fighting for a long time. Lu Ling winks, adding that this rhino is one of his main fighting units. The elder brother is interested because master said that Su Heng's dragon hatched less than a month ago. Su Heng, pretending to be a simpleton, replies that the dragon quickly grew up, having mastered energy and participated in battles. Lu Ling, a little embarrassed, admits that it took him longer to develop his beast. The commander, his eyes flashing, declares that at the master's request, he will test the dragon's combat experience. Lu Ling, with a determined look and a glowing hand, prepares to summon his beast for a game. Lu Ling's powerful rhinoceros appears, surrounded by green energy, ready to demonstrate. Lu Ling explains that his rhinoceros is a dangerous dual elemental species of earth and dragon, equal in strength to a dragon lizard. Lu Ling's beast roars as it strikes the ground, splitting it open with Su Heng and his dragon below. Su Heng exclaims "wow" as he and the dragon are thrown up by the shockwave. Su Heng's eyes flashed with surprise and sudden insight. Lu Ling, hovering next to his giant, explains the benefits of mental training, but Su Heng pushes away his extraneous thoughts. Su Heng orders the dragon to use a dark attack to dodge the ground strike. The little dragon's clawed paw gleams, preparing for action. Lu Ling's rhinoceros, surrounded by purple projectiles, remains unharmed and strong. Su Heng understands that defeating such a beast now is an impossible dream, as is losing with dignity. The young man decides to show all the progress of his pet, so as not to let down the master, who is watching from afar. Su Heng orders the dragon to use speed and attack from all sides. A small dragon, enveloped in purple energy, quickly maneuvers through the air. Lu Ling's rhinoceros beast is hit by a hail of purple energy projectiles. Su Heng's dragon forms a powerful clot of dark energy in its mouth. The pet fires a concentrated beam directly at the giant enemy. Lu Ling's rhinoceros skin becomes scarred from the attacks it receives. Su Heng decisively commands the dragon to enter a state of recovery by absorbing the earth's power. The dragon's paws touch the ground, absorbing yellow energy from under his feet. The baby dragon stands bravely on the ground, preparing to meet the attack of a huge rhinoceros. Su Heng announces the next powerful attack, the Earth Spear Festival. Su Heng's dragon flies among the sharp earthen spikes caused by his attack. Lu Ling's giant rhinoceros stands unperturbed in the midst of this elemental storm. The rhinoceros beast's eyes flash red with anger, foreshadowing a retaliatory strike. The giant's powerful paw falls to the ground, crushing the stone spears. The little dragon is thrown into the air by the shockwave, but he dodges. Luling watches from above as his beast easily deals with the dragon lizard's attack. The elder brother laughs and notes that his level 9 rhinoceros is too strong for this technique. Su Heng, calming his pet, explains that he was only fulfilling the request to show all his abilities to the master. Luling admits that he got a little carried away, but now he has a clear understanding of the dragon's power. The commander assures Su Heng with a smile that the master will be very pleased with the progress he sees. Luling praises Su Heng, noting that the master will be happy to have such a talented student. Soon after the elder brother left, winter arrived, covering the fortress in snow. In the cold, unheated guardhouse, the soldiers wrap themselves in sleeping bags. One of the colleagues is shivering from the cold, complaining about the winter that has just begun. The comrade notices that Su Heng, as a rider, is warmed by spiritual power. Suddenly, a red alarm goes off in the barracks. The soldiers instantly wake up, jumping up from their seats at the alarm signal. A messenger runs in to report the penetration of a dangerous species into plantation number 25. The commander gives the order. Xiao Hu and brother Su are sent to post number 3. Su Heng and Xiao Hu quickly run out on a mission, the rest remain to guard the post. According to Captain Li, the situation at plantation number 25 is critical. It is completely captured. The commander specifies more than 20 dangerous species and at least 5 low-level creatures have entered the territory. The entire plantation staff is locked in their living quarters, desperately defending themselves with the few weapons they have. The ferocious monsters with glowing eyes are close, and the attack is only a matter of time. Reinforcements from all posts of the northern section, the main forces of the 2 outposts, are rushing to the plantation. It's almost 3:40. Xiao Hu is ordered to speed up, gather until 4, then attack immediately. The column arrives at northwest gate number 6 of plantation 25. Huang Chengju's squad, including Zhao Xiaohu and Su Heng, reports their arrival at the scene. The tower immediately orders the men to take up combat positions. All information will be provided by radio. Intelligence reported that the enemy had broken through the northwestern wall. There were heavy losses in the grain storage facility, and the survivors had taken refuge in the dormitory. The combat vehicles form a wedge. The armored vehicles in the vanguard rush towards the dormitory, opening fire. Inside the car, Su Heng hears an order. A pack of dangerous wolves is attacking. The goal is to rescue the hostages. 2 tanks are firing heavily from their guns at the advancing creatures. Fierce wolves with glowing eyes come under heavy fire. One of the wolves, with a particularly fierce gaze, stares ahead. Suddenly, a long howl is heard. The leader of the pack calls his relatives from the top of the cliff. Su Heng senses something is wrong and asks Xiao Hu to slow down and keep his distance. Xiao Hu is surprised, but Su Heng points to the unusual howl that just sounded. The young man remembers the master's words. These wolves are capable of evolving into higher leaders, although rarely. Xiao Hu cries out in alarm. The wolves have suddenly retreated and are keeping their distance. Their intentions are unclear. Su Heng guesses that the leader is leading the pack, hence their success in breaking through. The leader's grin with glowing eyes foreshadows the use of wolf mist. From the top of the cliff, the leader releases clouds of dark fog that cover the area. Combat equipment is plunged into a toxic fog, hiding enemies. Su Heng orders to turn on infrared targeting so as not to hit his own. Sensing something was wrong, Su Heng orders Xiao Hu to retreat immediately. Xiao Hu screams in horror, pointing at the huge wolf flying towards their car. The giant monster lands on a nearby vehicle, crushing the metal. From above, a monstrous wolf can be seen towering over the wrecked car. Su Heng understands that this is a shadow wolf companion, which means there is another leader. A huge shadow wolf with scarlet eyes rushes straight towards them. The beast rams the car with monstrous force, knocking out the windshield. The fighter inside barely dodges the flying glass shards. The impact causes the car to bounce and the wheels lose traction. The vehicle skids and slides on the snowy ground. Xiao Hu opens fire in panic, screaming about the creature's incredible power. The bullets bounce helplessly off the monster's impenetrable skin. The shadow wolf prepares for its next attack by crouching to the ground. The monster makes a giant leap, aiming for the roof of the car. The monster's claws pierce the metal with a roar, looming over Su Heng. Su Heng watches in horror as debris scatters throughout the cabin from the impact. The shadow wolf's huge mouth appears right in front of Su Heng's face, who summons his pet. Suddenly, a dragon lizard appears, blocking the monster's attack. Su Heng's dragon lizard unleashes its power, preparing to counterattack. A small dragon bravely confronts a giant wolf on the roof of a car. The lizard concentrates dark energy, forming a powerful charge. A bolt of dark energy hits the shadow wolf, causing a bright flash. The powerful blow throws the huge beast off the roof of the car. The shadow wolf falls to the snow with a roar, seriously injured. Su Heng radios for a ceasefire, intending to deal with the leader. Su Heng is visible in the sight, and the observer notes his strength, the castle master's disciple. The commander orders everyone over the radio not to interfere with Su Heng as he deals with the wolf leader. Su Heng jumps off the car, his dragon lizard hovering nearby, ready to fight. The fighters make their way through the toxic fog, trying in vain to find the leader of the pack. Xiaohu anxiously points out something ahead through the darkness to Su Heng. Su Heng's eyes narrowed decisively, ready to face the new threat. A huge alpha wolf emerges from the fog, crushing the war machine with one blow. A terrified soldier tries to escape from a giant monster towering over the vehicle. Su Heng immediately commands his dragon lizard to attack the ferocious beast. The lizard releases a powerful energy charge directly into the mouth of the attacking leader. The energy blow throws the leader back. He growls in pain and rage. The leader's fierce gaze does not bode well, despite the damage received. The rescued soldier thanks Su Heng as the giant wolf looms over the rubble. The fighter cannot believe his luck, rejoicing that he escaped certain death. Su Heng shouts at the soldier to run immediately, sensing a new threat. Suddenly, a shadow paw strikes the fighter, and Su Heng freezes in horror. A huge wolf looms menacingly over the fallen soldier, baring its teeth. The dragon lizard soars into the air, ready for Su Heng's new command. An enraged Su Heng orders his pet to use a special earth technique. The lizard's powerful claws strike the ground with force, releasing hidden power. The lizard creates earth spikes by attacking the leader. The wolf leader, his eyes glowing, prepares a shadow attack. The monster deftly dodges the spikes, surrounded by a red aura. Su Heng spots an opportunity and shouts for Xiaohu to get ready. Xiaohu and his comrade immediately open aimed fire. The bullets rush towards the target, sparkling in the air. The wolf takes the shots, but they do no harm. The dragon lizard intercepts the leader, biting into him. Su Heng's pet holds the huge wolf tightly in its grip. Su Heng decisively orders the lizard to use dragon power. The dragon lizard floats in the air, surrounded by purple energy, preparing to unleash its might. The pet's eyes flash scarlet as it activates dragon power, concentrating energy. The lizard quickly attacks the leader, biting into him and releasing destructive force. The car with the fighters rushes through the snow-capped mountains, moving away from the scene of the battle. Inside the car, Xiaohu notices Su Heng's thoughtfulness and inquires about his mood. Su Heng replies that he was just thinking, his hands clasped nervously. Xiaohu thanks Su Heng, noting that without him, the losses would have been much greater. A fighter shows a scar on his arm, remembering his first dangerous battle. He talks about a previous battle that was much more fierce than the current one, with many casualties. The image of a monstrous monkey that destroyed an armored vehicle along with its crew comes to mind. The fighter recalls how Su Heng's older brother, Master Cao, personally defeated the beast, ending that battle. Xiaohu hands Su Heng a flask, offering him a drink to keep him going. Su Heng gratefully accepts the flask, understanding his comrade's gesture. Xiaohu reflects on the fragility of ordinary people's lives without support and the power that comes with controlling one's destiny. Su Heng listens thoughtfully to Xiaohu's words, holding the flask in his hand. Xiaohu suggests that they forget about their hardships and return to eat Awen's food. Su Heng agrees with a smile, and they look forward to resting and eating. The car drives through the snowy mountains. Su Heng realized that he needed to become stronger. Su Heng clenches his fist resolutely, knowing that only strength will protect him and his loved ones. For the next month, Su Heng diligently trained with the lizard according to the ancient dragon scripture, achieving impressive results. Su Heng's lizard had grown larger, and its skills and mastery of the 3 types of energy had greatly increased. While Su Heng was training hard, a familiar guest arrived at the 7th guard post. The elder brother appears on a huge magical lion, greeting Su Heng. Su Heng looks at the lion with admiration, dreaming of the same riding qualities for his lizard. The older brother jumps down from the lion, calling out to Su Heng with a demanding, "Do you hear me, boy?" He praises Su Heng for his brilliant performance in the recent battle, noting the commander's praise. Su Heng sheepishly reminds his elder brother of Master's promise to check on him once a month. The elder brother confirms that a month has passed, and he is here to carry out the Master's order. He asks Su Heng to show off his dragon lizard to test its abilities. Su Heng agrees to the upcoming test with slight nervousness. Su Heng confidently summons his dragon lizard, the ring on his hand glowing. A huge dragon lizard appears, surrounded by purple energy, striking in its size. The older brother is shocked by the pet's rapid growth, suspecting an incredible cultivation formula. Su Heng sheepishly suggests that his lizard is simply better at absorbing energy. The stunned brother cancels the inspection, telling Su Heng to put the pet away. Elder brother announces that Su Heng's training on the northern line is over. It's time to return to master. Su Heng's comrades cry dramatically upon learning of his imminent departure. The fighters theatrically lament how much they will miss Brother Su and will not be able to sleep. Su Heng, with a sly smile, offers the lizard to train with them. A frightened Xiao Hu exclaims that it is A Wen who will not be able to sleep, not him. And Wen screams in horror that now she definitely won't be able to fall asleep. And Su Heng suggests that everyone run with the lizard. The next day, the action moves to the Black Lantern training room. Su Heng collapses, exclaiming that he can't hold on any longer. Lin Fubao notes that Su Heng has endured his attacks for a long time, confirming the master's prediction. Lin Fubao reports to Master Zhou, congratulating him on having such a persistent student who has laid a good foundation. Master Zhou is surprised that Su Heng completed the training so well in just a month, acknowledging its difficulty. Su Heng smiles and tells Master that it wasn't that difficult. He explains that he felt himself growing with every moment of practice and training. Su Heng recalls the 3 years of failure with the pet egg, considering the current difficulties as a trifle. Master Zhou says that Su Heng has exceeded expectations, which gives him confidence in his student's next assignment. Su Heng asks in surprise if he is being sent to the outer guard post. Master Zhou announces that Su Heng will participate in the Duel of the Six Lands in a month. The mentor explains, this annual competition gives a chance to get into the ruins of the Blood Forest. The student doubts the value of the ruins, but the master claims that they are special. The Blood Forest ruins are surrounded by a hidden energy barrier, making entry impossible. An extremely powerful group of terrifying creatures lives inside, and the owner of the secret place has a frightening power. The 6 great settlements united, fought, and made an agreement with the explorers that once a year 3 could enter. Su Heng, realizing the rarity of the chance, worries whether he has enough strength to win. Master Zhou laughs, reassuring his student and telling him not to worry. He clarifies that only the outer part of the ruins is open to people, a good opportunity for a beginner, but not for an experienced warrior. Su Heng enthusiastically declares that since Master said so, he will fight for the position. Master Zhou says that besides Su Heng, there will be 4 more people competing with him, and he will introduce them tomorrow. The student curiously asks where the new special training will take place. The mentor announces the place, Grizzly Forest, and Su Heng repeats the name in amazement. Before us stretches the endless black forest known as the Grizzly Forest to the south of the defensive line. This forest is home to many huge bears, monsters 4 meters long and weighing tons. A terrifying bear with glowing eyes stalks people, living up to its sinister reputation. Su Heng asks Master in horror if the Grizzly Forest is not a forbidden place. Master Zhou mysteriously replies that Su Heng will understand everything later and sends him off to rest. The action shifts to a large building against the backdrop of the sunset sky, where Su Heng will apparently spend several days. Su Heng looks sadly at the last coins. His advance is almost gone and the next payment will be delayed. His dragon lizard consumes a mountain of food, requiring constant sustenance to maintain growth. Su Heng decides that it is time to find a way to earn money rather than relying on advances. He reflects on the different ways pet riders can make money. Riders with pet healers can treat the wounded and sick for a good reward. Owners of plant pets are able to grow more crops, providing themselves with income. Elemental pets can help in the settlement's resource department. Su Heng remembers the ancient dragon dictionary. Perhaps it will suggest a more efficient way to earn money. He heads to the bustling trade market of the Black Lantern settlement in search of opportunity. Su Heng wanders around the market in a cloak, hoping to find a good deal with the help of a dictionary, but so far to no avail. Su Heng's attention is drawn to a merchant loudly announcing a high price for buying black thick grease. Su Heng knocks on the counter decisively, attracting the merchant's attention. He asks the merchant if he is really buying the thick black grease. The merchant confirms, looking at Su Heng with interest and asking if he has any goods. Su Heng replies with a smile that he is simply wondering what this lubricant is for. The irritated merchant waves him off, telling him not to interfere if Su Heng doesn't have any goods. The merchant's price list states, a milliliter of black grease costs 83 steel grams, and a liter costs as much as 83,000. Su Heng realizes that this is a chance to make money, and his dictionary ring glows faintly. The ancient dragon dictionary suggests a recipe: black octopus slime, black oak resin, and a thickener. Su Heng recalls that black oak resin, although rare in the dictionary, is not in short supply here. Only a thickener is needed for a profitable business. Su Heng returns to his home under the cover of night, full of determination. In the room, he prepares alchemical equipment, ordering the lizard to help with the process. The dragon lizard obediently stomps on the book with its paw, probably chopping up the ingredients according to the recipe. The flame burns fiercely in a special furnace, heating the boiler to create lubricant. Su Heng stirs the thick potion with a satisfied smile. The process is clearly going according to plan. Meanwhile, we are shown the majestic building of the Hazardous Biology and Energy Research Department. It is this department, which studies dangerous creatures, that is the main consumer of black, thick grease. Su Heng carefully pours the finished black lubricant into a special flask. He understands that he cannot put a lot of lubricant on the market at once, so as not to give away the secret of the ancient dragon dictionary. The dictionary explains, black oak is rare, grows slowly, and produces little resin, which is what makes it so valuable. Su Heng ponders the best way to sell the goods without attracting unnecessary attention. He decides to find a large store, sell the lubricant at a discount, and quickly disappear. With a cloak covering his face, Su Heng looks out for a suitable buyer at the market. His gaze falls on a solid building with a sign, Trading Company. This is what he needs. Su Heng opens his cloak, revealing several flasks of precious black grease. He sternly warns the surprised employee not to ask unnecessary questions about the product. The deal is quickly made and the door closes behind the mysterious seller. Having received the money, Su Heng decides not to spend it yet, but to first exchange some of it for food for the lizard. Now he heads to the inner city to meet his special training comrades. A majestic building appears before him, probably the gathering place of Master Zhou's disciples. Wang Xun remembers Su Heng, previously unprepossessing and now a disciple of the Lord. What luck. Luo Chun is furious. This lucky guy will also be the captain in the upcoming duel. Reina talks about the captains. Her Luhan from last year was strong, and Bai Susu won the championship right away. The lilac-haired girl puts Luo Chun in his place. Who is he to challenge the Fortress Lord's decision? She admits, they underestimated Su Heng after all. His pet is a top-ranking dragon lizard. Su Heng arrives, and the assistant reports, the master is busy, but the team is already assembled. The assistant wishes them a good day and leaves the students to get to know each other. Wang Shun greeted Su Heng with a smile. Ah, the captain has arrived. Reina adds sarcastically, yes, a captain who can only control one pet, haha. Su Heng listens to the barbed comments of his new comrades in silence and imperturbably. Su Heng notices that the atmosphere in the room is quite tense. The lilac-haired girl approaches Su Heng, starting an introduction. Lin Yuxin boasts that she became a rider a year ago and controls 2 pets. Su Heng calmly responds, introducing himself and mentioning his only dragon lizard. Wang Xun sarcastically comments on how incredibly lucky Su Heng is to have a pet. Su Heng tells Luo Chun with a smile that he is indeed better, causing his anger. An enraged Luo Chun shouts that he will show his power, and his hand flashes with the light of summoning. Luo Chun summons his massive red scaly beast, ready to fight. The beast lands with a bang, scattering chairs, and Luo Chun mockingly asks if Su Heng is afraid. Su Heng thinks that his lizard won't be able to defeat this beast yet, even with a dictionary. Luo Chun quips that Su Heng's pet is not bad, but not top-notch, and asks if he has any more. Lin Yuxin tries to reason with Luo Chong, reminding him of the consequences of fighting in the Lord's territory. Su Heng calmly retorts that the Lord might remain silent, but the guards of the inner castle are unlikely to do so. Luo Chong orders his beast to be silent, brushing off Lin Yuxin's warnings. Luo Chun, his eyes flashing, threatens Su Heng with a duel in a month's time. Su Heng reproachfully notes that they didn't even think of uniting for the sake of the honor of their common gathering. Deciding that it was better without such allies, Su Heng turns around and heads for the exit. The door closes with a loud bang behind Su Heng, who is left. Luo Chun shouts furiously after Su Heng, not believing his ears. Are you crazy? Wang Xun from his chair grins and reassures Luo Chong, promising him a chance to deal with Su Heng later. Su Heng walks down the stairs thinking about tomorrow's trip to the bear forest as ordered by Master. He understands that the rebellious comrades were part of a test set by the mentor. Su Heng is determined to use his training in the forest to become a true captain. Early the next morning, Su Heng's house was already bustling with life. There is an insistent knock on his door. The head of the Black Lantern Guard, Zhang Cheng, introduces himself and says that he will be accompanying Su Heng. An invitation to enter is heard from the house, and the guards look up. Su Heng unfolds the map, preparing to discuss the route. Zhang Cheng shows Su Heng the location of the Black Lantern Guard's gathering place on the map. Their goal is the town of Rivet on the edge of the Bear Forest, but the path there will be difficult due to the destroyed roads. The path lies through a dense forest with a rocky path and small ponds. Zhang Cheng warns that the journey will take a day or two due to dangers. The chief guard asks with a smile if Master Su has any questions. Su Heng, standing at the table with a map, decisively answers, "No, let's move out." An armored vehicle races along a forest road crossing a stream. In the car, Su Heng carefully studies the map, which shows the Black Lantern's meeting place. The map shows a vast wilderness with dozens of settlements and refugee camps. Their transport approaches a fortified point with a sign, Cha Naim. Zhang Cheng informs Su Heng that they have arrived in Cha Naim and will spend the night here. Andrew, deputy mayor of Cha Naim, calls out to them from the tower, asking if the guests are from the Black Lantern. Zhang Cheng introduces himself to Andrew over the radio and requests access to the city for repairs. The head of the guard dictates the current access code over the radio, looking at the piece of paper. Andrew personally greets the guests, recognizing Commander Zhang's long journey. Zhang Cheng tells Andrew with a smile that he has brought an important guest with him and asks him to arrange a place for them to stay for the night. Andrew cordially agrees to help his old friend and invites them to follow him. Before them appears a majestic building resembling a castle where they are to stay. In Su Heng's room, 2 large chests with materials for his pet are already waiting. Zhang Cheng introduces Chen Han to Su Heng, who will be serving him. Su Heng prepares to summon his dragon lizard with anticipation on his face. A huge blue dragon lizard appears next to Su Heng, ready to train. Su Heng offers his tired pet some refreshment with a smile. Chen Han and his comrade looked at Master Su's pet in complete amazement. The servants whisper, not understanding how the beast will eat food from closed boxes. Suddenly, the lizard emits a purple glow towards the food chests. Mystical energy envelops the boxes, causing them to float and open on their own. Su Heng's pet easily swallows the contents, still engulfed in radiance. The mighty lizard casts a condescending glance at the servants. Frightened, Chen Han and his companion feel the beast looking down on them. Chen Han mentions Cha Naim's vibrant nightlife and invites Su Heng to a bar. However, Su Heng declines the offer, instead wanting to explore the city with a guide. Suddenly, the door to Su Heng's chambers creaked open. A purple-haired girl appears at the door, offering Master Su the services of a guide. Lena, as the girl's name is, apologizes for the intrusion, explaining that her grandfather Andrew sent her with a gift. Chen Han confirms that Lena is the mayor's granddaughter and would be perfect as a guide. Su Heng thanks the girl with a smile, and she happily agrees. At night, Su Heng and Lena explore Cha Naim, whose architecture is very different from the Black Lantern Castle. Lena says that traditionally, the residents of Cha Naim paint their houses black and brown. According to Lena, there are hundreds of such houses in Cha Naim, as well as shops and stalls on the mountainside. Higher up the slope, you can see a small fortress, the original site of the Cha Naim Town Hall. Passing by the Colosseum, Lena invites Su Heng to attend today's special beast fights. Su Heng curiously asks Lena, "Beast fights?" Lena explains that the city guards and residents capture wild animals for spectacular fights in the Colosseum. The girl cheerfully adds that if an animal dies in battle, its meat is distributed to the townspeople. Lena excitedly reports that there is a special fight at the Colosseum today, an unprecedented beast against an adult tiger, which has attracted many spectators. Su Heng thinks that watching the ferocious tiger might be useful for training his dragon lizard. "Then let's go." Su Heng agrees with a smile, and Lena nods happily. Lena proudly hands over 2 tickets to the Cha Naim Coliseum for front row seats. A woman at the entrance to the Coliseum teases Lena, asking if this is her new handsome companion. Lena, blushing with embarrassment, angrily asks Aunt Belina not to talk nonsense. Su Heng, holding back his laughter, suggests that Lena come in quickly, while Auntie Belina smiles good-naturedly. At the Coliseum, Lena is immediately recognized by the spectators, who offer her the best seats. Lena politely declines with a smile, saying that today is not convenient for her. Su Heng notices that little Lena seems to be very popular in Cha Naim. A man, Uncle Lad, approaches them, greeting Lena in surprise. Lena tells Uncle Lad that she has come with an honored guest and demands the best seats, otherwise she will complain to her grandfather. Uncle Lad looks at Su Heng with curiosity as he stands next to a smiling Lena. Uncle Lad's eyes widen in surprise when he notices the detail. Seeing the pacifier ring on Su-heng's hand, Lad realizes that he is dealing with an important person. Uncle Lad immediately breaks into a smile as he welcomes Su-heng to the Chanaim Coliseum. The herald in the arena announces the beginning of the animal competitions, inviting everyone to watch and place bets. The stands of the Coliseum explode with applause. The spectators are impatient. The herald announces the first fighter, a wild tiger weighing over 600 pounds. A huge tiger with glowing red eyes roars furiously from its cage. Spectators whisper that this ferocious beast was caught by the best hunter Chanaima. The crowd chants, demanding that the exciting fight begin immediately. Lena excitedly shouts, "Go!" while Su-heng calmly watches the arena. The presenter asks for silence with a smile to introduce today's contender. She admits that she has never seen such a strange animal and hopes for a surprise. A small wooden box flies into the arena, hiding the tiger's mysterious opponent. The lid opens and inside is a small yellow creature, clearly frightened. The yellow-beaked animal trembles in fear in its cage, clearly not ready for a fight. A ferocious tiger growls at a tiny opponent, anticipating easy prey. The arena attendant casually throws the animal out of the box right under the tiger's paws. The small creature lands awkwardly in the arena, looking around in panic. The crowd bursts into laughter, making fun of the animal's pitiful appearance and clumsiness. Su-heng watches what is happening with interest, and Lena laughs cheerfully. The tiger lets out a furious roar, his eyes turning bloodshot in anticipation of the fight. The predator pounces on the defenseless yellow animal, which emits a plaintive squeak. The little animal screams in horror as it sees a huge tiger rushing towards it. The tiger strikes, but the animal deftly dodges, leaving behind a yellow trail. The tiger, having missed, roars in anger, his eyes glowing red. The little yellow animal squeaks in fear, looking at the huge tiger. The spectators are amazed. They did not expect such speed from the little one. A boy in the crowd excitedly asks his mother what this amazing animal is. Su-heng recalls ancient dragon writings about 4 rare, almost mythical species. The scriptures speak of 4 divine races: mystical, magical, miraculous, and mythological. Su-heng understands that such speed and reflexes are not typical of ordinary beasts. Su-heng recognizes the animal as a representative of a mystical race, the treasure hunter beast. The treasure hunter is non-aggressive, but has rare mystical abilities and feeds on treasure. Su-heng is amazed to meet such a rare creature, and does not intend to miss this opportunity. Su-heng asks Lena if he can buy the little animal. Lena explains that the animal was sold to Uncle Lad by the winemaker Kuman, and all the animals in the Colosseum belong to Lad. Su-heng asks Lena with a smile to take him to the owner of the Colosseum. They approach a door marked office. Uncle Lad says he can't give the beast up until it's defeated in the arena. Lena tugs imploringly at Uncle Lad's sleeve, asking him to make an exception. The man struggles to find the words to explain that it's not about money. The girl offers to buy the animal for 4,000 steel grams, twice as much. Lad hesitates, reminding him that even his father never broke the Colosseum's rules. Su-heng intervenes, assuming that Lad is worried about the bets placed and tickets sold. Lad asks in surprise if Su-heng really wants this, in his opinion, ordinary animal. Su-heng smiles and assures that he has his reasons and proposes his idea to Lad without breaking the rules. The arena announces that due to special circumstances, the beast fight may be cancelled. The crowd is outraged, shouting about the purchased tickets and the ruined spectacle. The herald asks for silence and promises triple compensation for tickets and a refund of all bets. Uncle Lad, with Lena by his side, announces that the Colosseum will still host an exciting fight today. Lad introduces a new challenger, who turns out to be Su-heng himself, who enters the arena. The audience is shocked. A fight between a man and a beast, something like this hasn't happened for many years. A ferocious tiger with glowing red eyes lets out a furious roar, ready to fight. Su-heng calmly walks into the arena, heading towards the enraged predator. The audience whispers in horror, predicting Su-heng's imminent death. Lena clenched her fists and desperately shouted, "Master Su, you must win!" Su-heng grinned and extended his hand, summoning his dragon snake lizard. A huge blue dragon appears from the purple glow, looming over the arena. The tiger stands still, stunned, his eyes turning white at the sight of his new enemy. The crowd explodes with shouts. "He's a rider! This hasn't happened in 3 months!" Su-heng smiles confidently, giving Lena an approving gesture. Uncle Lad is amazed that such a young boy can control such a dangerous creature. Lad wipes away his sweat in relief, glad that he was polite enough to Su-heng. The man smiles and thinks that little Lena is lucky this time. The tiger froze in horror before the huge blue dragon standing next to Su Heng. Su Heng thinks about the strength of his dragon with a confident smile. The dragon lets out a powerful roar, its eyes glowing red and purple energy swirling around it. The tiger, engulfed in a purple glow, retreats in panic, its eyes bulging from its sockets. A frightened tiger holds a sign that reads, "Don't kill the tiger was wrong, very wrong." Su Heng and his dragon look on in surprise as the tiger comically surrenders. Suddenly, the little yellow animal starts running with a squeak, leaving behind a zigzag trail. Su Heng notes that, judging by its size, the animal is still a cub, but its reflexes and speed are amazing. Su Heng orders his dragon to use an evil attack and chase after the beast. The dragon rises into the air, roaring, and rushes after the small yellow creature. A dragon with glowing eyes chases a squeaking animal racing across the arena. Su Heng orders the dragon to use the second stage of enlightenment to speed up. The dragon, shrouded in wind, rapidly gains speed, its eyes blazing. The dragon's powerful roar echoes throughout the arena, purple energy surrounding it as it flies. The little animal squeals desperately, dodging the claws of the approaching dragon. The dragon finally pins the squeaking animal to the ground with his paw. Su Heng smirked as he activated the second stage of his dragon power. Shock. The dragon lets out a thunderous roar, releasing waves of purple energy. A massive vortex of purple energy rises above the Colosseum, showing its power. Spectators whisper in horror about the rider's incredible strength, capable of destroying the city guard. The little yellow animal squeaks pitifully, unable to move from fear. A huge dragon looms over a yellow baby frozen in terror. The dragon carefully brings the little animal to Su Heng, who grins. "You won't run away now, little one?" The crying little animal looks at Su Heng, continuing to make a quiet squeak. In the study, Uncle Lad looks at Su Heng with admiration, amazed at his young age and control over the dragon. Su Heng, holding the cage with the animal, asks Lad with a smile how he managed to catch such a fast creature. Lad smiled slyly, clearly knowing the answer to Su Heng's question. Uncle Lad says that the animal was caught by the old winemaker Kuman from Chanaim, a vassal castle. The flashback shows the animal enjoying the spilled wine, while the winemaker watches in horror. Old Kuman and his students kept watch for 7 days until the little animal fell asleep in the barrel, drunk on wine. Uncle Lad laughs, explaining that the winemaker found the animal drunk in a barrel and simply sold it to him. Su Heng remarks that it is no wonder that a treasure hunter with mystical powers himself became drunk. Outside his room, Su Heng thanks Lena, saying that he owes her a lot. Lena replies with a smile that it's a small thing and wishes Master Su a good rest before tomorrow's trip. Su Heng promises to ask Chen Han and the others to bring back something interesting from the Black Lantern Castle. Entering his room, Su Heng approaches a table on which there is a glowing object. Su Heng looks at the animal in the cage with irritation, asking what kind of expression it has. He sternly reminds the little animal that without his rescue in the Colosseum, he would have already died. A small yellow animal cries in a cage, making a plaintive "Mimi" squeak. Su Heng muses that the cage bars are thin, and his dragon would easily break them, concluding that the creature is not aggressive. Su Heng ponders how to establish a connection with the animal without knowing its food preferences. He smiles slyly, deciding to starve the animal a little first. Su Heng is confident that after the hunger strike, the baby will eat everything that is offered to him. Suddenly, the ring on Su Heng's finger flashed with purple light. Su Heng remembers that he forgot about the dragon's night snack because of the treasure hunter. He cooks a huge portion of rice, and the yellow animal swallows saliva, looking at the food. Su Heng says that a triple portion will be enough for the dragon until it arrives at Rivet City. The baby in the cage looks greedily at the rice, his mouth watering. Su Heng raises his hand with a satisfied smile, surrounded by a purple aura. His blue dragon appears in front of a huge tub of rice ready for dinner. Su Heng watches proudly as his dragon eats its dinner, while the yellow beast in the cage drools. The baby in the cage cries loudly from hunger, surrounded by yellow sparks of despair. Su Heng turns around in surprise at the loud cry of the little animal, covering its mouth with its paw. With a sly smile, Su Heng offers the animal some food, and it nods enthusiastically. The dragon eats rice with gusto, not paying attention to what is happening. Su Heng brings a spoonful of rice to the cage, inviting the baby to taste the treat. The little animal eats rice with pleasure, its eyes closed with pleasure. The dragon watches in amazement as Su Heng feeds the little yellow picky eater. Su Heng is glad that the treasure hunter eats the same food as his dragon. A pleased Su Heng offers the animal more, seeing its insatiable appetite. Su-heng looks at his dragon in surprise, who is clearly unhappy about something. Su-heng tells the dragon that he will have to eat less and share with the treasure hunter. An angry dragon holds a sign that reads, "Listen to me, am I not the eldest?" Su-heng reassures the dragon by calling him Big Brother and promises them both a good dinner. Lena happily waves goodbye from the balcony. Early in the morning, Su-heng says goodbye to Lena and heads to Rivet City. The map shows the city of Rivet, a major industrial center producing metals. Su-heng reads the report in the car. Zhang Cheng mentions some secrets of Rivet City and Bear Forest. Zhang Cheng smiles mysteriously, hinting that Su-heng will find out everything upon arrival. The car approaches the large industrial city of Rivet with smoking chimneys. Su-heng, upon arriving in Rivet, immediately felt the strong industrial atmosphere of the city. Zhang Xing sent Su-heng to the city management committee, and he finally realized something important. The city of Rivet, with thousands of inhabitants and 150 guards, found itself a vassal, supplying metals and crops. The city's mines were located in the Bear Forest, where mining was impossible for ordinary people due to mysterious threats. The entire Bear Forest was the territory of Master Su-heng, or rather his pet, who controlled the local bears. In the committee room, two men chat cheerfully over glasses, while Su-heng looks thoughtfully out the window. Su-heng, with a glass of wine, realizes that his master is much more powerful and fearsome than he imagined. Looking at the mountains, Su-heng learns from the committee that there are 4 horsemen living in the Bear Forest. Su-heng frowned, thinking that although the riders looked dangerous, there was something more behind it. In the room, Su-heng sits at the table with a yellow animal, and his blue dragon sleeps peacefully nearby. Su-heng muses that the valuable pet is a temptation, and it is better not to risk showing the beast to the Bear Forest riders. Su-heng gently invites the animal to become his partner, and it quietly chirps in response. The baby looks a little confused and sad, as if he is thinking about the proposal. Su-heng, with a nervous smile, decides to postpone the conversation and suggests that they eat first. Suddenly, behind Su-heng, who was sitting at the table with the animal, his surprised dragon appeared. Outside, someone shouts playfully, reproaching them for eating together without an invitation. After learning about the 4 riders, Su-heng decides to stay in Rivet for 3 days instead of immediately heading to Bear Forest. The reason for the delay is to find a way to establish a spiritual connection with the animal in order to summon it through the ring. However, Su-heng's attempts to establish a connection fail. The animal's consciousness repels him. Even the ancient dragon script doesn't provide an answer, so Su-heng decides to resort to a simple, albeit stupid, method. Su-heng announces that since the animal is a treasure hunter, they will immediately set out to search. However, to his regret, everything turned out to be not as simple as he imagined. Su-heng angrily scolds the little boy who has been chasing butterflies and puppies all morning. With glittering eyes, Su-heng threatens to feed the little beast to the dragon lizards if it is of no use. The yellow animal, surrounded by a weak aura, chirps in response, scared but determined. Suddenly, the baby perks up and points with his paw, and Su-heng asks hopefully if he found anything. The little animal leads Su-heng to a place with a sign, "Steel and Hormones Bar," shocking him. Su-heng asks the little boy doubtfully if he really sensed the aura of a treasure here. The yellow animal chirps confidently, closing its eyes as if confirming its find. Su-heng looks at the pet thoughtfully, noticing a surge of mystical energy in its body. Su-heng smiled slyly, considering whether to trust the animal's instincts. He skeptically states that if it is a hoax, he will feed the baby to the dragon lizard. The yellow animal chirps loudly in despair, trying to convince Su-heng. Su-heng asks if the kid really wants the treasure in that bar that much. Then he wonders why he should help the little animal get this treasure. The baby chirps pitifully, his eyes filling with tears from such a question. Su-heng smiles and says that he will help, but he has one condition. The little animal imagines the collar and whip in horror, chirping in fear. Su-heng laughs, reassuring that it's only a matter of spiritual connection, not subordination. The baby chirps decisively, seemingly agreeing to Su-heng's proposal. Su-heng and the animal fist bump, sealing the agreement. Su-heng happily carries the baby in his backpack, as the spiritual connection has finally been established. At the Steel and Hormones Bar, the bartender skillfully mixes a drink in a shaker. The bartender offers the visitor his signature cocktail, Spiritual Hormone. Su-heng, with the little animal on his shoulder, decisively opens the door to this establishment. The friendly bartender immediately offers Su-heng their signature drink as he enters. Su-heng politely declines, saying he's just looking around. The bartender frowns with displeasure when he hears that a guest came at noon just to gawk. Noticing the stranger, the bartender decides to watch, suspecting him of being a mercenary. Su-heng looks at the old tire in surprise, and the little animal chirps affirmatively nearby. Su-heng sarcastically asks the animal whether it is a treasure hunter or a scavenger. The tire transforms into a toilet before Su-heng's eyes, and then into a strange dark stone. Su-heng's gaze flashed with sudden insight. He realized something. Su-heng is shocked and assumes that this is the legendary transforming stone from the ancient dragon scriptures. Ancient texts say that such stones are the key to turning a pet into a powerful dragon. Su-heng thanks the animal with tears of joy, recognizing its mystical nature. The irritated bartender approaches Su-heng, asking if he is a guest or has come to cause trouble. Su-heng says with a smile that he wants to buy the stone and asks for a price. The bartender asks in surprise if Su-heng really wants to buy this decorative stone. The bartender explains that the stone is a useless find of the boss, serving only as decoration. The bartender condescendingly states that Su-heng can't afford the stone and offers to have a drink before leaving. Su-heng smiles confidently, saying that the price doesn't matter, and asks him to name the amount. The irritated bartender blurts out, 10,000 steel grams and it's yours. Su-heng immediately agrees, throwing a few coins on the counter as collateral. The bartender is stunned by such a quick deal and looks at Su-heng in amazement. "A rich customer!" the bartender exclaims, attracting the attention of his men in suits. Su-heng calmly states that he will pay, but the stone needs to be delivered to the management committee building, showing the ring. A close-up shows the horseman's golden ring on Su-heng's finger. The bartender and his henchmen fall on their faces, apologizing and lowering the price to 1 gold gram. Su-heng sternly reminds them that the riders are protecting this place and they shouldn't act so recklessly. The bartender and his men swear allegiance in horror. Su-heng leaves the bar, leaving the bandits in fear. The narration explains how to quickly tame a pet. The first way is the power of the horseman. The second is the voluntary consent of the pet. The little animal itself wanted to be tamed by Su-heng. Su-heng looked after the animal in the city for 3 days. They ate delicious street food together. Su-heng read bedtime stories to the animal. He dreamed of the riches he would find with his pet. Su-heng brings the animal to the training ground, where a dragon lizard is waiting for him. The dragon dives down on the frightened baby, who chirps desperately. A close-up of the dragon's ferocious face with glowing red eyes is shown. The dragon's clawed paw hangs over the crying animal, ready to grab it. Su-heng watches the scene thoughtfully, as if assessing the situation. Suddenly, Su-heng intervenes, ordering the dragon to stop and protecting the baby. He sternly scolds the dragon, demanding that he let the animal go and be more gentle. The dragon looks confused, as he thought he was following Su-heng's orders. Rescue from the clutches of the dragon causes the animal to feel great gratitude and trust in Su-heng. Su-heng comforts the baby, who now calls him Mom, and his plan is successful. Su-heng drives a military jeep to the edge of Bear Forest. The car brakes sharply at the very edge of the wild forest. The escorts inform Su-heng that they will meet him across the river for his further journey. Su-heng thanks the escorts for the delivery with a smile. Suddenly there is a heavy clatter of huge clawed paws. A giant tiger with a rider jumps out from behind the trees, frightening the guides. The mighty beast lands with a roar right in front of Su-heng and his companions. The rider introduces herself as Hei-ju, the local Bear Forest rider, riding the red flame tiger. The escorts salute the formidable horsewoman Ju with fear. Su-heng greets Sister Ju calmly, showing no fear. Ju explains that the castle master warned Su-heng about the month-long training, but she expected him earlier. Su-heng sheepishly apologizes for being late. The horsewoman lets go of the escorts, who inquire about the fate of the luggage. Hei-ju calls out with a smile, "Come out, monkey!" and her chest flashes with blue light. A giant monkey with red eyes appears out of nowhere, surrounded by a blue aura. Su-heng recognizes her as an iron-hand monkey, a dangerous species that has reached its peak. Ju orders the mighty monkey to carry all their luggage to the base. A close-up of the monkey's face is shown, with its red eyes glowing fiercely. The guides respectfully address the monkey as Lord Monkey when pointing at things. Hei-ju offers Su-heng a ride on the tiger, since the base is still far away. Su-heng politely declines, telling Sister Ju that he will ride his dragon lizard. He summons his pet, and a huge dragon lizard appears before the astonished Ju. Ju is shocked, admitting that Su-heng's first pet is indeed a dangerous top-ranking species. The rider challenges Su-heng to show what his lizard is capable of. Hei-ju rushes forward on the tiger, reminding that riding and fighting are 2 different things, while the monkey carries the luggage. Su-heng jumps on the dragon lizard and orders it to follow the tiger. A close-up of the determined eye of a dragon lizard ready to give chase. Suddenly, a purple aura enveloped the lizard, and Su-heng screamed in panic, "What are you doing?" Su-heng jerks sharply as his pet suddenly accelerates. The dragon lizard, with Su-heng on its back, quickly soars into the sky, leaving the ground far below. Su-heng panics and yells at the lizard not to use skills while riding. Soon they reach a huge fortress located at the foot of the snow-capped mountains. Heiju and Su-heng stop at the massive gate of the base, and the monkey with the luggage follows them. Ju impatiently knocks on the door, loudly demanding that it be opened immediately. A young man appears in the viewing window, complaining about the force of Ju's knocking. Opening the door, the guy discontentedly declares that Ju is distracting him from important matters. Heiju furiously scolds him for hiding in the base instead of guarding the city. The guy immediately changes his tone, fawning that he is always happy to serve Sister Ju. Ju gives him a light slap on the back of the head, and the guy cries out in tears, "What the hell is going on?" She then orders the guy to carry Su-heng's luggage and find him a room. Su-heng is embarrassed and thinks that Jueyu and Ju have a strange relationship. Ju explains that it's only him and Jueyu at the Bear Forest base now. The remaining sergeants could not withstand the harsh conditions and were transferred, and now their protégés do the work. The base leader, Master Shuke, went out to hunt down a dangerous creature a few days ago. Another rider, Lin Zhen, was supposed to train Su-heng, but due to being late, he started his own training. Su-heng awkwardly rubs the back of his head, apologizing for the delay due to unforeseen matters. Heiju smiles and invites Su-heng to go to her room to talk. Su-heng stands there dumbfounded, not understanding her invitation. The gaze falls on a wall decorated with the heads of various defeated monsters. Su-heng looks around Ju's room in shock as she sits on her bed with ominous silhouettes looming around her. Ju, sitting on the bed, asks Su-heng if he has gone crazy. Su-heng sheepishly excuses himself by saying that the room's decor is just a little unusual. Heiju asks with a grin if he expected to see her lady's boudoir here. She then playfully pats the bed, inviting him to sit down, which shocks the guy. Su-heng recoiled from this proposal in complete confusion. Ju laughs, stopping his teasing, and asks if he knows the contents of the special training. She explains that training in the Bear Forest is not only a combat experience, but also rare advantages. The writer intriguingly asks Su-heng if he has ever heard of the fruits of power. Su-heng asks in surprise, "Is it really true that there are these fruits of power in the Bear Forest?" Ju confirms that the forest is abundant with bear fruits that can enhance pets. Ju pulls back the curtain, revealing a large map of Bear Forest to Su-heng. The horsewoman warns with a sly smile that getting these fruits is not so easy. She points out on the map that each bear fruit tree is guarded by mighty bear guards. Heiju explains that the guards accept the challenge with a token and give the fruit if the pet wins. The girl sternly declares that any stranger who dares to steal the fruit will be attacked by bears and riders. The action moves deep into the Bear Forest, where a menacing roar is heard. Su-heng's dragon lizard fearlessly confronts the huge guardian bear with glowing eyes. Su-heng and Lin Zhen watch from a high branch, and Lin Zhen is confident that the lizard will get the fruit. Su-heng looks at the fight with doubt, feeling that things are not that simple. Lin Zhen explains that bears only accept challenges from those they consider weaker, so the risk is high. The guardian bear lets out a deafening roar, his eyes burning with fury. The dragon lizard stands imperturbably in place, its wings spread and its scarlet eyes sparkling. The lizard squints slyly as if teasing an enraged opponent. The bear becomes even more furious at such insolence and lightning crackles around him. Su-heng notes to himself in surprise that his pet turns out to be a master of provocation. He hopefully asks Lin Zhen if the forest guardian accepted the challenge. Lin Zhen confirms with a smile but warns that the lizard will have a hard time against such an enemy. The guardian bear quickly charges towards the dragon lizard. The lizard unleashes his dragon power, preparing to meet the blow. Two mighty beasts rush towards each other with a roar, preparing for a collision. The guardian bear and the dragon lizard clash in a furious battle, claws flashing with energy. A powerful bear with flashing scarlet eyes pushes back the lizard with his incredible strength. The lizard is thrown back by a powerful blow, crashing into the ground, raising dust. The bear lets out a victorious roar, looming over the silhouette of his seemingly defeated enemy. Lin Zhen exclaims in alarm, sensing something bad will happen to Su-heng's pet. Su-heng stops Lin Zhen, urging him to wait a bit and not interfere. With a confident smile, Su-heng guesses that his dragon lizard has another ace up its sleeve. The lizard's eyes flash red as she activates her hidden dragon power. The guardian bear watches in confusion as the lizard rises, enveloped in new power. The bear's face distorts with rage. He clearly did not expect such a turn of events. The guardian bear descends from above, but the dragon lizard is already prepared to strike back. The lizard's claws erupt in purple flames, activating dragon power enhancement. The empowered lizard takes to the air, catching the bear off guard with its maneuver. The lizard darts past, leaving deep claw marks on the bear's side. The guardian bear growls in pain and rage, his eyes shining even brighter. Linjin notes that Su-heng has done a good job on his lizard instincts, but that's not enough. Su-heng agrees, acknowledging that the guardian bear's defense is incredibly strong. Linjin explains that this is exactly the effect of the fruit of power that the lizard can obtain. Su-heng encourages his pet from the branch, urging him not to give up. The guardian bear activates the ability Beastly Self-Healing, and its wounds begin to heal. The dragon lizard prepares a powerful attack, Evil Thought Breath, Evil Thought Bomb. The lizard unleashes a concentrated beam of dark energy from the air onto the bear. A thick cloud of dust and smoke envelops the site of the explosion after a powerful attack. The guardian bear emerges from the smoke unharmed, his rage only growing stronger. The bear's mighty claws dig into the trunk of a huge tree, tearing it out by the roots. The enraged bear raises the massive trunk above his head, preparing to pounce. The forest guardian throws a huge tree at the flying lizard with incredible force. The dragon lizard is surprised to see a giant tree trunk flying towards it. The lizard dodges and the trunk crashes into the ground next to it with a thud. The bear continues its attack, raining down a hail of trees and rocks on the lizard. The dragon lizard sweats nervously, feeling the growing threat from the bear. The guardian bear roared, its body growing larger and its eyes flashing with a furious light. Linjin screams in panic that the bear is using the talent Frenzy Attack to feign weakness. He explains that this skill instantly strengthens the bear, and it is time for the lizard to retreat. Su-heng calmly replies that he believes in his pet, because he did not signal for help. Suddenly, the dragon lizard grows a second head, ready to fight the giant bear. An enraged bear with burning eyes rushes forward, raising his huge paw. The lizard activates the second stage of Evil Attack, Incredible Acceleration. The bear launches a blow, but the lizard quickly dodges the crushing attack. The accelerated lizard soars into the air, leaving the bear bewildered. Linjin shouts in alarm that at this speed the lizard will not escape from the bear and will suffer. The bear, having activated the second stage of Enlightenment, Attack, furiously rushes forward. The dragon lizard, looking back at his pursuer, suddenly comes up with a plan. The lizard's tail hits the ground with force, raising a small cloud of dust. The lizard activates the second stage of Enlightenment, Stone Roller, creating a vortex of sharp stones. The bear roars and flies straight into a trap of sharp stones raised by the lizard. The bear's paw hits the sharp rocks, causing him to trip. The huge bear falls to the ground with a crash, losing its balance. The dragon lizard watches the enemy fall with a surprised and satisfied look. The defeated bear lies on the ground and the lizard stands victoriously nearby. Linjin laughs, exclaiming, "What a stupid bear, how come I didn't think of this before?" Su-heng smiles modestly, replying that it was just luck. Linjin apologizes, remembering that Su-heng currently lacks the mental energy to rise. Linjin puts his fingers to his lips and lets out a shrill whistle. Linjin's flying pet, the blood-tailed black-crowned eagle, appears in the sky. The eagle swoops down and grabs Su-heng by the shoulders with its claws. The mighty bird lifts Su-heng into the air, carrying him away from the ground. Linjin praises Su-heng, noting his hard work with the dragon lizard. Linjin calls out to his other pet, "Come out, Lotus Hat." Lotus Hat appears, a friendly healing pet that can absorb nutrients from the soil. Linjin explains, according to the rules, the guardian bear must be healed after the battle. Su-heng thanks his older brother, saying that it is his duty. The guardian bear slowly opens his eyes, coming to his senses. Dragon Lizard and Lotus Hat watch the bear awaken with curiosity. Suddenly the bear jumps up, his eyes are burning with rage again, he growls. Linjin stops the bear, saying that the fight is over and that another fruit of power is needed for a new one. The bear, still dissatisfied, snorts and turns around, walking away. Su-heng is surprised. He just left? What about the fruit? Linjin smiled mysteriously. Let's go and see for yourself. The heroes follow the bear, who goes deep into the forest. In the depths of the forest, a tree appeared covered with shining golden red fruits. The guard bear approached a small tree from which these very fruits hung, and the lizard watched with curiosity. The bear's eyes flashed red as he bent down to pick one of the magical fruits. The guardian of the forest plucked the fruit and, holding it in his paw, lowered his head, examining his prey. Suddenly, the bear drops a shiny fruit on the ground, and the dragon lizard looks on in horror. The bear smiles good-naturedly, allowing the dragon lizard to pick up the fruit of power he dropped. Lin Zhen explains that every guardian bear has such a tree with fruits, its treasure. Su Heng looks at the fruit in surprise, noting that it is smaller than he expected. Su Heng asks his older brother how to use the fruit, to which he replies, "Just eat it." Lin Zhen adds that the energy from the fruit quickly evaporates, so it must be eaten immediately, looking at Su Heng with envy. Su Heng coaxes the lizard, "Come on, open your mouth!" The dragon lizard glances nervously at the bear, still hesitant. Su Heng exclaims, "What's wrong with you? This is a great thing!" Su Heng asks Lin Zhen for water, and he jokes that he is not going to share the fruit. The fruit of power is washed with clean water, ready for consumption. Su Heng hands the sparkling fruit to his pet again. Lin Zhen advises to let the lizard eat the fruit here so that the energy does not disappear. Su Heng is puzzled and asks again, "Prepare?" Lin Zhen calls out with a shining hand, "Come out, Lion King and Earth Reticulated Python." Two formidable pets appear, the Lion King and the huge land python. Lin Zhen warns Su Heng with a smile, "Be on guard." Su Heng notes that it will take time for the lizard to absorb the energy of the fruit of power. Su Heng thanks his older brother, who explains that the fruit must be eaten immediately in the forest. The dragon lizard glows with a golden aura, surrounded by Lin Zhen's pets for protection. Lin Zhen advises to seek shelter if there are no strong guardian pets, and says that Su Heng will get used to it. The dragon lizard is tensely going through the transformation. A bead of sweat is visible on its face. Su Heng looks at Lin Zhen with concern, pointing out the state of his lizard. Lin Zhen explains, "The energy of the fetus powerfully transforms the body, causing a stress response." The lizard roars, its body enveloped in a bright glow, shedding particles of old energy. 13 days have passed since the dragon lizard ate the first fruit of power. During these 13 days, the dragon lizard not only grew, but also almost reached the peak of the middle stage of development. In terms of strength and endurance, she is equal to, or even surpasses, late-stage lizards after eating 8 or 9 fruits of power. The dragon lizard seemed to have an innate talent for provocation, and its successes even left Lin Zhen confused. Over the course of 13 days, she fought nearly 20 bears, winning about half of the fights and collecting a lot of fruit. The reason for this success is the hero behind the scenes, Su Heng's treasure hunter beast. Almost all the bears that challenged the lizard were chosen by this cunning little animal. In 10 days, Lin Zhen's grizzly only got 1 fruit, while Su Heng's lizard got 8, but Lin Zhen doesn't yet know the secret. Su Heng asks the lizard in surprise if she could really sense that bear warrior from the first day. The dragon lizard nods confidently in response to its owner's question. Su Heng commands, "Let's go meet him," and they rush off into the distance. Su Heng carefully pushes aside the bushes, peering into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, they see a fierce fight. An armored wolf attacks a bear. Su Heng recognizes the attacker as a dangerous armored wolf, clearly someone's pet. A mysterious masked figure appears nearby, ordering his heavy armored wolf to finish off the bear. The evolved wolf, shrouded in a red aura, looks incredibly powerful, surpassing even the fire tiger. Su Heng is amazed by the perfection of this pet and its high level of development. The heavy armored wolf sends a huge bear flying into the water with one blow. A powerful splash of water marks the fall of the defeated bear. The dragon lizard whispers in horror that such an opponent would easily defeat them. Su Heng thinks about the Black Lantern Castle and its enemies who can control such powerful wolves. Su Heng realizes that the enemies are controlling the armored wolf territory, similar to the grizzly forest. Su Heng is amazed. The enemies have come to the grizzly forest for the fruits of power and know how to keep them. The masked stranger takes out a syringe, clearly intending to extract the essence from the fruit. A massive syringe plunges into the fruit of power, draining its precious red essence. Su Heng watches anxiously from behind the bushes, realizing the danger of the situation. Suddenly, the enemy flying pet notices Su Heng, exclaiming, "Damn, a tame beast!" Su Heng and the dragon lizard quickly fly away, and the masked figure on the wolf gives chase. Su Heng, flying away on a lizard, notes the incredible power of the enemy's armored wolf. He realizes that the enemy is a large figure, since he was able to sneak into the grizzly forest unnoticed. Su Heng decides to use the dense forest to his advantage, luring his pursuer into crashing into the trees. Su Heng decides that it would be a good idea to lure Lin Zhen's older brother here. The armored wolf of the pursuer furiously breaks trees in its path. The masked figure on the wolf continues the chase relentlessly through the forest. Suddenly, the pursuer appears riding on a white tiger, looking puzzled. The tiger rider approaches the dark cave with caution, from where red eyes glow. A huge enraged bear bursts out of the cave with a roar. Su-heng raises his hand in surprise, with a ring shining on it. An unknown force knocks the masked figure off the tiger in midair. Su-heng, with tears of relief, thanks the fire guard for saving him. The pursuer is amazed. Such power is contained in Su-heng's strange ring. The masked pursuer cannot believe his eyes, shocked by the sudden attack. Suddenly, Lin-jen appears in the sky riding a black panther, ready to protect Su-heng. Lin-jen angrily asks who dared to touch his younger brother. The tiger rider boldly responds to Lin-jen, not intending to retreat into the grizzly forest. Lin-jen smirks and declares that he will not only stop the impudent man, but also deal with him. Lin-jen contemptuously calls the opponent a spawn of Sinful Flame City. Su-heng repeats the name Sinful Flame City in surprise after hearing it from his brother. The Fire Guardian explains that the full name is the Gathering of Sinful Flames. This place is a large gathering place with a long history, an eternal rival of the Black Lantern Castle. Su-heng muses. Their leader, unlike less grisly, is connected to a pet wolf of almost terrorist level. Su-heng ponders. It's no wonder that the chief rider has a wolf-type pet. The masked rider brazenly tells Lin-jen that he has become arrogant but lacks the necessary strength. The rider orders his wolves to attack Lin-jen, wanting to test his resilience. A huge, dark wolf with glowing red eyes looked menacingly at Lin-jen and Su-heng. Lin-jen only smirked in response to his opponent's provocation. Lin-jen, shrouded in a purple aura, declares that he will show his strength by defeating the enemy. Lin-jen summons a giant reticulated python and his moon-shadow leopard. Lin-jen looked at the enemy with determination, his aura becoming even more powerful. A ferocious dark wolf with red eyes rushes to attack Lin-jen. Su-heng anxiously shouts, "Brother!" while reaching out his hand towards Lin-jen. The fiery fist crashes into the dark wolf's face. A huge fire spirit sends the wolf flying with one powerful blow. The dark wolf slams into the ground with force, raising clouds of dust. The masked rider exclaims in shock, It's him!" Before them appears the Flame Poison Man, a top-class pet that wields poison and magic. Su-heng understands. Brother Lin-jen released this spirit from the very beginning, hiding it with invisibility. Su-heng admires his brother's strength, being able to control 5 pets at once. The dark wolf, engulfed in flames of rage, grins angrily. The enraged wolf, surrounded by red energy, rushes at the fire spirit again. The masked rider admits, "Flame Poison Man? With such a rare pet, it's no wonder you dare challenge me." The masked rider is surprised. The intelligence of the City of Sinful Flames did not know about such a rare pet of Lin-jen. Lin-jen sneered, "If you knew, how could I defeat you today?" The opponent mockingly asks if Lin-jen really hopes to defeat him with the Flame Poison Man. The rider boasts that his heavy-armored wolf is top class and can easily deal with the fire spirit. The dark wolf charges forward, releasing a powerful attack, Black Line. The Flame Poison Man stands unwavering, ready to take the blow. Lin-jen and Su-heng watch. The wolf attacks, but the fire spirit suddenly splits into 2 figures, dodging. The Flame Poison Man clenches his fists, his gaze full of determination. One of the fiery figures unleashes a barrage of flames on the dark wolf, sending him flying. The flaming wolf slams into the ground with force, raising a cloud of dust and smoke. Su-heng is shocked, not believing that brother Lin-jen is so strong. The masked rider smirks, doubting that his wolf is seriously injured by such power. The enemy orders the wolf to activate its heavy armor, causing it to burst into flames of scarlet energy. Lin-jen orders Flame Poison Man to paint the enemy with Hot Fist, crystalline inflammation. The fire spirit concentrates his power, his fist blazing with unbearable heat. The wolf attacks with Black Line, and Lin-jen commands the spirit to use super hot moves. The dark wolf unleashes rending claws shatter on the fire spirit. There is a blinding explosion of energy that shakes everything around. The Flame Poison Man rises upward, splitting into multiple streams of fire above his opponents. The masked rider is shocked. The spirit has mastered 2 6th-level enlightenment abilities, which is why his wolf suffered. The masked rider summons a new pet, the fire-scaled beast, a super-terrorist species. Lin-jen wonders with a grin if this junk will really help the enemy. The rider confidently declares that all he needs to do is detain Lin-jen, and the others will finish the job. The villain reports on the radio that he has released the beast to collect blood, and calls for accomplices to collect the bounty. Suddenly, a new enemy appears riding on a demonic lion with a scorpion tail. The demon lion attacks Lin Zhen's group with poisonous thorns. The poisonous spikes hit Su Heng's dragon snake lizard. The dragon snake lizard exclaims, "Delicious," as it consumes the poisonous spines, its tail glowing. A huge dark monster with a white mane and red eyes looms over Flame Poison Man. The giant monster's face is distorted into a furious grimace, his eyes glowing red. The giant ape unleashes a devastating blow on the flame spirit. Giant heals. The mighty beast releases Red Tiger's flame roar, creating a fiery whirlwind. A new enemy announces that his golden-backed monkey is a secret weapon ready to exact revenge. The huge monkey lets out a furious roar, its eyes blazing with uncontrollable anger. The opposing forces collide, Lin Zhen and Su Heng against the new enemy and his ferocious pets. The observers who suddenly appeared are alarmed. Before them is a super dangerous species in full maturity. The red-haired girl recognizes the beast as the first major force of a certain Chief Shu. Out of nowhere, the night demon Earth Dragon appears, radiating power and menace. The girl's companion is shocked. This dragon is the strongest species, having defeated the monkey with just 2 blows. The Earth Dragon lets out a deafening cry of victory, shaking the surrounding area. The trio of observers look up in shock, not believing their eyes. Su Heng is amazed by the power, wondering, is this the power of a super terrifying species? The 2 horsemen flee in panic, one shouting, "It's Shu Kei! Run!" The fugitives look back at the blinding flash of light that appeared behind them. A powerful wave of light catches up with the fleeing ones. One of them screams in surprise. The masked rider and his pet are consumed by icy energy, losing their shape. The second rider, drenched in sweat, desperately tries to escape pursuit. A majestic ice dragon appears, with a blue-haired warrior sitting on its back. A huge dragon shadow with glowing red eyes covers Su Heng and his companion. The blue-haired rider addresses his men, noting that enemies have entered the forest in his absence. Su Heng and the red-haired girl stared tensely at the looming shadow of the ice dragon. The blue-haired rider looked sternly at the battlefield, his gaze cold and piercing. Lin Zhen and Su Heng leaned over the fallen dragon snake lizard, inspecting its injuries. Lin Zhen looks at Su Heng's injured pet with concern, assessing the situation. The rider angrily asks who dared to do such a thing on his territory. Su Heng decisively explains that this is the work of the Earth Dragon, a henchman of Sinful Flame City. The commander orders his ice dragon Heiju to deliver the wounded and their companions to the base. The red-haired warrior readily replies, "Yes," and Su Heng silently watches the events unfold. The blue-haired warrior declares that he will deal with the remaining enemies himself, and his dragon carries him away. Meanwhile, in the forest, the group of villains are lamenting. Their plan failed, and Shu Kei probably dealt with their comrades. The villains are furious. Their reconnaissance failed, failing to find the desired targets and ordering them to avoid Lin Zhen. One of them gloomily states, "Shu Kei caught them. The mission failed. It's time to report to the Black Lantern." The 2 accomplices immediately agree to a plan to retreat and report. The group's leader turns to a masked girl named Luo Yu, waiting for her decision. The bald villain waves his hand in irritation, leaving it to the others to decide. The group freezes for a moment, listening intently to the forest. Suddenly, all 4 of them raise their heads, alarmed by the strange noise and the birds taking flight. A giant dark silhouette with glowing red eyes appears from behind the treetops. Recognizing the figure, Luo Yu cried out in horror, "It's Shu Kei!" The villains scatter in panic, shouting, "Let's get out of here!" The action moves to the Grizzly Forest base, located among the mountains. There are fallen enemy pets lying on the ground, evidence of a recent battle. The blue-haired commander reports that most of the enemies have been destroyed, but some managed to escape. The red-haired girl remarks that they are lucky because the situation could have been much more dangerous. The commander reports on the damage. The enemies managed to collect only a small part of the fruit from the bear trees. However, according to him, about 100 bears were injured, which is a serious loss. The commander is confident that the Bear Guardians' leader will be furious, but the Black Lantern Castle will take revenge on the City of Sinful Flames. Turning to Lin Zhen, he promises to report his losses and help him with a new top-class pet. The commander also acknowledges the merits of Heiju and Xueyu, promising to report to his superiors for their reward. Xueyu was relieved that the commander didn't bother to ask why he left his post. The blue-haired commander suddenly remembers and sternly asks Xueyu why he ended up in the Grizzly Forest and not in Rivet City. Xueyu replies with a smile that he came here to support Lin Zhen and Su Heng. The commander sternly cuts him off, ordering him to return immediately to Rivet City and stay there. Xu Yu scratched his head and reluctantly agreed. Okay, I'll go. The commander then turns to Su Heng, stating that he deserves the highest praise for foiling the Sinful Flame City's plot. Smiling, the commander adds that he can't ignore Su Heng's achievements and offers to choose a couple of things from the base's warehouse. Su Heng shyly brushes it off, claiming that without brother Lin Zhen's timely arrival, he would have died even after foiling the enemy's plan. Placing his hand on Lin Zhen's shoulder, Su Heng suggests giving the reward to his elder brother. The commander laughs, happy that the two younger brothers get along so well. He assures them that both will receive a reward, and that the castle master will decide on the reward and compensation for Lin Zhen. Commander Xu Ke suggests that Su Heng immediately go to the warehouse to collect the reward. Su Heng smiles and asks for permission to choose the reward tomorrow, citing fatigue after a hard day. Night falls and the snow-covered base is plunged into silence under the light of the crescent moon. In his room, Su Heng delves into studying the ancient dragon scriptures to make sure he doesn't make the wrong choice. He speculates that the highest path of evolution for pets is to transform into a dragon, the top of the food chain. However, this path of transformation is full of dangers and requires untold treasures and rare materials. Su Heng realizes that his treasure hunter beast can greatly increase the chances of collecting the required components. He learns that his pet has only 9 paths of transformation, and only one will allow him to preserve his unique gift. While studying the book with the image of the golden dragon, Su Heng realizes the mystery of the upcoming evolution. An ancient manuscript reveals to Su Heng a list of rare ingredients for the first part of his pet's transformation. Su Heng decides that at dawn he will go to the warehouse to collect the promised reward. In the morning, he goes to the warehouse of the Grizzly Forest base, but is stopped by a red-haired warrior. She reports that Commander Xu Ke flew out last night to destroy the Sinful Flame City caravan. The girl reproaches Su Heng. Because of his delay yesterday, the reward will have to wait until the commander returns. Su Heng is surprised to see the brush in the girl's hands, which she used to clean her tiger. Suddenly, an idea strikes Su Heng and he turns to his dragon snake lizard with a smile. The pet looks at his owner with bewilderment, whose face lights up with a sly grin. Su Heng and his dragon quickly leave the base, leaving the girl in confusion. The red-haired warrior looked after them with a puzzled expression, surprised by Su Heng's strange behavior. Su Heng explains to the pet that Hei Ju, who is caring for the tiger, reminded him of the neglected guardian bears. Su Heng recalls that after the poacher's raid, the Grizzly Forest's guardian bears suffered greatly. He also knows that in the ancient dragon scriptures there is a recipe for special food for bears, and his beast hunter will help find the docile specimens. Su Heng tells his pet that the fruits of bear power can be obtained not only by force, and it is time to act. The dragon snake lizard looks at its owner in bewilderment, not understanding his plan. Under Su Heng's leadership, with the help of the hunter beast and the dragon snake lizard, they prepare food for the bear using an ancient recipe. A man and 2 pets enjoy a delicious meal, and a contented bear shows off his strength. Su Heng carefully washes and treats the guardian bear, restoring its strength. In gratitude, he receives 3 fruits of bear strength and rare bird eggs, which he gives to his dragon snake lizard. The day is drawing to an end, and some event is brewing in the forest. Suddenly, an enraged bear with glowing red eyes appears in front of the dragon snake lizard. The bear lets out a deafening roar, demonstrating the technique of the 4th level of enlightenment. Su Heng, with the hunter beast on his shoulder, looks at what is happening in surprise. It turns out that the bear liked the food so much that he decided to reward them with a fight. The dragon snake lizard, hearing this, becomes furious, its eyes flashing red. The bear immediately attacks using its beast technique, ripping claws. The dragon lizard flinches back from the enraged beast's powerful blow. Su Heng remembers with concern that his pet's tail has not yet fully recovered. The bear continues its onslaught, pushing the dragon lizard back. The powerful beast pins the dragon snake lizard to the ground, dominating the fight. Su Heng shouts at his pet to give up because his wound has not healed yet. The dragon snake lizard, not listening to its owner, rushes at the bear with a roar. The bear's eyes are burning with rage. He is ready for a fierce fight. The bear swings its huge paw, intending to crush the enemy. The dragon snake lizard tries to dodge, but the bear's blow is unavoidable. A powerful blow sends Su Heng's pet flying, purple energy flaring around it. Suddenly, the dragon snake lizard unleashes a new technique, Dragon Might, Dragon War Hammer. Su Heng watches in amazement as his pet launches an unexpected attack. The bear, caught off guard, flies back from the crushing blow. Su-heng exclaimed happily after realizing that his pet had developed a level 4 ability. A proud Su-heng pets his dragon snake lizard, admiring its new strength. A contented dragon snake lizard enjoys her owner's praise. Su-heng is delighted that the pet has unexpectedly mastered 4th-level dragon power techniques. Suddenly, the lizard's eyes flash and its scales begin to crack. Su-heng is surprised to see the pet shatter into pieces. "Dragon snake lizard, what's wrong with you?" Su-heng cries out in alarm. The pet soars into the air, enveloped in a powerful vortex of purple energy. The dragon snake lizard transforms as it reaches an advanced stage of growth. Su-heng looks at his pet's renewed, shining scales in amazement. A joyful Su-heng hugs his noticeably grown dragon, which has reached a new stage of development. Commander Shuke and the warrior watched from afar in amazement as Su-heng's pet evolved. Commander Shuke on an ice horse asks the warrior if she is serious when she says that Lin Zhen is testing Su-heng. Shuke asks if the inspection is taking place at the training ground, and the girl confirms. At the entrance to the grizzly forest base, Su-heng and his dragon are met by Lin Zhen, who calls out to him. Lin Zhen greets Commander Shuke with a smile as he returns. Shuke reports the mission was successful and inquires whether Su-heng's pet has reached an advanced stage of growth. Lin Zhen confirms that he personally checked that the lizard meets all the standards of an advanced stage. The commander praises Su-heng for his breakthrough, but reminds him that for the tournament, the lizard's strength needs to be significantly increased in a month. Shuke proudly notes that Su-heng has exceeded expectations by showing off his Black Lantern style. The commander instructs Lin Zhen to escort Su-heng to Klepak City, since his special training is complete. Shuke smiles and suggests that Su-heng go to the warehouse to get his well-deserved reward. Su-heng suggests that Commander Shuke take a rest, since he has just returned and the journey was tiring. Shuke replies that he has already broken his promise, and as compensation, he will allow Su-heng to choose one more item. The commander leads Su-heng to the massive warehouse of the grizzly forest base, carved into the rock. Su-heng, with the hunter beast on his shoulder, excitedly asks if he can really choose anything. Shuke, standing at the entrance to the treasury, invites Su-heng to come in and take whatever he wants. "Excellent!" Su-heng exclaims and rushes inside with a joyful cry, while the commander looks on approvingly. Su-heng finds himself in the midst of mountains of gold and countless treasures sparkling in the semi-darkness of the warehouse. The amazed youth with the surprised beast hunter cannot believe his eyes. Is this the warehouse of the grizzly forest? Su-heng reflects that the grizzly forest area is vast. There are many materials, but he can only choose 3 items. Smiling, Su-heng turns to his pet. "Then it's up to you." Su-heng asks the hunter beast if he remembers what they talked about last night. He promises to help the beast evolve into a treasure hunter dragon beast if it finds the required item. The hunter beast happily squeaks "Mom," expressing his consent. The little pet immediately jumps off the shoulder and rushes into the depths of the treasury. Su-heng thoughtfully says that whether the animal will find the right thing depends on luck. A close-up of Su-heng's determined gaze as he watches the search. Su-heng points to a statue among the treasures, jokingly telling the little beast to search, otherwise the dragon snake lizard will eat it. The hunter beast hugs the statue while making cute mamaru sounds. Commander Shuke appears with a root and a flower in his hands, asking if Su-heng is sure of his choice. Su-heng thanks the commander and explains that his sister mentioned fertilizer to improve the soil on the plantation. Su-heng leaves the warehouse with the treasures he chose, and Shuke watches him go. The commander congratulates Su-heng on his catch, a root, a flower, and soil from the drill. Su-heng smiled slyly, because this is the main component for dragon transformation, extremely valuable. Outside, Lin Zhen supervises the loading of boxes into a car, ordering people to be careful. Lin Zhen loudly reminds his subordinates to protect the master's treasure. He warns Su-heng of possible revenge from Sinful Fire City for the actions of his younger brother Shu. Suddenly, a curly-haired guy appears, hugging Su-heng and brazenly addressing Lin Zhen. Curly states that in Klepak City, Su-heng is under his protection and he guarantees his safety. Lin Zhen decides to return as Commander Shu has an assignment for him. As they say goodbye, Lin Zhen invites Su-heng back to the grizzly forest and they shake hands. The curly-haired boy comments with disgust on Su-heng and Lin Zhen's farewell. Meanwhile, the military prepares armored vehicles. Their target is the Black Lantern's gathering place. Soldiers in blue uniforms salute to indicate readiness to depart. The city of Klepak appears before your eyes, a massive settlement among green forests and mountains. In the forest, a masked figure informs his accomplices that the Rivet Guard is escorting an important person to the Black Lantern Castle. The girl in the mask clarifies that this important person is the same guy who disrupted their operation, protected by a ring of fire guard. The bald man in the mask confirms that Lin Zhen has left Kleepak City, which is to their advantage. The trio in dark cloaks decide to wait for the convoy, calling their target Little Mouse. One of the conspirators points out the ambush site on the map, a narrow valley through which the convoy will pass. The villain is looking forward to how a specially assembled squad will make the little bastard experience the fear of death. A bald villain through binoculars vows to avenge his brother's life. A sudden, powerful explosion in the distance takes the observer by surprise. The masked villain, shocked, does not understand what is happening. Suddenly, Lin Zhen appears with a fire spirit, addressing the hidden enemy. Lin Zhen smirked, reporting that Commander Shu had already dealt with his accomplices. The bald villain screams in horror that this is impossible, looking at Lin Zhen. Lin Zhen points out that Su Heng's convoy stopped at the entrance of the valley without falling into a trap. The villain, realizing the deception, decides in a rage to go down and sort things out personally. Lin Zhen counters the accusations as the bald man's accomplices lie defeated on the ground. Commander Shuke appears on an ice horse, stating that they are here to protect their Black Lantern rider and orders Lin Zhen to act. Commander Shuke tells the villain that he will pay for all his deeds, and Lin Zhen is ready to fight. Meanwhile, Su Heng's convoy moves safely along the mountain road, passing the ambush site. Su Heng speculates that the explosion was probably caused by a dangerous creature, and thanks Lin Zhen for his timely advice. The young man is relieved to realize how lucky he was to have avoided the collision. Soon, Su Heng's convoy meets with Commander Shuke and Lin Zhen. Su Heng sincerely thanks the commander for his protection and promises to visit him at the Black Lantern Castle. Shuke hurries them with a smile, saying that the castle master should not be kept waiting. 2 hours later, a convoy of vehicles arrives at the Black Lantern's majestic castle. In the throne room, the castle master greets Su Heng, noting his diligence and success on his journey. Su Heng replies with determination that he will not let his mentor down. A huge blue dragon with glowing red eyes appears in front of Su Heng. The owner of the Black Lantern Castle smiles approvingly, looking at the young man. The teacher decisively opens the dragon snake lizard's mouth as Su Heng watches. Su Heng nervously thinks that it is better not to move, otherwise the mentor might hurt him. The castle's owner reports that his comrades have dealt with the city of sinful fire, even with the wolves' dens. The young man is interested in the fate of Lin Zhen and the others, but the mentor reassures him. The master confidently declares that now only a madman would dare to enter the city of sinful fire. The castle owner turns away and says that he is very pleased with Su Heng this time. Sitting on the throne, the mentor praises the student's achievements and offers to choose a reward. Su Heng smiles and asks for another high-level dragon scale like the last one. The mentor asks with a grin if Su Heng wants anything else after such a success. Su Heng humbly asks for a reward for brother Lin Zhen. The boy explains that Lin Zhen saved his life in the grizzly forest by sacrificing his beast. The master agrees, noting Lin Zhen's merits, and promises to give him a blue flame tiger cub. Su Heng is happy for his older brother, because the blue flame tiger is a rare and dangerous species. The castle master informs Su Heng about the villa he has been given and the upcoming Six Lands competition. Su Heng warmly thanks his mentor, promising to live up to his high expectations. The mentor looks thoughtfully at the student, who leaves the throne room with a smile. The master decides to teach Su Heng a lesson, to be less modest and choose 2 more treasures. The owner of the castle sternly reminds that only survivors have the right to modesty. Su Heng freezes upon hearing the stern admonition about the right to modesty. The young man humbly bows his head, promising to remember the master's words. On his way home, riding on a dragon, Su Heng reflects on his mentor's words and the events in Sinful Fire City. He understands that morality without strength is nothing. Only power will make others listen. Arriving at his villa, Su Heng hears his sister's cheerful laughter as she recalls his childhood mistake. The young man listens in surprise, wondering who his sister is talking to. Approaching the door, Su Heng announces his return home. His eyes reflect the joyful image of his sister, and a tear rolls down his cheek. Suddenly, the winged girl throws herself on his neck, shouting, "Little Han, you're finally back!" His sister hugs him tightly, excitedly telling him that she heard about the attack on him on the way. Su Heng gently comforts his sister. "It's okay, little sister, it's over." The young man's gaze falls on 2 strangers in the living room, and he asks his sister about them in surprise. The sister explains with a smile that these are her colleagues from resource management. She introduces the first girl, Lin Mengwan, with pink hair. Then he introduces him to the second one, the charming blonde Jean Meili. The sister adds that both girls are her closest friends. Su-heng asks with a little concern, "Sister, you don't want to—" The girl reminds her brother, "Baby, our parents left early. You have to achieve a lot on your own." The sister announces her desire to arrange his marriage, pointing to her friends as excellent candidates who have already proven themselves in the household. She continues that a warrior as busy as he is needs a caring and independent wife. Su-heng tries to avoid it, citing fatigue and lack of appetite. The sister is adamant, and Su-heng, sighing heavily, submits to her will. The dinner is tense despite Su-heng's best efforts to avoid the blind date. It's only when Su-heng takes out the treasure hunter beast that the girl's attention shifts to the charming creature. The treasure hunter animal almost loses all its fur from excessive attention and affection. When saying goodbye, the sister strictly orders Su-heng to walk her friends home. The girls assure Su-heng that they don't need his help because they live very close by. The blonde confirms that they just need to cross the road. The pink-haired friend adds that they weren't expecting it to be so formal and just wanted to have fun. Su-heng's gaze suddenly became sharp, as if he had sensed something or made a decision. Su-heng sharply warns the girls of the danger, pointing ahead. Suddenly, a huge shadow resembling a rat appears on the wall. A giant rat with a ferocious grin and burning eyes appears before them. The young man recognizes it as a dangerous wild rat, and the girls are puzzled as to how it got there. The sister's friends are horrified and ask how an ordinary rat could grow to such a size. Su-heng suggests that the rats mutated after eating the remains of some animals. He warns that wild rats are in packs and the ground beneath his feet begins to crack. Several more aggressive giant rats jump out of the cracks with a squeak. The girls look at Su-heng in surprise, who is emitting a subtle glow. It turns out that one of the girls had a magoo chicken in her basket, a favorite delicacy of wild rats. Su-heng summons his dragon snake, offering the rats to become his snack. A huge dragon snake looks menacingly at a pack of giant rats. The rats freeze with glowing eyes, feeling the mortal threat from the dragon. The giant rodents scatter in panic, trying to escape. Su-heng smirked, doubting that the rats would be able to escape from his pet. The dragon snake, shrouded in a purple aura, protects Su-heng and the girls. The mighty dragon rushes forward with a roar, ready to attack. The rats are desperately trying to escape, but one of them has already been caught. The dragon snake quickly deals with one of the giant rats. Su-heng notes that these rats used to be a problem, but now they are easy prey. The remaining rats scatter in panic in all directions. Suddenly, 2 armed guards appear, surprised by the outcome of the fight. The guards are amazed. 4 wild rats were instantly destroyed as expected from the rider. Su-heng explains that the rats are short of food and asks the security bureau to send a blood-tailed cat. The guards assure that they will carry out the orders, and Su-heng asks to deliver the rat carcasses to the Department of Internal Affairs. The young man smiles and points out the delivery address. Just say Su-heng's Villa number 73. The Blacklight Villa district is home to the rich and famous, mostly master riders. Villa 73, which was given to Zhou He, was originally his personal residence, causing envy among many. The biggest troublemaker was Lu Ling, who lived across the street and is depicted here as an angry chibi. But as soon as Lu Ling saw Su-heng's sister, Su Qing, he immediately became quiet, causing Su-heng to wonder about his intentions. Su-heng had always thought that this elder brother Lu Ling was a bit fierce and shy. The guard warns his colleague to be careful not to dirty Master Su's yard when delivering the carcasses. Su-heng has plans to recycle the rats, as maintaining 2 pets, especially the dragon snake, is very expensive. Previously, he made money on black thick fat, a strategic material, but selling it wholesale is risky. However, the mutated rats reminded Su-heng of the Bloodline incense from the ancient dragon scripture. This incense creates the illusion of blood kinship between the rider and the pet, accelerating the spiritual connection. Even students who haven't yet become riders can use it to communicate with the pets in the eggs. This is why Bloodline incense is an incredibly valuable and sought-after commodity. Su-heng plans to extract the essence from the rats by adding sleepworm poison and other rare ingredients. The red liquid is carefully poured into an elegant vessel, marking the beginning of the alchemical process. Su-heng holds the Bloodline incense, wondering if it will work and become a source of income. His gaze falls on the treasure hunter beast, and an idea comes to him. Su-heng opens the bottle and a red mist rushes towards the pet, who chirps in surprise. The animal's eyes begin to spin in spirals. The The incense began to work, causing dizziness. Under the influence of the incense, Su Heng and the treasure hunter beast are simultaneously immersed in an illusion. In this illusion, Su Heng became the father of the treasure hunter, and they went on a treasure hunt together. The eyes of the little animal in the illusion shine with delight at the sight of a huge chest of jewels. Su Heng comes to his senses, covering his face with his hand and regretting the strange effect of the incense. The young man shakes his head, amazed at the unusual properties of the substance he created. Su Heng decides to quickly turn the treasure hunter into a dragon and plans to visit the master's warehouse tomorrow. Su Heng cries out that he is not the animal's father as it chirps dizzily on the table. The next day, the young man arrives at the castle master's majestic treasury. The manager meets Su Heng, telling him that he was just about to visit him. Su Heng sheepishly apologizes, blaming his recent move for his forgetfulness. The manager, with a grin, invites the young man to follow him deeper into the vault. Suddenly, dark tentacles burst out of the wall, rushing towards the manager. The tentacles wrap around the man's arm, who doesn't seem surprised at all. The manager explains that it is a parasite guardian, guarding the second floor of the treasury. Su Heng mentally compares this treasure trove to Director Shu's vault, noting the difference in level. The massive doors of the treasury creaked open, filling the hall with bright light. The manager notes that this is the first time that the castle master has promised a low-level rider 3 items. With a smile, he asks Su Heng not to let the castle master down. Su Heng gratefully accepts the CEO's advice. The young man enters a treasury that resembles a huge library with neatly arranged artifacts. Some display cases, as if made of organic glass, emit a faint fluorescent glow. Su Heng reproaches himself for his past timidity because he could have asked the castle master for more. Suddenly, the evil eye monitor appears, a dangerous guardian who can track light and shadow. Su Heng realizes that this monster can see even the hidden and wonders how many more defense systems there are. The young man turns to his pet, the treasure hunter beast, instructing him to find a way through the seals to the necessary materials. The treasure hunter beast appears in a special space ready to search for treasure. Su Heng successfully found the dragon scale and spirit essence with the help of his pet. Suddenly, the treasure hunter chirps excitedly, pointing his paw upward. The young man is perplexed. There is nothing up there. It is definitely not a floating stone. The manager approaches, inspecting the loot, dragon scales, spirit essence, and ceiling tiles. "Why did you take down the ceiling tiles?" the manager asks in surprise, and Su Heng makes an embarrassed excuse. The manager explains the tiles contain only particles. The real stone is on the 3rd floor, praising the young man's poisonous eye. Su Heng modestly attributes the discovery to the treasure hunter's instinct, which can sense treasure anywhere. Upon returning, Su Heng is pleased to note that all the materials for the dragon transformation ceremony have been collected. An ancient book reveals the method of the ceremony. The pet must eat certain ingredients. Su Heng smiles in anticipation as the treasure hunter beast watches him curiously. Su Heng thought that the transformation would be as difficult as the dragon snake, but it turned out to be simpler. The young man carefully picks up the treasure hunter beast, who is a little nervous. Su Heng holds the pet in his arms, ready to begin the ceremony. He announces the beginning of the transformation ceremony, and the animal's eyes light up with anticipation. Suddenly, the action shifts. Su Heng is Master Zhou, he's 9th disciple, and his older brothers and sisters are important figures. They are all powerful riders, the true elite of the Black Lantern Castle. The current meeting was originally planned between senior sister Bai Susu, Kuna, and Lu Ling to discuss the Hunter Guard. The 3rd elder brother decided to take this opportunity to introduce Su Heng to the 2 sisters, so he hurried here. Lu Ling sits in a chair and pours tea for Su Heng and the 2 older sisters. Bai Susu asks Lu Ling if he has already gathered a team and followers for the 8th Hunter Guard squad. Kuna asks Lu Ling if the squad has been assembled, and if the selection of the last member is still underway. Su Heng listened to the conversation in surprise. The word hunting guard clearly intrigued him. Bai Susu, sipping his tea, said to Su Heng, "Little brother, you don't seem to know." She explains, "The hunting guard is a special squad of riders who hunt the young of dangerous creatures. Their main goal is to search and collect various materials and treasures in the wildlands. Each guard squad consists of 4 riders and 12 followers for a total of 7. Bai Susu emphasizes, "The guard delivers all the eggs of the beasts from which the riders are selected. It is an important organization." Susu's older sister suggests introducing Lu Ling to a promising newcomer named Reina. Reina already has the Iron Demon Tree and the Sleeping Butterfly, which are dangerous pets with good combat power. In addition, Reina recently obtained a high-level Bloodline, an impressive beast. Bai Susu emphasizes that Reina is a newcomer with good strength and potential. Kuna recognizes Reina, her former teammate, and notes everyone's diligence. Luling sighs that she can't handle the current roster, and protecting the newcomers is an unnecessary burden. The third brother offers to introduce Luling to a promising newcomer who is perfect for her needs. Luling briefly agrees, and the whole company continues to chat over tea. The elder brother points at Su Heng, introducing him as that newcomer. The sisters are surprised, and Bai Susu promises Su Heng to share something good with him if he tells him about himself. Su Heng asks again, puzzled, what kind of connections are they talking about? Bai Susu asks Kuna not to rush things, because Su Heng has only been a writer for a couple of months, and the guard is too dangerous for him. Kuna turned to the third brother in amazement. So that super newbie is our younger brother? The third brother confirms with a smile that super newcomer is Su Heng. He calmly stirs his tea, assuring the seventh sister that he is not causing any trouble. The third brother asks not to judge Su Heng based on 3 months of experience, because his pet is the most dangerous species. He reminds that Su Heng's dragon snake was already at the mid-growth stage a month ago. The third brother speculates that after the grizzly forest, Su Heng's pet has reached a late stage. He asks the sisters defiantly if having a pet like this doesn't make Su Heng a super rookie. Bai Susu curiously asks Su Heng to show him his dragon snake. Su Heng activates the ring with a slight smile, preparing to summon the pet. The mighty blue fire guardian makes a dramatic appearance, filling the room. Su Heng looks at the destruction in horror, muttering, "Ah, furniture." The third brother admires the dragon's late stage of growth, and Su Heng clarifies that the pet only reached it yesterday. Bai Susu states that Su Heng needs combat experience and invites him to join his hunter guard squad. Kuna immediately objects, reminding her that her squad is missing just one person. Bai Susu playfully brushes off Kuna, declaring that her younger brother will now be her man, shocking her sister. Su Heng watches the sisters argue with confusion, as he hasn't made any decision yet. Suddenly there is a knock, and the third brother is surprised to note the influx of guests today. The person entering turns out to be Tim, the son of Papa Jolly, the owner of the pharmacy where Su Heng tried to sell incense. Explained. Su Heng wanted to sell incense to strengthen the dragon serpent before the duel of the 6 lands. Due to the newness and price of the incense, Su Heng had to give them to try, but Tim came for a large batch. The owner of the pharmacy, Papa Jolly, tells Su Heng that he wants to buy more than 10 bottles of incense. Su Heng is surprised. They took samples for 10 days and now they want 10 bottles at once. He can't accept this. Papa Jolly reassures, "You misunderstand, Master Su. I will pay in cash and give you as much as you want." Tim holds out the cards. "Master Su, there's 1,000,000 on each card. Father prepared it." And Su Heng is surprised by such success. The deal is made and the action moves to a sunny street where a pharmacy sign is visible. Papa Jolly, holding a tray of incense, invites Su Heng to come over if anything new appears. The pharmacy owner hands Su Heng a pack of gold cards as payment for the goods. Su Heng smiles his thanks as he accepts the hefty sum for his incense. Papa Jolly looks sternly at his son Tim, who is visibly nervous. The owner of the drugstore yells at his son, "Don't be a fool, come and help me!" Tim is perplexed. "Dad, why did you tell Master Su that all the bottles were sold?" Tim reminds his father that he only asked for the incense to be put on the counter. The son is worried. They spent all the money, and if the goods don't sell, it will be a disaster. Papa Jolly condescendingly tells Tim that he is still too young and inexperienced. The owner of the pharmacy is confident that the incense will be in great demand even among experienced riders. Tim doubts it because his father is not a rider and cannot know for sure whether the remedy works. Papa Jolly explodes, calling his son a fool and praising Master Su's genius. He shouts that friendship with a person like Su Heng cannot be bought for any amount of money. Tim, with tears in his eyes and lumps on his head, asks his father not to hit him during the conversation. The action shifts to the gate, where a woman in uniform addresses Su Heng and his companions. She declares that the duel of the 6 lands is a matter of honor and a great opportunity for everyone. She emphasizes that a good rating will open up a brilliant career path for riders. Wang Shun and Luo Chun listen seriously to instructions before an important event. Lei Na and Lin Yuxin listen to the words about the need for unity and mutual assistance. The commander sternly asks if everyone understood her instructions. A loud "yes" echoes across the training ground, confirming the fighters' readiness. The commander distributes the teams among the armored vehicles, Wang Xun and Luo Chun to the third, Lei Na and Lin Yuxin to the second. She orders Su Heng to get into the first armored vehicle with her. While the others are loading supplies, Wang Xun and Luo Chun are watching Su Heng. In the car, Wang Xun grumbles with displeasure about why Su Heng got special training with Master Lu. Luo Chun reassures him, suggesting that Su Heng is just a newbie, and they will still have a chance to deal with him. A convoy of armored vehicles leaves the Black Lantern base, heading towards the site of the Duel of the Six Lands. The journey to the competition site is long, but thanks to the good road, it will only take 2 days. In addition to the Black Lantern Castle, the duel also involves Red Scorpion City, Anvil City, and others. While the Black Lantern Castle is strong, the other 5 locations have their own strengths, and the outcome is unpredictable. By nightfall, the detachment sets up camp, tents, a fire, and parked armored vehicles. The commander gives orders at the fire. The third group guards the camp. The first and second are busy with food. Su Heng, while stirring the food in the pot, thinks that the general special training will take some more time and decides to heat up his portion first. Suddenly, Su Heng froze in surprise, his eyes wide open. He looks at his shining ring above the cauldron and exclaims joyfully, "It's the treasure hunter! Excellent!" Su Heng smiles and summons his little yellow koala-like pet from his ring. Su Heng holds his treasure hunter, a cute yellow animal, in his arms. He notices dragon scales on his pet's back, giving him his dragon bloodline. Su Heng thoughtfully says, "Wait a minute," remembering something important about the pet. He is surprised to suggest that the hunter learned to fly by swallowing a floating secret stone. Su Heng happily hugs the little animal, exclaiming, "You're so lucky!" There are claps. This is the commander attracting everyone's attention at the fire. The commander orders everyone to feed the pets first to keep them in shape before the competition. She looks around and asks where Su Heng is, not seeing him among the others. Wang Xun replies that Su Heng is somewhere messing around with his mixed-blood scaly pet. In his thoughts, Wang Xun adds that random people get random animals. That's life. The little treasure hunter peered over Su Heng's shoulder with a puzzled expression. The pet angrily waves its paw, indignant at who Su Heng is looking down on. Explanation. Scaled beasts are dangerous creatures born with armor and scales. Infographic. Mixed-blood beasts are usually very weak, being the offspring of a scaled beast and another creature. Su Heng strokes his pet with a smile, thinking that there are enough dissatisfied people around. Wang Xun points disdainfully at Su Heng, reproaching him for not feeding his beast in time before the duel. Wang Xun smirks, doubting the strength of such a newbie's pet, and suggests leaving him alone. The other riders begin to summon their mighty beasts, mountain lion and steel armor. Even more formidable pets appear, iron demon tree, sleeping butterfly, and blood lion. The show of force continues as flower ghost tiger and electric swallow are ready to fight. At camp, the riders show off their pets, recalling Master Lu's words about the honor of the Black Lantern Castle. Lin Yuxin calls for unity, reminding them that they are a team and should not speak ill of others. Wang Xun summons his armored earth dragon, stating that the team listens to the strongest. Suddenly, Wang Xun's pet turns around, reacting to something behind its master. Su Heng calmly summons his pet, a huge azure dragon, which amazes everyone with its appearance. Su Heng's azure dragon towered over Wang Xun's pet, showing clear superiority. Wang Xun's armored earth dragon looks at the giant azure dragon with fear. With a powerful wing strike, the azure dragon sends Wang Xun's pet and its master flying away. Wang Xun rises from the ground and shouts furiously at Su Heng, demanding an explanation. Su Heng turns around calmly, asking with a slight smile if Wang Xun is talking to him. Wang Xun furiously summons Bloodwolf, accusing Su Heng of starting the fight. Su Heng denies this with a smile, assuring that it was a misunderstanding and that he did not order the dragon to attack. Su Heng's azure dragon roars, slamming its paw on the ground as if to assert its independence. Su Heng theatrically laments to the dragon how he could have let him down like that. Luo Chun angrily shouts Su Heng's name as the commander and the girls watch. Wang Xun yells at Su Heng, reminding him of the need for team unity. Su Heng calmly retorts that the team listens to the strongest, and the weak are just a burden. With a satisfied grin, Su Heng asks if he is not right. Luo Chun and the commander looked at Su Heng with undisguised indignation. Luo Chun, retreating, states that they will then have to rely on Brother Wang. Su Heng, with the azure dragon on his back, challenges, "Brother Wang, shall we fight?" Wang Xun angrily replies that he was talking about the scaly beast, not Su Heng's dragon. Su Heng, adjusting his glove, confidently asks Wang Xun if he is scared. Wang Xun, visibly nervous, reminds Su Heng that they are one team. Su Heng smirks and suggests that the cowards leave with Luo Chun while his dragon fights the others. The commander notes with interest that Su Heng, who was a quiet man in the camp, has shown a strong side. Su Heng and his azure dragon stand menacingly in front of Wang Xun and his allies with their pets. Su Heng suggests that Wang Xun and Luo Chun attack together so as not to hurt them individually. Wang Xun is furious and shouts that Su Heng is too arrogant and accepts the challenge to a fight. Su Heng and his azure dragon with glowing eyes stand ready to fight, surrounded by other pets. Su Heng smirks, finding the enemy's tactics naive in the face of absolute power, and asks the dragon not to overdo it. Wang Xun's blood wolf roared furiously, his eyes glowing red. The wolf quickly rushes into attack, leaving behind a blurry trail. The azure dragon tosses the blood wolf aside with a flick of its tail. Lin Yuxin and the other rider watch in horror, breaking out in a cold sweat. Steel-armored beetle, his eyes glowing, prepares to enter the fray. The mountain lion lets out a menacing roar, his gaze also full of fury. Mountain lion and armored earth dragon attack, but azure dragon meets them with a powerful claw strike. Su Heng's azure dragon is enveloped in an ominous aura, displaying incredible speed. The dragon roars and swings his arm, his body emitting purple energy, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. The girls whisper in amazement, shocked by Su Heng's sudden manifestation of strength. After the battle, the team gathers around the fire and the tension eases a bit. The companion offers Su Heng some dried meat, and he asks with apprehension whether it is too salty. The guy enthusiastically assures that the meat is excellent, and the girls silently watch the scene. The girls discuss Su Heng, acknowledging his talent, while the commander is at a loss when asked about Wang Xiong. Su Heng eats while thinking that strength is everything, but people like Luo Chun are rare. Su Heng decides to turn a blind eye to past grievances because they are now one team. Two military SUVs race through the autumn forest, heading towards a new target. The machines arrive at the Valley of Red Maples, the site of the Duel of the Six Lands. A massive arena made of self-healing thunder shadow stone towers over the valley. The duel is judged by the masters of the Six Lands, including the Black Lantern Castle and the city of the Red Scorpion. Participants arrive at the site in military SUVs, and people in long coats can be seen among them. Su Heng looks out from behind the car in surprise. Something has caught his attention. The different teams gather around their cars, and the atmosphere is filled with anticipation. Su Heng's companion in a white uniform explains that the new arrivals are from Red Scorpion City, with whom they have good relations. A striking woman in a dark cloak approaches them, her appearance attracting the attention of Lu Yu and Su Heng. The blue-haired stranger turns to Lu Yu with a smile, surprised that she is leading the team this year. Lu Yu greets Ji Fei, noting that she is the first to arrive from Red Scorpion City. Ji Fei coquettishly replies that she was in a hurry for the Black Lantern's honey wine, not wanting to miss it. Suddenly, Lu Yu and Su Heng froze with shocked expressions on their faces after hearing something. Ji Fei suddenly becomes furious, her face distorted with anger. At that moment, another military SUV approaches them with a loud horn. An irritated Ji Fei quickly heads towards the source of the noise, Su Heng and Lu Yu watching. She delivers a powerful kick to the hood of the arriving car. A man gets out of the car, exclaiming Ji Fei's name in surprise. It's the leader of Anvil City and his companion Wang Yi, wondering who made her so angry. The leader of Anvil City reproachfully asks Ji Fei why she kicks his car. Ji Fei angrily scolds him, asking who allowed him to honk the horn so loudly. The man excuses himself by saying he was just greeting everyone, but Ji Fei says he wants a drink, while Lu Yu and Su Heng watch. Wang Yi tries to calm Ji Fei down, while the leader of Anvil City watches the scene with a smile. Su Heng watches Lu Yu and Wang Yi standing by the Anvil City machine. Su Heng wonders in surprise if the companion of the leader of Anvil City is their best player. At night, new convoys arrive at the duel site, disturbing the sleep of the participants. The next day, the judge announces the rules and the Duel of the Six Lands officially begins. The tournament grid is shown. 30 participants will compete 5 times. The best 8 will advance further. Su Heng walks up to the reception desk. Ji Fei and his companion stand nearby. Ji Fei reminds Su Heng that according to the rules, only 2 pets can be declared. Su Heng looks at the form thoughtfully, deciding which pets to register for the tournament. He decides to hide his treasure hunter beast, fearing unnecessary attention, and begins to write. Su Heng writes half-blooded scaly beast in his application, disguising his dragon. The purple-haired participant smirked, calling Su Heng's pet trash for a tournament like this. Before us lay the grand arena of the Valley of Red Maples, the site of future battles. The judge in the arena announces the rules of the first qualifying round: individual fights, one change of pet. The host introduces the opponents: Su Heng from Black Lantern Castle versus Yunhua from Liu Yun City. Su Heng stands calmly in the arena as the announcer and his opponent with his pet announce the start of the battle. Yunhua, with Clouded Leopard, whose eyes glow red, defiantly demands to see the Black Lantern's pet. Su Heng calmly assessed his opponent, doubting that he could even handle Luo Chun. Yunhua continues to brag, offering a friendly fight and lecturing Su Heng about courage. The spectators shout impatiently, irritated by Yunhua's empty chatter and demanding that the fight begin immediately. Su Heng smiled slightly as he summoned his Azure Dragon, which was enveloped in purple energy. Su Heng's Azure Dragon stands majestically in the arena, his gaze calm. To Su Heng's surprise, the dragon curls up into a ball as if it was about to take a nap. Yunhua dismissively calls the pet a scaly lizard and orders Clouded Leopard to attack. Clouded Leopard lunges at the sleeping dragon, intending to strike. Suddenly, the leopard flies away, as if thrown back by an invisible force or a lightning attack. Yunhua's pet is thrown into the air while the Azure Dragon remains unperturbed. Yunhua was shocked, not understanding what kind of dishonest methods Su Heng used. The judge declares Su Heng the winner and suggests Yunhua to call out a second pet. Yunhua screams in despair at the judge, accusing Su Heng of cheating. The judge asks Yunhua with a grin if he has heard of the top-ranked dragon snake lizard. Yunhua, despite everything, smirks, declaring that he has no intention of giving up. He summons a second pet, a huge horned beast with glowing red eyes which rushes to attack. Yunhua's new pet instantly flies away, joining the already defeated Clouded Leopard. Viewers are outraged, accusing the Black Lantern Castle of using a pet that is too powerful. Su Heng's protector fiercely objects that the dragon snake lizard has not yet reached maturity. He challenges the crowd if they don't have the ability to tame the dangerous species. The guy continues to praise Su Heng, saying that he grew up surrounded by beast eggs. He claims that on the day he became a rider, the beasts themselves would line up to Su Heng. Lu Yu and Jifei watch Su Heng's fans' passionate speech in surprise. Lu Yu sheepishly tells Jifei that Su Heng must have had a big influence on this guy since he wasn't like this before. The first round of a duel weeds out the weak, and true masters like Su Heng win with one blow. In addition to Su Heng's complete victory, Wang Xun's stubborn battle with equally strong opponents is also noted. Some fights drag on, with fighters battling in the arena for more than 20 minutes before a winner was determined. Reina also earns a point, changing the standings for her team. In the fourth round, Su Heng will face Wang Yi, the best player in Anvil City, and his fearsome beast. Both Su Heng and Wang Yi have 3 wins each, and this fight is crucial to reach the quarterfinals. Wang Yi's pet furiously attacks Su Heng's dragon, enveloped in purple energy discharges. Su Heng notices how Black Tiger Steel Claw uses its ability to strengthen its defense and stop the bleeding. Wang Yi smirks, expecting an exchange of blows, but Su Heng is not going to fall for his trick. Su Heng loudly commands his dragon to use a powerful attack, Earth Force Evil Thought Bomb. The Azure Dragon, wrapped in a purple vortex, prepares to unleash its might on the Black Tiger. Su Heng explains, it is an earth-enhanced attack, fast and hard to counter, a new weapon for his dragon. The dragon roars and releases concentrated purple energy from its mouth. 4 dark purple spheres rush towards the Black Tiger Steel Claw. A powerful explosion shakes the arena, raising clouds of white smoke, and the dragon flies to the side. Thick smoke obscures the results of the attack, and tension builds. Black Tiger emerges from the smoke, partially encased in ice, his eyes glowing with confusion. The arena is covered in ice spikes, separating the tiger as the dragon hovers in the air. The spectators are shocked and discuss the strength of the attack, noting the referee's timely intervention. The host announces, Su Heng of the Black Lantern Castle wins this match. Wang Yi thinks that Su Heng's dragon is exhausted, and the second pet is probably weak. He wonders how Su Heng managed to develop a dangerous beast so quickly without forgetting about others. Wang Yi decisively summons his second pet, the two-tailed steel beast. A fearsome two-tailed steel beast with glowing red eyes appears in the arena. Su Heng calmly orders Snake Lizard to attack with Thought Bomb to test and restore his strength. Energy projectiles collide, creating a powerful purple vortex across the arena. Wang Yi smirked, confident that his steel beast was the main force and he would not lose. He commands his pet to use Weasel's Tempered Double Saw. The steel beast displays the terrifying power of the 4th level Supreme Weasel Double Saw. The spectators are horrified by the force of the attack, predicting Su Heng's inevitable defeat. Su Heng's fans don't believe he will lose, claiming that he definitely has a strategy. One of them clenches his fist, firmly confident in the victory of his idol. Wang Yi smirked as he ordered his pet to attack. The steel beast furiously rains down blows on the azure dragon, pushing it back. Su Heng is alarmed. His thought bombs cannot penetrate the tempered steel of the beast Wang Yi. Wang Yi suggests that Su Heng give up, saying that it will be easy for him to get into the top 3. He adds that continuing their fight will only play into the hands of the other participants. Su Heng counters that Wang Yi could also admit defeat with the same result. An enraged Wang Yi prepares a new attack, calling on Steel Beast to use Two Tails' rapid kill. The two-tailed Steel Beast unleashes a barrage of red energy blades at the dragon. The Steel Beast Wang Yi, enveloped in rage, prepares for a devastating attack. He lunges at the azure dragon, intending to break through its defenses with his sharp claws. Wang Yi confidently states that such a weak attack will not penetrate his pet's defense. Su Heng retorts with a smirk. What if there's more? Suddenly, sharp spikes grow from the ground, blocking the steel beast's path. Powerful purple energy spreads across the arena, changing the landscape of the battlefield. The spectators exclaim in amazement, amazed by the scale of the battle and the change in the arena. The arena is now littered with giant earthen spikes, creating a new battlefield. Su Heng's azure dragon, his eyes blazing, prepares for his next move. The two-tailed steel beast, not giving in, responds with a furious roar and determination. Wang Yi understands. Su Heng's snake lizard is recovering by absorbing the earth's energy. He must act decisively. He orders the steel beast to use steel impact bullet rain. The steel beast releases a hail of sharp projectiles from its body. The azure dragon responds with a whirlwind of white energy, reflecting the projectiles incoming towards him. Wang Yi spots an opportunity and commands, Steel Crack Tail Sniper. The steel beast's two tails stretch out, aiming at the hovering dragon. Dark tails wrap around the azure dragon, catching him off guard. Wang Yi, his eyes shining, clenches his fist and shouts, "Drag him!" The steel beast's tails grab the azure dragon tightly, trying to throw it to the ground. The steel beast pulls the dragon down with fury, its eyes blazing with determination. Suddenly, the ground beneath the steel beast explodes, sending rocks flying in all directions. The azure dragon summons a giant warhammer made of purple enlightenment energy. Wang Yi screams no in despair, sensing the inevitable. A powerful hammer blow falls upon the steel beast, breaking the icy bonds. The referee declares, Su Heng of the Black Lantern Castle wins the second match. Su Heng and his dragon celebrate their victory. He is one of the 5 who advanced to the quarterfinals. The 5 strongest participants, including Su Heng from different cities, are introduced. Wang Yi is crushed by his defeat at the hands of Su Heng's Dragon Warhammer. After the qualifying rounds, 3 more quarterfinalists were determined, including Wang Yi. 8 players are preparing for tomorrow's decisive quarterfinal battles in a single elimination format. The finalists compete one-on-one. The winner moves on, the loser is eliminated. Su Heng's luck smiles on him again. He is the first to draw lots. By chance, he gets Li Fei, the weakest of the 8, a rider from the Smooth Eagle Castle. Li Fei, along with his pet bear, admits defeat to Su Heng. Su Heng politely wishes Li Fei a speedy recovery and hopes to meet him in the future. The audience is shocked. In less than 20 seconds, both of Li Fei's pets have given up. One of the fans makes a sarcastic comment on the weakness of the participants from the Castle of the Even Eagle. The same fan screams enthusiastically about the power of Su Heng and the strength of the Black Lantern Castle. A stern Quan Zheng crosses his arms upon hearing the mention of the Black Lantern Castle. Quan Zheng carefully watches Su Heng and his azure dragon in the arena. The host announces the second fight, Liu Lan versus Chen Dingxuan. Liu Lan from Luoyun City and Chen Dingxuan from Chaotic Sand City appear in the arena. Liu Lan summons his pets, Red Polar Wolf and Wind Falcon. Chen Dingxuan brings out Sand Mantis Swordsman and Fire Beast Lin. Wind Falcon Liu Lan, although losing feathers, defeats Sand Mantis Chen Dingxuan. Fire Beast Lin then makes quick work of the weakened Wind Falcon. Her strongest pet, the Red Polar Wolf, enters the battle against the Fire Beast. Despite his persistence, Chen Dingxuan loses and Chaotic Sand City is eliminated from the competition. The host introduces the third match, Jimei Yu from Red Scorpion City versus Quan Zheng. Jimei Yu enters the arena with her formidable pets, the Great Royal Scorpion and the Bloody Black Needle Scorpion. Her opponent, Quan Zheng, summons Fire Monkey, a dangerous top-ranking species. Quan Zheng's second pet turns out to be the equally formidable Explosive Beast. In the battle, Quan Zheng's monkey grabbed Jimeiyu's scorpion's tail, but it responded with a poisonous blow. Then, Great Royal Scorpion Jimeiyu defeated Explosive Beast, eliminating Quang Zheng and advancing to the semifinals. Following this, Wang Yi and his Steel Beast are defeated again, leaving the arena. Wang Yi cries out in despair, "What an injustice! First Su Heng and now Ho Hong." He tries to save face. The boys from Anvil City don't give up that easily. However, his pets are defeated, and Wang Yi tearfully admits his crushing defeat at the hands of Ho Hong. The winner, Ho Hong, turns to Su Heng. "Brother Su, now the only winners left are the two of us." Ho Hong boldly proposes, "Let's not draw lots. Let's fight right now. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Su Heng is confused. "Why the hell are you targeting me? I want to draw lots, brother." Fans are egging on. "He will accept the challenge. Our brother Su will do it. He will destroy you." Su Heng grabs the instigator. "It was you who provoked him, wasn't it? Brother Su, let me explain." Su Heng cuts him off abruptly. "Explain what, you scoundrel?" and strikes. Ho Hong calls out to Su Heng in the arena, "Brother Su of the Black Lantern Castle." Ho Hong, engulfed in flames, reproaches, "How petty you have humiliated a rider from my Smooth Eagle Castle. You will soon be ashamed." Su Heng tries to smooth things over. "Brother Ho, let me explain. This is a misunderstanding." Ho Hong is adamant. "Come on, the domineering brother Su who bullies people has nothing to explain to me." That same fan shouts from the stands again, "That's right, there's nothing to explain. Brother Su, give it to him." Ho Hong summons his pet, Explosion Monkey, the evolutionary form of Fire Monkey. Su Heng realizes that Ho Hong changed his main pet to Explosive Monkey in order to wear out his dragon. The arena trembles. The Azure Dragon and Monkey are surrounded by rock debris. The dragon and the monkey breathe heavily, preparing for another clash. Ho Hong is confident in his tactics. Wear down the enemy with the agility of the monkey while saving the main beast. Ho Hong's Explosive Monkey is enveloped in flames, its power growing. The monkey unleashes a barrage of fire attacks on the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon dodges the fiery projectiles with its eyes ablaze. The dragon's eyes glow even brighter. He is clearly preparing a counterattack. Ho Hong notices that the dragon is secretly accumulating power for its ability, Dragon Song Warhammer. Ho Hong commanded decisively, "Explosive Monkey Armor." Explosive Monkey activates Fire Will Fury Armor, engulfing himself in flames. The monkey charges at the dragon using the Rubber Bullet Wolf Power move. The Azure Dragon flares with a purple aura, preparing to meet the attack. The dragon strikes at the monkey's head, but it withstands the onslaught. Ho Hong smirked as he anticipated Su Heng's attack on his pet's head. He confidently declares, "Furious Monkey Head Armor." Explosive Monkey's eyes glow an ominous red light. The dragon continues to attack, but the monkey steadfastly withstands the headbutt. Ho Hong boasts that his monkey uses its head for both attack and defense. Su Heng retorts, "Who said that the accumulated power is for the Warhammer?" Su Heng reveals his trump card with a grin, the modified Dragon Snake technique, Compressed Evil Rays. The Azure Dragon, surrounded by lightning, releases a powerful purple beam from its mouth straight at the monkey. Ho Hong screams in horror to his pet, "This is bad, retreat immediately!" But it's too late. The destructive beam pierces through Explosive Monkey. The monkey freezes with a huge hole in its chest, its eyes wide open in amazement. Through the hole in the pet's body, a stunned Ho Hong and the frozen stands are visible. The host announces, "Black Lantern Castle, Su Heng wins this battle." Ho Hong stands in the arena, surrounded by a red aura, and says, "Very good." He summons his main pet, Eagle Lion, stating, "I won't give you a chance this time." Su Heng understands. Eagle Lion is strong in the air and his dragon has no experience in aerial combat. He needs to win with one blow. Ho Hong notes that Su Heng's dragon is still strong despite the previous fight. Su Heng, looking at Eagle Lion, considers the possibility of fighting but asks his dragon to wait. Suddenly, Su Heng announces that the Black Lantern Castle admits defeat. Su Heng looks up at the stands where his castle leader, Lu Yu, confirms his decision with a gesture. Lu Yu states that as the leader of the Black Lantern Castle, she has the right to make such decisions. It turns out that the tournament is just a selection for entry into the Blood Forest Ruins, and the rewards for the top places are the same. Lu Yu believes that it is more important to save strength for the ruins than to pursue a formal victory. As a result, Su Heng takes second place, qualifying to enter the ruins, and the tournament ends. Later, Su-heng comes to a tent pitched in the autumn forest. Upon entering the tent, Su-heng approaches Lu Yu, learning that she was looking for him. Lu Yu invites Su-heng to sit down, saying that he will tell him something important about the Blood Forest ruins. Su-heng readily replies, "I'm listening, Master Special Trainer." Lu Yu explains that the Castle Master did not expect to win the Six Lands tournament, so she will pass on the information. Su-heng recalls the Castle Master's encouraging words and thinks, "Don't let me down like that again." Lu Yu notes that Su-heng is the second Black Lantern Castle rider to win a prize in the last 3 tournaments. She intriguingly asks Su-heng if he knows what the most valuable thing in the Blood Forest is. Su-heng thought in confusion, "How would I know if you don't tell me?" Lu Yu talks about rare pets from the outside world with great potential that can be found in the ruins. She adds that the Blood Forest ruins have many rare blood and dragon materials that can be traded. Su-heng is excited, realizing that this is a great opportunity, especially with his treasure-hunting beast. Lu Yu explains, "The Blood Forest ruins are huge. Even the 6 major clans have only explored a small part." She hands Su-heng a book containing all of the Black Lantern Castle's information about the ruins, advising him to stick to the explored areas. Lu Yu once again emphasizes the importance of safety, as many have disappeared without a trace into the secret places of the ruins. Su-heng gratefully accepts the book, assuring him that he understands everything. Before leaving, Lu Yu suggests that Su-heng take one more thing with him. Su-heng looks at the small amulet in her hand in surprise, asking what it is. Lu Yu reveals, "This is a secret weapon with a portion of the Castle Master's pet's power, intended for him." A group of adventurers, including Su-heng, stand at the majestic entrance to the Blood Forest ruins. Lu Yu, standing on a dais with 2 other leaders, announces the start of the expedition. Her hand touches the glowing sphere on the pedestal, activating the entry mechanism. The hall is illuminated by pillars of golden energy, surrounding the gathered seekers. Su-heng sensed the power. The spiritual energy of a quasi-professional rider, unbelievable. A huge, spinning vortex of pure energy gathers above them. A giant red lizard's head appears from the whirlwind. Is it time to open the secret place again? One of the leaders bows, "Yes, my lord, the Blood Forest ruins are ready to open." Lu Yu and the other leaders watch as the lizard eagerly announces, "Great! Then I'll open it!" The golden vortex contracts and strikes the floor, creating a shimmering portal. Lu Yu announces the conditions. "You have 1 month to research, after which the master of the ruins will return you." Su-heng and his companions stare in fascination at the dark, pulsating entrance, sparkling with energy. Shrouded in a golden glow, Su-heng and his comrade are the first to step into the portal. Su-heng, enveloped in a golden glow, looks forward with determination. A fiery lizard head appears before them, promising to mark them with its scent for protection. The lizard warns that danger awaits them deep within the Blood Forest if they dare to venture. The fire whirlwind swirls, and the lizard menacingly reminds people not to be too greedy. The glowing portal contracts, shimmering against the majestic ruins. Su-heng's group is thrown out of the portal onto a rocky ledge in a new, unexplored location. Su-heng helps his companion up, while their comrade recovers from the violent teleportation. Suddenly, a huge blood tyrannosaurus looms over them, glaring at the new arrivals. The companion recognizes the monster. "It's the bloody tyrannosaurus! He's come for us! Close your eyes!" The tyrannosaurus lets out a deafening roar, drenching the seekers with a stream of liquid. Su-heng and his companions were soaking wet. He calls it a unique ceremony. The Tyrannosaurus announces that his task is complete and they can now explore the ruins. The monster promises to find them by smell in a month and return them to the outside world. The bald companion notes that each gathering place must have its own guides. The girl Jimeyu suggests that the group split up and explore the ruins individually. The bald companion enthusiastically supports Jimeyu's idea of separation. The group splits up and Su-heng and his dragon head to the previously explored area, pondering the mystery of his pet. Su-heng thinks that Jimeyu's proposal is very timely, as it will help him hide his treasure-hunting beast. Left alone, Su-heng asks his little pet if the item he is looking for really grows in that place by the waterfall. Su-heng, checking the book, is perplexed, because this damp place has nothing to do with the dryness that was mentioned. Su-heng follows his little pet on a dragon as it flies over a river in a gorge. He reflects that the pet, having learned to fly, no longer likes to sit in his arms. The shot shows the animal's funny rear end with the caption, "Perfect balance." Su-heng admits to himself that holding a heavy pet is indeed tiring. Suddenly, Su-heng's dragon and he himself notice something ahead with surprise. Su-heng squints into the distance and exclaims, "What's going on over there?" He notices a waterfall ahead and assumes there is something there. Su-heng watches as the pet flies towards the waterfall, contemplating the incongruity between the dry environment and the flowing water. They fly closer to the powerful waterfall, where the little treasure hunter has already rushed. The little animal excitedly points at something near the water, and Su-heng looks closely. The little pet, shining golden, happily flies to the foot of the waterfall, and Su-heng follows him on the dragon. Su-heng exclaims in amazement, "What is this?" upon seeing something by the water. Near the waterfall grows a dark plant with glowing leaves, the shedding grass, or, according to ancient scriptures, the flood dragon grass. This herb is born from the bone marrow of a fallen giant dragon and can transform dragon blood into jiao long. Su-heng and his dragon examine the herb, and the text explains, the older the herb, the stronger its effect. Su-heng's eyes sparkled with delight. This is simply incredible. Su-heng's dragon looks at the find at the waterfall with interest, and Su-heng himself is also intrigued. Suddenly, the little pet jumps onto Su-heng's head, chirping excitedly. Su-heng holds the pet, which continues to chirp, and an idea occurs to him. Su-heng's face distorted with anxiety. "This is not good, dragon serpent, let's run!" Suddenly, a purple energy blast sweeps over the waterfall, foreshadowing danger. A dark silhouette with glowing eyes appears from behind the rock, watching them. A huge golden paw with sharp claws lands heavily on the ground nearby. Su-heng realizes his mistake. The flood dragon grass attracts powerful guardians. The hero and his dragon notice the silhouette of a creature on a cliff, thirsty for treasure. Before them appears a giant ulay toad, a super dangerous species that controls the elements. Su-heng realizes in horror that this toad has apparently reached the peak of its power. The flood dragon's precious grass shimmers, signaling an impending battle. The toad's huge eye reflects the desired plant. Its purpose is obvious. The ulay toad's powerful paws tense up, preparing for a swift leap. The ulay toad leaps towards the coveted flood dragon grass. Bubbles rise from the depths of the reservoir, heralding the appearance of a new predator. A huge crocodile bursts out of the water, blocking the toad's path to the treasure. Su-heng realizes in horror, this is a giant crocodile that has reached the limit of its strength. The hero watches, believing that the ulay toad, caught in midair, has nowhere to go. However, the toad, surrounded by lightning, prepares for an unexpected counterattack. A powerful bolt of electricity shoots from the toad straight into the crocodile's mouth. The crocodile's eye narrows, reflecting rage and readiness to strike back. The toad slams its entire body into the reptile's head, dealing a significant blow. The crocodile does not remain in debt, swinging its tail for a devastating attack. Su-heng notes that this is a battle of superior species, but the toad's first move was limited. The hero and his dragon look at the flashes of lightning in amazement. Su-heng exclaims, "What is this?" Su-heng's face distorts with horror. He feels an incredible tension in the air. The ulay toad hovers in the air, surrounded by powerful lightning bolts. The toad accumulates a colossal charge of energy. Its body glows brightly. The toad's electrical power unleashes on the crocodile, who is caught off guard. The crocodile's eye reflects the shock of an unexpected and powerful attack from above. Su-heng and his pet watch the incredible display of strength with a cry of, "Wow!" A bolt of lightning strikes the water, stunning the fish around the fallen crocodile. The crocodile lies motionless, and above him rises the silhouette of the victorious toad. Su-heng realizes that the blood forest is full of dangers and doubts whether he will be able to obtain the herb. The ulay toad approaches the flood dragon grass, ignoring the fallen crocodile. The toad extends its tongue, intending to grab the precious plant. Suddenly, the crocodile's eye flashes an ominous red light. He's alive! The reptile lunges furiously at the surprised ulay toad. Su-heng watches the crocodile's unexpected counterattack with his mouth open. The crocodile grabs the toad, which does not have time to react to the sudden attack. The dynamic shot shows the moment the crocodile furiously attacks its enemy. Su-heng understands that the crocodile was only pretending to be defeated in order to deliver the decisive blow. The ulay toad, having taken damage, tries to escape from the crocodile pursuing it. The crocodile chases the wounded toad, carrying it away from the waterfall. Su-heng, the dragon, and the pet watch the outcome of the battle in surprise. The hero hopefully suggests, could it be that they both left? Su-heng carefully plucks the precious flood dragon grass. With grass in hand, he announces that the most important thing is now his. Su-heng laughs and hurriedly leaves the dangerous place with the loot. Meanwhile, the crocodile finally defeats the ulay toad. The reptile holds the defeated enemy tightly in its mouth. Suddenly, purple energy begins to swirl in the pink forest nearby. The The crocodile, enveloped in this energy, feels a surge of new strength. Su-heng flies away on a dragon through the pink forest. The pet on the hero's shoulder notices a purple aura emanating from the bag of grass. A sudden explosion in the distance makes the pet squeak in fear. Su-heng is puzzled as to why they are being pursued even from tens of kilometers away. The hero realizes that it is all about the irresistible smell of the flood dragon grass. Su-heng laments that he underestimated the attraction of the grass to dragon creatures. He decides to feed the grass to his dragon, asking him to open his mouth. The dragon eagerly opens its mouth wide, anticipating a treat. The pet watches with curiosity as the dragon eats the grass with pleasure. Suddenly, the dragon accelerates sharply, causing Su-heng and the pet to scream in surprise. Su-heng exclaimed in surprise, "Could this herb really have an acceleration effect?" A sudden epiphany strikes the hero when he notices a dark aura. He remembers that the treasure hunter pet is also of dragon blood and is now offended. Su-heng tries to appease the animal by promising to give him the next find. The pet is sulking, clearly not trusting the owner's promises. The hero persistently convinces the kid, asking when he deceived him. The animal extends its paw as if to seal a promise. Su-heng and his pet seem to have come to an agreement as they rushed forward. The hero and his little companion smile as they continue their flight. A dragon with flaming eyes and smoke coming out of its nostrils rushes at incredible speed. The dragon rushes through the pink forest with stunning speed, leaving a blurry trail behind him. Su-heng struggles to hold on to the dragon, whose eyes are burning with a fierce red fire. The dragon's scales begin to glow with purple energy, heralding a new transformation. Su-heng notices strange blue petals and drops of blood, wondering what is happening. The hero resolutely creates a glowing sphere of energy in his hand. The pet watches warily. The silhouette of a transformed dragon soars high above the mountains and pink forest. A powerful explosion rocks the forest in the distance, sending up a column of dust and debris. The dragon, covered in wounds, lands and Su-heng jumps off its back. Su-heng strokes the dragon with concern, realizing that the grass energy is still attracting enemies. The hero ponders how to quickly restore the dragon because the danger has not passed. Su-heng takes out a shining potion from his bag, exclaiming, "Here it is!" The hero announces that the dragon is wounded and cannot move, so they will have to be on guard tonight. The full moon illuminates the pink forest at night, creating an eerie atmosphere. Under cover of night, Su-heng and the pet settled down next to the wounded dragon under a makeshift shelter. Su-heng gently strokes the dragon, saying that now it is his turn to protect his faithful companion. The hero's thoughts flash through the evolution of the dragon, from a small lizard to a powerful creature. Each transformation of the dragon was accompanied by pain and danger, bringing him closer to the limit of his bloodline. Su-heng looks into the distance thoughtfully, realizing that one day the pet may stop developing. Riders often face difficult choices when their pets become a burden rather than a help. Even mighty warriors must decide whether to seek a stronger companion. The hero reflects on how even his once main crimson wolf has become just one of his weak pets. Severing the spiritual connection with a pet, whether through emotion or desire, can deeply hurt a rider. That's why they are not abandoned to their fate, but placed in a special place where they are cared for. Su-heng firmly promises his dragon snake that he will do everything possible for its evolution. Clinging to the dragon, the hero quietly admits that he really doesn't want to part with him. Suddenly, the pet invites Su-heng to play, stating, "Okay, just one hit." The little animal's small fist comes down hard on the head of the unsuspecting Su-heng. Su-heng, rubbing the bruised area, looks angrily at his pet. "Oh, you little brat, that's it, once again." A game of rock, paper, scissors begins, with the dragon showing rock and Su-heng showing paper. The hero, dragon, and pet stand frozen in bewilderment as they watch the outcome of the round. Su-heng happily hugs his dragon snake, and his pet joins in the fun. The dragon's eyes glow red, heralding new power. The dragon snake roars menacingly, spreading its powerful wings and demonstrating its power. Its blue scales shimmer with a mystical glow, becoming stronger. Su-heng notes with delight, "The dragon has grown to 6 meters, this is clear progress." The dragon's claw with a glowing tip touches Su-heng's forehead, transmitting knowledge to him. The dragon snake, thanks to the grass, gained a new ability, Dragon Dream, and is now resting with Su-heng. This ability allows not only the dragon, but also Su-heng and his pet to quickly recover their strength while sleeping. After a sleepless night, Su-heng finally rests, and their spiritual connection with the dragon reaches its limit. The ancient dragon scripture undergoes significant changes, revealing new secrets. The ancient dragon scripture glows gold, ready to reveal its secrets. Su Heng, riding on a dragon, studies the scriptures while the pet sits on his shoulder. The hero admits that he had previously avoided thinking about the limit of the dragon-snake bloodline. New knowledge from the scripture gives Su Heng hope for further evolution. 37 paths of development for his dragon snake open before him. Among them are the hammerhand lizard and the electric horned lizard, which are equal to the blood tyrannosaurus. The hammerhand lizard is famous for its ramming tail, whose power is comparable to that of a tank's cannon. The electric horned lizard commands lightning, and its horn is an indestructible weapon. There are also more powerful species: hill lizards, lava lizards, and war lizards. Scripture also shows higher forms, such as the fearsome winged dragon. Among them are the battle dragon lizards, true living shields with enormous firepower. Su Heng reads about the war lizards, mobile fortresses with deadly fire and steel attacks. The hero understands that ordinary riders and masters would be happy to receive at least one such path, and Su Heng painfully chooses which of the dozens of most powerful paths is best for his pet. The ancient scriptures shine brightly, the pages turn by themselves, revealing new chapters. Su Heng looks at the book in amazement, anticipating even more incredible revelations. They continue their journey through the ruins of the Blood Forest, immersed in studying ancient knowledge. Scripture confirms that if the dragon serpent retains his lineage, 37 paths of evolution are open to him. Among them are the mist, storm, and ice dragon snakes, but Su Heng is looking for more practical options. The scripture shows the earth dragon snake inheriting earth talent and the formidable battle dragon snake. The book explains that the absence of the element of evil will weaken the dragon, since this is its main source of power. The scripture presents the wind thunder dragon serpent, which combines the 4 elements and belongs to the highest species. Su Heng decides, war lizard is strong but clumsy, wind thunder dragon serpent seems to be the better option. The hero's finger touches the glowing page, revealing new details of the ritual. The book contains a list of the necessary materials for the transformation of the dragon snake lizard. Having decided on the direction, Su Heng commands his dragon to fly forward. They fly over the pink forest, approaching the Moon Bay Plain. The hero notes with concern that their luck seems to be running out. 3 days of searching have yielded nothing of value, and Master Lu's map leads to unknown, dangerous lands. Su Heng's eye flashes with golden light as he activates the treasure hunter ability. The pet, having digested the materials, gained new abilities and now shares its vision with Su Heng. Su Heng's eyes glow golden, and he asks in surprise, "What's going on there?" In the vision, 2 adult flame dragons with evil energy are chasing someone. Su Heng is amazed to see the creature running away. Oh no, is that a tree? Do trees walk too? 2 enraged dragon lizards roar as they chase after the frightened tree-like creature. The hero says thoughtfully, "A strange tree. It seems I've seen it somewhere." Su Heng immediately opens the ancient dragon scripture, trying to find information. He exclaims joyfully, "I found it! It turns out that this is the energy-absorbing tree, almost extinct." Ancient scripture confirms that the mention of extinct is extremely rare in this book. Energy-absorbing tree, a species from the outer void that lives forever by absorbing energy. The scripture says that after death, a tree becomes a seed floating in the void. Having accumulated enough energy, the seed germinates again, repeating the cycle. This cycle continues until the seed itself is completely destroyed. Energy-absorbing trees are seeds from the outer void that entered the world through the rifts. Su Heng understands that this is a chance to speed up the transformation of the dragon snake lizard. The dragon is perplexed, not understanding his master's plans. The hero grins. The tree has no fighting abilities, but its growth potential is enormous. Energy-absorbing tree belongs to 4 special types: void, magic, absorption, and summoning. It is rarer than the treasure hunter beast and accumulates energy, turning it into fruits. Even a small fruit will keep your pet full for a long time and greatly increase its endurance. Moreover, the tree is able to absorb the samples and create fruits with identical properties. Whether it's a fruit of power or a rare material, the tree can copy it simply by absorbing it. Su Heng explains to the dragon, "With such a tree, any rider will create an army of elite pets." The dragon nods happily, fully agreeing with his master's plan. The hero commands, "Faster, we must get this tree," and they rush forward. Su Heng reads atop a dragon as he speeds across a rocky canyon. Down by the river, 2 flame dragons continue to pursue the fleeing tree. The dragon lizards had almost caught up with the energy-absorbing tree, and Su Heng and his pet were already close. One of the flame dragons suddenly freezes, noticing something strange. Su Heng's little pet teases the giant lizard, distracting its attention. The rocks thrown by the pet hit the flame dragon right on the head, stunning it. The baby pet teases the lizard, distracting it from the energy-absorbing tree, which continues to escape. The frightened tree sees the enraged flame dragon now targeting it. The tree turns around in surprise. The second dragon lizard suddenly freezes, distracted. The energy-absorbing tree continues to flee in panic, barely dodging the attack. Su Heng's sudden attack catches the flame dragon off guard, causing the tree to be astonished. A huge warhammer surrounded by dark energy appears above the second flame dragon. A powerful weapon, the Dragon Song Warhammer, is ready to strike the enemy. A crushing blow from the hammer sends the huge lizard flying, raising clouds of dust. Su Heng notes that even after such an attack, the dangerous lizard only fell into a coma. Su Heng is shocked. The Earth Spear technique did not penetrate the lizard's defense. The hero notices how his own dragon is now scaring the fleeing tree. The energy-absorbing tree cries when it sees the dragon and the pet with knives and forks. Su Heng takes out a rope with a smile, offering to tie up the valuable find. In a cloud of dust, the tree is captured and immobilized. The hero announces with satisfaction, "Done!" sitting on the tied tree. The energy-absorbing tree is tied to the dragon's back, and a small pet sits on top of its head. At night, at the foot of the cliffs, Su Heng lights a fire to light the camp. The hero rests by the fire while his dragon and the captive tree watch. Su Heng approaches the wary tree, saying, "Come on." Su Heng smiles and assures Tree that once the connection is established, it will be safe. The hero's hand flashes with golden light, beginning the process of establishing a connection with the tree. As soon as Su Heng's spiritual energy touched the tree, a strange picture appeared in his mind. In the vision, the tree appeared as a cool guy in a cloak and dark glasses, greeting the hero. A tree wrapper with a microphone and a chain told that it once grew in the remote mountains. It wandered around the world carefree and happily, enjoying its freedom. But one day, while walking, he was noticed and immediately grabbed by two evil lizards. The tree panics as it remembers being surrounded by a dragon and a pet, ready to eat. Su Heng looks at the tree with a puzzled expression, wondering, is this a tree hip-hop artist? The hero offers the pet to taste the energy food, promising to share it with the dragon. Su Heng offers Tree a deal, to become his pet and always have enough to eat. The tree, although it recognizes the taste of the food, resolutely refuses the offer. The hero tells the pets that the tree ate all their dinner, causing them to become angry. Su Heng covers his ears as his enraged pets loom over the tree. The hero drinks from a flask, wondering if his new plan will work. A spark flashed in Su Heng's eyes as an idea struck him. Su Heng remembers the Bloodline incense and takes out the pouch. He opens the bottle from which red smoke flows. The hero smiles slyly, holding a fragrant incense, and the tree and the dragon are intrigued. Su Heng pours the contents of the bottle onto the energy-absorbing tree. Su Heng and Tree were caught in the illusion created by the Bloodline incense. In this illusion, Su Heng felt like he was a fully grown energy-absorbing tree floating in an endless void. Suddenly, a small, fruit-like creature appeared in front of him, a young energy-absorbing tree. Su Heng Tree saw this rainbow seed, which turned out to be a tree approaching him. The tree hero decided to take root on the meteorite and take care of the baby like a father. He became the closest being to the young tree, who now looked like a baby with a pacifier. The illusion was dispelled, and Su Heng saw the real tree dancing joyfully around the fire. Su Heng suggested with a smile, "Tree, let's make a contract." The energy-absorbing tree exclaimed enthusiastically, "Daddy!" Su Heng was taken aback as his glowing hand met the shining branch of the tree, completing the contract. The contract is sealed, and all three are enveloped in a powerful glow. Su Heng feels a surge of spiritual energy, his eyes glowing brightly. This power stabilizes his spiritual development, confirming his reputation as a genius. The hero wonders if the tree can reproduce high-energy food. The tree easily produces colorful, energetic fruits. Su Heng holds the fruits with a smile, and the pet happily flies towards him. The little pet immediately climbs the tree and begins to feast on the fruits. Su Heng is happy. Now they won't have problems with food. The hero touches the tree again, strengthening their new connection. A tree wearing stylish glasses announces that it is 200 years old. The tree with glasses claims that simply copying food is tasteless. Su Heng is skeptical. It boasts that it can create any energy fruits from the Blood Forest ruins. The tree offers the shining fruit to Su Heng as a snack, and the hero's eyes light up. Su Heng looks at two fruits. One is steel-colored, the other is a soft blue, like ice cream. The hero checks the book and confirms that everything is exactly as described in the special guide. Su Heng holds the iron bone fruit, which is shaped like a ball but full of energy. According to the Black Lantern's records, such fruits only grow in the Blood Forest ruins. However, this forest is overrun by hundreds of dangerous armored hammerhead rhinos. Su Heng rejoices. With the energy-absorbing tree, it's like they're carrying the ruins with them, and throws the fruit to the dragon. The dragon catches the treat with delight, his eyes closed in satisfaction. Su Heng explains that the iron bone fruit creates a steel film on the skin, strengthening the scales. The hero notices that the dragon has not changed, and decides to get more fruits from the tree. The tree strains vigorously to produce new fruits, and Su Heng smiles approvingly. Su Heng, with his pet on his shoulder, slyly invites him to play a game. The hero commands the dragon to catch while the tree throws many fruits at him. The dragon successfully catches the treats, and the tree looks completely devastated. The dragon is enveloped in a powerful purple aura, and Su Heng marvels at the stunning effect. The lizard lets out a furious roar, its body pulsing with energy and its wings spread wide. The dragon strikes its scales with its claw, and a metallic ringing sound is heard, demonstrating its new defense. Su Heng, with the pet on his head, notes that the dragon's tail protection is now comparable to that of an adult lizard. Su Heng reads the book, reflecting on the dragon's unexpected maturity and the tree's potential. The hero happily confirms that the energy-absorbing tree can indeed become a dragon. The book describes the first path, Shield Tree Dragon, a powerful S-class defender. The second option is the Blade Tree Dragon, an attack beast with an indestructible blade. Su Heng notes that the third path, although without combat power, suits him the most. This path is Energy-Absorbing Tree Dragon, a support beast with double attribute boost. This form will double the efficiency of fruit production and halve energy costs. The hero and his dragon find themselves in the gloomy Black Grave Forest, part of the Blood Forest ruins. Su Heng searched for materials to transform the tree on the moon plane, but was unsuccessful. So he headed to the Black Grave Forest, where the flora had an eerie dark red hue. The dark forest lives up to its name, the Black Cemetery, and is much more dangerous than the moon plane. The reason for this is the huge and difficult to overcome population of creepy insectoids swarming in these lands. The elders of the Black Lantern Castle claimed that the remains of terrifying dragon species were buried there. Su Heng knew that this was where the dragon skeleton flower, which only grew on the remains of mighty lizards, could be found. Thanks to the tree, Su Heng's dragon absorbed all the energy of the scaly grass and reached maturity. Having obtained the 4th level enlightenment skill, Dragon Spirit Roar, they are ready to delve deeper into the Black Grave Forest. Su Heng looks around the changed landscape with concern, a bead of sweat running down his face. According to Master Lu's map, there should be a shallow stream here, not a deep gorge. The hero understands that the stream has dried up, and the ravine, more than 10 meters deep, is the work of super predatory creatures. Su Heng looks ahead doubtfully, deciding whether to continue on in such a dangerous place. Su Heng admits that they are only halfway through their exploration of this dangerous secret land. The hero, with his pet on his shoulder, decides to move on, but with double caution. The dragon soars into the air, carrying Su Heng away from the ominous gorge. Ahead, an ominous sign appears. Blood Forest Inner Core. No entry. The inscription on the stone clearly warns of the dangers of the restricted area. Suddenly, their path is blocked by a giant green-striped python, ready to attack. Su Heng checks his notes, noting that it's been less than half a day and they've already encountered such a monster. The hero is alarmed. During this time, they have encountered more dangerous creatures than in the entire last week. Moreover, what is happening does not correspond at all to the map, and the python looms menacingly over him. Su Heng's gaze becomes sharp. He feels that there is some secret hidden here. The small pet on Su Heng's shoulder trembles in fear as the hero calms it down. Su Heng panics and shouts at the dragon, "Run!" realizing the seriousness of the situation. A giant python with glowing red eyes and an open mouth is ready to attack. The dragon carries Su Heng away while dodging the green anaconda's strike using the flying slash technique. The hero understands that this beast has reached full maturity and orders the dragon lizard to escape. A huge snake with scarlet eyes relentlessly pursues them through the dense forest. Su Heng flies away on his trusty dragon, trying to escape from pursuit. The determined hero orders to fly deeper into the thicket to find shelter from the monster. The anaconda makes a furious lunge, almost catching the fugitives among the rocks. The enraged python, with a blazing gaze, continues its pursuit, showing no signs of retreating. The anaconda's tail slams down hard, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. The hero and the dragon freeze in a narrow gorge, and behind them looms an enraged snake. Su-heng notes with relief that the pursuer has fallen behind. He must have escaped. The hero assumes that they accidentally went deeper into the Blood Forest ruins. Su-heng decides not to return, fearing another encounter with the giant anaconda. The little pet on his arm suddenly comes to life, its eyes glowing red. Su-heng was shocked. Could it be that the dragon blood treasure they had been searching for half a month was right here? The treasure-hunting animal has reached the middle stage of growth. Its sense of smell has increased to 15 kilometers. Following the pet's instructions, Su-heng feels increasing pressure and anxiety on the way to his goal. The hero feels as if the furious roar of the monster is constantly ringing in his ears. Due to the terrifying pressure, Su-heng did not encounter any other dangers, which was both gratifying and worrying. The hero asks the treasure hunter pet how far it is to the treasure. The animal chirps tensely, indicating the direction. Su-heng senses the terrifying power of the dragon. At 4 kilometers, it almost paralyzes the pet. The hero realizes that they have invaded the territory of incredibly powerful dragon creatures. The dragon and Su-heng reach the entrance to the cave lair of the Black Grave Forest. Despite the threat, Su-heng decides to move forward without relying on recklessness. He believes in the instincts of his pet treasure hunter, who has proven his effectiveness more than once. Following the beast, the dragon led Su-heng to the source of the pressure, where, as predicted, there was no threat. They found themselves in a huge cave which looked like the nest of a giant super predator dragon. Su-heng looks around the vastness of the opened cave with surprise. Before them lies a vast lair, strewn with countless white bones. The hero is amazed by the scale of the cave. A drop of sweat runs down his face. Su-heng's gaze suddenly changes as he notices something incredible ahead. In the center of the cave, they discover the blood pool, the legendary dragon spring. Su-heng smiles happily, not believing his eyes. Such luck. He recalls that even ferocious creatures are capable of creating primitive civilizations. The blood pool is an artifact created by an ancient civilization of powerful dragons. Powerful dragons created this source to strengthen their offspring and concentrate dragon blood. The source was created from the essence of blood and life force of a huge number of dragon creatures. Su-heng turns to the pets. "What are you waiting for? Drink quickly!" The hero enthusiastically confirms that this is a true dragon treasure. The dragon and the treasure-hunting animal, their eyes glowing with anticipation, are ready for the feast. The dragon lizard immediately greedily falls upon the bloody pond. Su-heng decides that this is too slow and has another idea. The hero summons his energy absorption tree. The energy absorption tree appears, looking rather unassuming at first. Suddenly, the tree's eyes light up. It starts growing rapidly. The tree is enveloped in powerful energy. It increases in size before our eyes. Numerous sparkling fruits appear on the branches of the overgrown tree. The energy absorption tree sinks its roots into the blood pool, beginning to absorb its power. The tree's roots spread and sparkling crystals begin to form around the pond. Su-heng watches with a satisfied grin, anticipating a rich booty. The eyes of the treasure hunter animal light up with delight at the sight of a new find. The pet happily jumps towards the glowing red crystals that have appeared near the pond. The hero is amazed. This is the bone marrow of dragon blood, and there is so much of it. Su-heng recalls that this treasure is formed together with the dragon spring. To create such an artifact, the life force of a super horror-level dragon is required. The bottom of the pond is covered with a layer of bone marrow, the creation of which took the lives of many mighty dragons. Su-heng is alarmed to realize that they have encountered something incredibly powerful. Su-heng panicked. "This is bad. We need to get out of here immediately." The tree of energy absorption is alarmed. The little animal is back in the cocoon. The blood is being purified. The hero understands. The pet has started the purification from the bloody pond. It cannot be interrupted. It is dangerous. Su-heng decides to take the tree first and then run away once the little animal is finished. Su-heng's inner voice tells him of danger, but the temptation of treasure is too great. After removing the tree, the hero finds underneath it 2 giant blood-red eggs with dark patterns. Su-heng commands the dragon, "The greatest chance. 10 minutes to collect the loot, then we leave." The hero mentally asks for his mentor's blessing, deciding not to let the Black Lantern castle down. Looking back at the exit of the Black Grave Forest lair, Su-heng exclaimed in annoyance, "Damn!" The hero falls to his knees in despair, repeating curses. The situation has worsened dramatically. Su-heng whispers in despair, "I just can't." Around the hero and his pets, there is a cave strewn with crystals. The dragon is resting. Su-heng shouts at the dragon in irritation, "Eat more. There are so many of them on the sides. The hero rises, holding a huge bag of loot. Time's almost up. He decisively throws the bag onto his back. It's time to leave. Su Heng, with a heavy burden, is ready to retreat. The dragon is still at the crystals. The hero looks at the bag with a satisfied grin. Is this really scaly armor of the highest terrifying kind? Suddenly, an ominous dark energy thickens at the entrance to the cave. Su Heng's eyes widen in horror, and he exclaims, "It's back?" In a panic, the hero shouts to the dragon, "Enough! Let's get out of here immediately!" Su Heng shouts to the treasure-hunting beast, "It's better to fail the purification than to die." The hero whispers with concern on his face, "We need to run." The cocoon of the treasure-hunting animal lies motionless among the crystals. The cleansing process continues. Su Heng orders the dragon, "Distract the monster. The little beast will soon emerge from the cocoon." The dragon nods decisively, ready to carry out his master's order. The pet dragon quickly flies into the depths of the cave to lead its pursuer away. Su Heng looks around anxiously. The dragon with red eyes stands behind, sensing something. A huge long-necked lizard rushes through the forest, shaking the earth. The hero hopes that this giant will serve as cover until the little animal completes the cleansing. Su Heng looks around in confusion, not understanding what is going on. Su Heng's gaze flashes. A mortal threat is just around the corner. A scarlet whirlwind instantly incinerates the long-necked lizard. A wave of crimson destructive force floods the cave. A deafening explosion shakes everything around, heralding the appearance of the beast. From the clouds of smoke emerges the blood tyrannosaurus, a terror incarnate. The monster is surrounded by an ominous aura. Its power is undeniable. The tyrannosaurus's blazing eyes pierce Su Heng. Su Heng and his dragon are overwhelmed by the creature's monstrous pressure. The hero is confused. This aura, it's still 2 kilometers away. Suddenly, the cocoon of the treasure-hunting animal bursts and it squeaks cheerfully. Su Heng asks with relief, "Is the purification complete?" The animal flies into the air, and the hero decides that now they have nothing to worry about. Su Heng jumps on the dragon, commanding, "Let's get out of here!" The dragon takes off quickly, carrying the hero away from the dangerous cave. The blood tyrannosaurus unleashes a barrage of scarlet energy projectiles at them. The hero and his dragon desperately maneuver, dodging deadly attacks. Su Heng screams in horror, "This aura will kill us if it hits us directly." The hero understands that the monster is trying to seal the exit to save the eggs. Su Heng decides with a heavy heart, "We can't leave these eggs." The treasure-hunting animal touches Su Heng's hand with its paw, as if communicating something. Su Heng looks at the little animal in surprise, not understanding its intention. The dragon, following a new plan, erupts with a powerful stream of energy. A scarlet beam sweeps across the valley, distracting the Tyrannosaurus's attention. The treasure-hunting animal flashes brightly, ready for action. The beast's golden energy collides with the attack, causing a blinding explosion. Su Heng riding on the transformed beast, the purification was completed successfully. The hero commands his pet, "Keep the altitude at 40 meters, dodging the consequences of the explosion." The little animal chirps happily, demonstrating its new strength. The pet flies upward, ignoring Su Heng's cries of danger from the eggs. Su Heng tries to calm the frantic little animal, surrounded by a golden glow. Su Heng riding on a shining golden pet, surrounded by flashes of lightning. The hero is amazed. The treasure-hunting animal has become invisible thanks to the purification of blood. They soar upward, dodging a powerful scarlet beam striking from below. Su Heng notes with relief that the animal's purification was completed just in time. The hero is confident that with such speed, they will easily break away from the bloody Tyrannosaurus. Below, an enraged Tyrannosaurus pursues them, shaking the ground with a thunderous roar. The monster is enraged and trying to dodge something, surrounded by crimson energy. The blood Tyrannosaurus spews a concentrated beam of destructive force from its mouth. A crimson energy blast crashes down onto the ground, causing a powerful blast wave. Su Heng and his pet barely dodge the deadly beam, losing their golden feathers. Su Heng is shocked. The monster attacks from a distance of more than 2 kilometers. Scarlet energy spears rain down on the hero from the sky. Bloody hell technique. A mortal threat looms over Su Heng and the pet. "This is bad," the hero exclaims as the charges almost reach them. The animal chirps confidently, as if saying that it can handle the attack. The pet activates speed technique, becoming enveloped in a golden glow. A golden flash maneuvers between scarlet beams that explode behind. Below, the blood Tyrannosaurus notices the retreating dot and becomes enraged. The monster furiously pursues them, crushing trees in its path. The hero and his shining pet fly away over the river and the purple forest. Su Heng praises the treasure-hunting animal. "It's thanks to you that we escaped." The hero, turning green, adds, "But next time we learn to break, otherwise we won't fly." In the purple forest, Su Heng restores energy next to the dragon and pet. Su Heng turns to the dragon. "Sorry, lizard, but I need a break." The hero sleeps peacefully on his pet, having regained his strength thanks to the fruits of the energy-absorbing tree. Ancient records say, the purified treasure-hunting dragon beast is born with 3 talents. The first is the talent of a treasure hunter, which the animal already possessed. The second is Call of Treasures, which can lure special treasures out of hiding places. The third is Mystical Premonition, an improved version of danger avoidance. In addition, the beast acquired the mystical skill of the Dragon Clan, Dragon Soul Restraint. This skill allows the beast to absorb the souls of fallen dragons to strengthen itself. The heroes continue their journey through the mysterious purple forest. Su Heng's lizard devours the strange purple spirits with gusto. The little dragon looks pleased, as if he had tasted a delicious delicacy. Suddenly, the lizard freezes in amazement, and Su Heng anticipates something good. The dragon grows fierce, his eyes glowing red with determination. Thanks to the treasure-hunting animal, Su Heng collects treasures one after another. The hero, riding on his pet, understands that the time to leave the ruins has almost come. Su Heng recalls Master Lu's words about the rules of the Blood Forest. It is forbidden to carry young pets without an established spiritual connection. Su Heng clutches his head, fearing that he won't be able to bear both pets due to the rules. The hero looks reproachfully at the little animal and the dragon, who are enjoying the fruits of the tree. Su Heng grumbles at the pets that they only eat and asks for help with the eggs. The dragon and the little animal look at the eggs with enthusiasm, as if they were a delicacy. The hero covers his face in despair, not believing in the pet's gastronomic ideas. Suddenly, Su Heng looks at the energy-absorbing tree, and an idea occurs to him. "Exactly!" the hero exclaims, and a light bulb of an idea lights up above his head. Su Heng was inspired by past encounters with a giant anaconda and a crocodile. The hero explains that reptiles swallow their prey whole. This is the key to smuggling eggs. The dragon lizard, although large, would have difficulty swallowing a half-meter egg, swelling to the limit. Su Heng came up with a matryoshka plan. The lizard would swallow the eggs and the hero would hide the lizard. The hero approaches the energy-absorbing tree, and the pets are perplexed. The blue ice fruit is another key to the success of this cunning plan. The dragon lizard's gastric juice is incredibly strong and can even digest steel. Ice fruit and dragon marrow will create a protective layer for the eggs. Su Heng squeezes the blue fruit, which oozes thick gel. The hero pours ice fruit gel over the egg, creating a great coating. These rare and precious fruits are too luxurious for direct use. Su Heng looks at the worried tree with a mischievous glint in his eyes. The energy-absorbing tree is terrified. Everything will be different with him. Su Heng giggles as he holds a basket full of blue ice fruits. The hero passes by a devastated tree. The pets and the dragon watch. Su Heng carefully coats the egg with blue fruit gel. He adds a special mushroom to the gel to create the perfect protective layer. Done! Su Heng proudly looks at the 2 shiny, processed eggs. The dragon lizard's mouth waters at the sight of the prepared delicacies. A pet dragon with glowing eyes eagerly awaits a treat. Su Heng presents the eggs to the dragon. "Open your mouth, just don't bite too hard." The hero throws the eggs into the lizard's mouth with a smile. The little dragon tries with difficulty to swallow a huge egg. Su Heng calms the bloated lizard. "Everything is for you, my friend. Now rest." Early the next morning, the sun illuminates the mountain landscape. The huge red lizard guardian of the blood forest growls menacingly, saliva dripping from its fangs. The guard announces to the 3 adventurers, "Time's up, show us your loot." Su Heng, the girl and the bald man line up in front of the menacing inspector. The guardian lizard checks the girl's backpack and announces, "You have passed the test." The bald man also receives the guard's approval after examining his belongings. Now it's Su Heng's turn, whose huge backpack causes surprise among his companions and guard. The hero says with a smile, "I collected a little more than they did," presenting his bag. The red guardian lizard looks closely and suspiciously at Su Heng's giant backpack. Su Heng's companions are seething with anger, muttering, "Didn't pass, didn't pass." The guard announces, "Even though it's a lot, but you still passed." The girl and the bald man shout in rage, "Not fair!" while Su Heng smirks. The hero thinks smugly, "Well, of course, heh heh heh." The guardian lizard orders, Next, call all the pets, I'll check for the forbidden ones. Su Heng sweats nervously, his face darkening. Damn. Baldy summons his pets, and the Guardian approves of the blood demon wolf. The girl introduces her creatures, and the Guardian recognizes the bloodthirsty bat. Su Heng stands with the animal, the dragon, and the tree, and the guard is meaningfully silent. The bald man says contemptuously, "Such a strange thing will definitely not work." The guard carefully examines the trembling, energy-absorbing tree. Su Heng mentally hopes that the tree will distract the guard's attention. The guardian lizard declares, "The lower plant, although ugly, is suitable." The tree was in tears from the offensive word ugly, but it passed. Su Heng lets out a sigh of relief. Phew, we've made it. And the tree is also happy. Now the guard's gaze falls on the bloated dragon Su Heng. The pet dragon's huge belly glows suspiciously from within. The guard notices something is wrong. In his stomach, a guess dawns on him. Su Heng is horrified to realize that his trick is about to be revealed. The red lizard roars furiously at the blue dragon, who crouches in fear. The guard roars, "The heartbeat is alive, this is a cub of my clan." Su Heng thinks about the master's talisman, which is currently useless against the tyrannosaurus. The hero tightly clutches the golden talisman, his last hope, behind his back. Su Heng understands that even with the talisman from the bloody ruins, he cannot escape. The red lizard angrily shouts, "How dare people steal our cubs so cunningly?" The guard sniffs the blue dragon and Su Heng, sensing a familiar aura. The lizard reflects on the power of his kind, where there are dozens of alphas and 2 evolutionary leaders. In his opinion, one dragon can be compared to an entire race, they are so strong. The guardian remembers the old patriarch of the pack, known for his kindness and justice. Once upon a time, a blood tyrannosaurus nicknamed Scar challenged the patriarch, desiring power. The guard recalls, Scar, having thrown down a challenge, meanly wounded the old patriarch. As a result of this treachery, Scar was expelled from the pack by his fellow pack members. The exile took over the forest and began to hunt dragons madly for his offspring. However, this method of creating a bloody pond was long ago banned by the leader. The red guardian lizard looks slyly. A knowing grin appears on his face. He realizes that the blue dragon is Scar's child, perhaps a future contender for power. Su Heng feels the tension, suspecting that the guard is up to something. The lizard decides, let the human take Scar's offspring, freeing its master from a future threat. The guard announces to Su Heng, "The test showed that there is only food in there, you passed." The guardian lizard suddenly makes an approving gesture, and Su Heng echoes him with relief. The girl and the bald man are puzzled as to when Su Heng and the guard managed to become such friends. Baldy decides to record what happened and report it at the collection point. Suddenly, a shining golden portal opens before them. Su Heng and the bald man jump into the portal, leaving the girl behind. The hero emerges from the portal, and his companions look at him in surprise. The rider on the ghost horse greets Su Heng. "Chief Shu, are you coming for me?" Chief Shu calls for them to follow him, saying that the situation is urgent. Su Heng, having summoned his dragon, asks if this is trouble from the City of Sinful Flames again. Chief Shu replies, "No, it's a disaster wave," and they rush forward. Su Heng ponders the news seriously, recalling stories of waves of disasters. A wave of disaster is an invasion of dangerous creatures that attack human settlements. The last such wave in the Black Lantern happened over 30 years ago. Then the former master of the castle and almost all of the horsemen died, and the Black Lantern was on the verge of destruction. Su Heng's master Zhou He was also at that battle, uniting the remaining ones to resist. For his merits, strength, and authority, Zhou He was elected as the new castle master. Chef Shu reassures, the current wave is of medium size, not comparable to the one that was 30 years ago. The castle master and a dozen horsemen, including Cao Nian's elder brother, are already searching for the source of the wave. Their goal is to eliminate the cause of the disaster in order to prevent a larger invasion in the future. However, the forces at the assembly point are insufficient, the city is under siege, and the master ordered the troops from the defensive lines to retreat. Now all Black Lantern forces are drawn to the defensive walls of the collection point. Chief Shu complains, "The withdrawal of troops from the defensive lines means the loss of harvest from the plantations." Su Heng is worried. "Plantations? Does that mean my sister is in danger?" The hero decisively declares to Chief Shu, "Then let's quickly return to the collection point." Chief Shu commands to follow him to Chanaim, where all the riders are gathering. The journey from the bloody ruins to Chanaim would take at least 2 days, even on their mounts. The riders stop at the stream to let their horses rest and regain their strength. Su Heng, under the pretext of replenishing water supplies, goes to the stream, ordering the dragon to spit out the eggs. In a secluded place found by the treasure-hunting beast, he hides 2 dragon eggs. Su Heng hid the eggs not out of distrust of the boss, but in order not to reveal the secret of the cubs for now. Instead, Su Heng shares the energy-absorbing tree fruit with Chief Shu for his horse. Chief Shu, impressed by Su Heng, gives him valuable advice during a rest stop. Su Heng cleverly concealed that the fruits of the energy-absorbing tree were not real. Under cover of night, the riders finally reach the walls of Chanaim. Chief Shu notices that Chanaim has become a major military center. The guards on the wall recognize Chief Shu and rush to open the gate. The massive gates of Chanaim slowly open to welcome the arrivals. Chief Shu turns to Su Heng with a smile. "Let's go." Su Heng nods silently, ready to follow the boss into the city. The hero on the dragon and Chief Shu on horseback enter Chanaim's courtyard. Su Heng becomes alert as he senses a strange, unfamiliar smell in the air. Su Heng is shocked by what he sees, only saying, "This is..." In front of them are mountains of raw meat, the source of a strange smell. Chief Shu explains, "Provisions always go before the army, that's the law." Su Heng is skeptical, but Shu insists the beast needs special food for combat power. The boss smiles mysteriously, promising that Su Heng will understand everything, and calls him to continue. The heroes enter a spacious hall, where a meeting is already underway at a long table. The focus is on Gao Zun, the chief rider of Black Ruin City who has arrived at the castle headquarters. Gao Zun receives instructions via communications. External support for this operation is his sole responsibility. One of those present explains to Su Heng, Gao Zun is a professional horseman, a former chief of the operations department. Su Heng asks again in surprise, "Black Ruin City?" The interlocutor explains, "The city of Black Ruins is Miner's Hill, the only source of energy crystals for the Black Lantern Castle." Sitting next to Gao Zun is Xia Yuping, a poison expert and his comrade in guarding Black Ruin City. This lady single-handedly repelled the attack of hostile forces on the mine with energy crystals. Under her command are 6 of the most dangerous creatures, with whom she defeated an entire group of enemies. Su Heng is amazed. Is she really that strong to deal with seasoned opponents? Gao Zun interrupts their conversation, telling them to stop chatting and help with the work. Su Heng and his talkative acquaintance immediately agree in fear. Now the heroes are forced to carry boxes of provisions in Chanaim's courtyard. Su Heng wonders with concern why Chief Shu and the others are in no hurry to go to the Black Lantern Castle. His loading partner philosophically notes that there is no need to rush, because they are facing a battle with a wave of disaster that requires a clear strategy. Su Heng's partner explains, "Chief Gao and the others are veterans. Their orders must be followed." Su Heng asks his companion why he hasn't seen his sister Heiju and brother Lin Zhen. The interlocutor replies that Lin Zhen remained in Rivet City to guard the metal deposits. The same guy adds that Lin Zhen really wanted to thank Su Heng for helping him with the Blue Flame Tiger. The heroes continue to carry boxes of meat against the backdrop of huge stockpiles of provisions. Su Heng turns around, hearing or sensing someone approaching from the gate. Suddenly, a rider appears on a huge growling bear with glowing eyes, followed by several more. Su Heng joyfully exclaims, "Sister Ju," upon recognizing the warrior who has arrived. The bear rider turns out to be the leader of the grizzly forest, a special terrorist species. Su Heng's partner asks in surprise if this is really the leader of the grizzly forest, and Su Heng confirms. Su Heng's partner is surprised that even such a being would come to the aid of the Black Lantern Castle. Heiju leads the grizzly forest warriors on his giant bear, inspiring awe. Gao Zun welcomes the leader of the grizzly forest who has arrived with her warriors. The huge bear lets out a menacing roar, communicating telepathically. Gao Zun announces that food is ready for the bear warriors who have come a long way. While carrying boxes of meat, the partner tells Su Heng that the leader of the grizzly forest was once a low-level creature. He adds that the master of the castle has developed him to the level of a super being, demonstrating incredible strength. Watching the bears greedily devour the meat, the partner understands the reason for their ferocity and devotion. Su Heng muses that the grizzly leader has not only strength but also wisdom, hence the mountains of meat. One of the hungry bears reaches for the food box that Su Heng is carrying. Heiju, on his bear, looks mockingly at Su Heng and his partner, who are carrying meat. The rider jumps off the bear, calling the boys 2 big fools. Heiju easily lifts 2 boxes of meat, asking if they are too heavy for them. The partner whispers to Su Heng that Heiju has received the approval of the grizzly leader's son, and only she can command the bear army. Heiju, in a chibi style, pulls the chatterbox by the ear, asking what nonsense he is talking about again. Su Heng admits with a smile that only Sister Ju is capable of leading this army. The army of bears, having had their fill, quickly regained their strength and fell asleep under the walls of Chanaim. The entire city of Chanaim was plunged into silence, broken only by the loud snoring of sleeping bears. Heiju hints to Su Heng that due to the upcoming battle, he will not be able to rest tonight. Under Chief Shu's orders, Su Heng, Heiju, and Jue Yu, Su Heng's partner, team up. The trio head to the secret passage behind Chanaim, where a mysterious convoy awaits them. Shu commands, "Everyone get ready, unload the trucks." The soldiers begin to hastily unload heavy wooden boxes from the arriving vehicles. Su Heng looks at the huge helmet that fell out of the box in surprise. Who needs such a huge thing? Zuoyu, with a sly grin, asks Su Heng to guess whose brilliant idea it was. Under Su Heng's astonished gaze, the army of grizzly forest warbears obediently moved towards the center of the convoy. The people of Chanaim help the bears dress themselves in custom-made armor made from a special steel. Su Heng understands that with such armor, even ordinary bear warriors will be able to fight against dangerous mid-level creatures. Su Heng notes with slight bewilderment that the entire bet is made on brute physical force. While the giant bears are trying on their armor, people are not wasting time. A meeting is taking place at headquarters. At headquarters, Gao Zun, Shu Ke, and other commanders discuss a plan to unite the forces of a dozen vassals. In Chanaim, there are about 80 armored vehicles ready for battle, in addition to thousands of soldiers. The total number of auxiliary forces, including Gao Zun's detachment, reaches almost 2,000 people. The commander announces that all reinforcements are moving towards the Black Lantern Castle tonight to break the siege. He delivers a fiery speech. A wave of disaster threatens their homeland, but the glory of their ancestors will lead them to victory. Soldiers with weapons at the ready resolutely chant, "Stand to the death, defend the homeland." The commander waves his hand and gives the order. Forward! Inside the armored vehicle, Su Heng meets a new fellow traveler who is holding a glowing tablet. The fellow traveler introduces himself as Wei Ya, the temporary captain of the 2nd Tactical Squad, and is pleased to welcome Su Heng. On the tablet, Wei Ya shows Su Heng a map of the attack plan that Chief Gao had devised. Wei Ya explains, Chiefs Gao, Shu, and his deputy Xia will lead an elite squad for the most dangerous areas. Su Heng is informed that he has been assigned to the 2nd Squad of the 100th Tactical Group of the 4th Brigade to clear out the remaining enemy forces. Su Heng realizes that Chief Shu has assigned him to the safest place, unlike Xue Yu on the front lines. He reflects that the 4th Brigade is the weakest, with the least firepower and not yet at full strength. Su Heng realizes that their tasks will be the easiest and hopes for a successful outcome of the sortie. Unlike people who rely on wisdom, dangerous creatures are guided by instincts in battle. This animal instinct to avoid the strong and attack the weak is not inferior to human tactics. The Black Lantern Castle is on the defensive when it is besieged by hordes of monsters. The Warbear Legion will move out later than Gao Zun's main force to avoid friendly fire. According to Gao Zun's plan, the Mechanized Legion would be the first to engage the forces of disaster. Gao Zun's plan: lure out strong enemies and then strike at their commanders in the center. Under the cover of the Warbears, the Mechanized Legion must break through to the castle walls. Wei Ya emphasizes that for the plan to work, they must reach the Black Lantern Castle before dawn. This is necessary to avoid the formation of an even larger wave of disaster. Su Heng is worried. The path to the castle lies through a dangerous area, and there is little time. The sudden jolt of the armored vehicle makes Su Heng tense up while Wei Ya is calm. An observation device extends from the hatch of the armored vehicle, scanning the surrounding area. An ominous silhouette of a tall humanoid appears in the eyepieces among the trees. This is the Horror Golem, an advanced type of monster that emits a red glow. Su Heng is shocked. Such power should have scared away all the creatures, but the danger zone is still teeming with them. A duel unfolds in the observer's eyepieces, a creepy bear versus a glowing humanoid. This is a moon terror bear, a secondary species, and this is the first time Su Heng has seen such a battle up close. The humanoid, the Horror Golem, grins with a creepy grin, its eyes glowing red. The bear freezes in place, as if paralyzed by the golem's invisible force. The Horror Golem joyfully unleashes its sinister attack ability. His talent, Fear of Death, catches up with the bear trying to escape. A powerful energy blast from the golem hits the moon bear right in the head. Suheng is amazed. The horror golem, a mixture of ghost and alien, is capable of destroying an equal enemy with one blow. Under the protection of the horror golem sent forward by Gaozun, the column safely crosses the dangerous forest. Suddenly, a thunder hammer rhino flies over the column, its strikes carrying kinetic power and lightning bolts. Gaozun assigned Thunderhammer Rhino to guard the rear guard of the column. Even the creatures that escaped the horror golem's aura could not escape the mighty rhino. The commander orders the crews over the radio to stay close together. The most dangerous section is ahead. Weiya, rising from the hatch, reassures the commander that he has everything he needs with him. Once outside, Weiya waves his hand in greeting, preparing for action. Weiya waves his hand, calling for his allies. Come on out, guys! A huge lion, shrouded in a red aura, emerges from the clouds of smoke. Then two more powerful creatures appear, the golden brontosaurus and the blue fung qilin. The last one to appear is the thunder demon kid surrounded by green flames. Suheng realizes that 6 terrifying creatures have been summoned along with the golem and the rhinoceros, and his anxiety grows. Suheng's eyes widen, sensing a new threat. Suddenly, the column's path is blocked by giant shining crystals that appear out of nowhere. Armored vehicles have difficulty maneuvering among the sharp, icy peaks. Suheng notes the unnaturalness of the crystals and feels growing uneasy. The car jerks sharply, almost crashing into another crystal, causing Suheng to become frightened. There is a whole field of these mysterious, shimmering formations spread out around. A monster made entirely of shining crystals emerges from the ground with a roar. A huge crystal lizard looms over the column, and its smaller relative appears next to it. Suheng is shocked. How could such a creature be hiding in the dangerous area near the Black Lantern Castle? His face becomes serious. The appearance of such a powerful enemy greatly complicates the mission. The armored vehicle struggles to make its way through a field of giant shining crystals. Suheng had no idea that such creatures lived so close to the gathering place. Shiyu reports on the radio, "This is the stone cleft, discovered by the owner of the castle 20 years ago. The canyon was well hidden, and almost everyone who discovered it met their end here. The giant rock-spike riding dragon is the lord of the rift and feeds on energy crystals. Even the castle masters did not expect to find such a terrifying group just 120 kilometers away from the fortress." The crystal dragon lets out a powerful roar, its mouth glowing with pink energy. The castle master had made a non-aggression pact with the stone-thorn dragon, otherwise even Gaozun would not have dared to pass through here. That was why Gaozun summoned all of his main forces, as a deterrent to the aggressive dragon clan. Suheng recalls the ancient scriptures. This is the crystal stone dragon, a rare race that feeds on the energy of crystals. Suheng is amazed. The crystal dragon is one of the top 3 most desired pets on his list. Now it is clear why he did not find any records about them even in his master's library. Suheng decides that after the crisis, he will definitely find a way to subdue such a dragon. A slight smile appears on Suheng's face as he looks into the distance. The armored vehicle continues to creak as it moves through the dangerous canyon. Suheng is nervous. Will he really have to fight these creatures? Their mission is to strengthen the Black Lantern Castle while avoiding unnecessary losses in the rock cleft. Gaozun calls to Weiya over the radio, "I hope you brought enough, unload." A heavy truck roars ahead of the column. The truck creaks to a stop, ready to unload. The back of the truck overturns, spilling out a mountain of glittering crystals. The crystal dragons look at the unexpected offering in surprise. The lizards immediately pounce on the delicacy, greedily absorbing the energy. While the dragons are busy, the column has a chance to slip past safely. Gaozun gives the order over the radio, "Forward, don't stop!" Having successfully passed the dragon territory, the column continues on its way without further obstacles. By 4 in the morning, reinforcements reach the Black Lantern Castle, surrounded by a wave of creatures. A horde of monsters gathered at the castle walls, emitting ominous roars and hisses. Most of them are ordinary inhabitants of the wasteland, but there are an incredible number of them. Among them, there are also powerful creatures that attack 30-meter walls with energy volleys. The huge monster spews out a powerful red beam of energy, crushing everything in its path. The castle's defenders respond with furious artillery fire, turning the battlefield into hell. A huge blue wolf with glowing eyes pounces on the fighter, catching him off guard. The roar of 2,000 soldiers and hundreds of reinforcement vehicles attracted the attention of the wave of creatures. Part of the attacking horde immediately breaks away and rushes to meet the arriving column. The driver of Suheng's armored vehicle peers ahead tensely, sensing the approach of danger. The radio reports that two groups of creatures are approaching, including the particularly dangerous six-blade spiders and scavengers. Images of the scavenger and the six-blade spider appear on the monitor in Su Heng's car. Gao Zun calmly states that they are just dangerous high-level creatures. There is nothing to worry about. Commander Gao Zun gives the order over the radio. Everyone attack the 50-meter zone in front of the walls of the Black Lantern Castle. Gao Zun orders the infantry to cover the mechanized forces. The fighters decisively answer, yes, ready for battle. Tanks move into position, infantry takes up defensive positions. The tanks' guns are aimed at the approaching wave of monsters, ready to open fire. Gao Zun gives a furious order over the radio. Fire, everyone! To the roar of artillery, soldiers open heavy fire on the advancing creatures. Volleys of gunfire sweep away rows of small and medium monsters, creating clearings in the horde. From the depths of the enemy army, a huge wolf with a terrifying aura appears. Following the wolf, a giant insect-like monster bursts forth, enduring artillery fire. These particularly dangerous creatures are called by one name, horrible beasts. Su Heng is alarmed. These giants can withstand normal fire without a single scratch. A level 7 horror golem appears, emitting a burnout light wave. Su Heng notes with hope, Commander Gao Zun is entering the battle. Thunder Demon Boy appears next to the golem, preparing a powerful attack. Su Heng analyzes. First the slowing down by the light wave, then the group damage of the demon. The giant worm confirmed Su Heng's guess. The combat intelligence of the horrific beasts was not inferior to that of humans. The monster attacks with an energy beam, trying to interrupt the demon boy's skill. Suddenly, Thunder Fortress, a pet of the 5th level of enlightenment, appears, ready to defend. The Thunder Fortress's energy shield provides safe shelter for the golem and demon. Su Heng is amazed. This is the power of a perfectly matched team of pets, an unbreakable defense and a deadly attack. Su Heng notes, the horror golem not only attacks but also controls, holding back dozens of creatures. Thunder Demon Boy releases a concentrated ball of green energy. A powerful wave of ice spikes rises from the ground, sweeping away everything in its path. Gao Zun orders the pet masters over the radio, everyone summon your pets and fight. Commander warns, pet insects are dangerous underground, protect your maneuverable units. The blue dragon's huge paw with golden claws falls heavily to the ground. Su Heng stands before his giant blue dragon, ready for a protracted battle against waves of monsters. The artillery of the maneuverable units fires, but its power is insufficient against elite enemies. However, volleys effectively destroy small and medium-sized creatures, saving strength for a long battle. By surrounding the artillery, the troops hold back the enemy's onslaught, turning the battlefield into a meat grinder. A massive red insectoid monster looms over the battlefield, heralding new threats. Gao Zun announces that the outcome of the battle now depends on the pet masters. The commander orders to hold positions and destroy enemies in the air and underground. Multi-legged creatures emerge en masse from underground, attacking combat vehicles. Flying monsters wreak havoc by attacking from the air with caustic projectiles. Su Heng's dragon demonstrates its power by crushing the creatures around it. A young fighter in a blue suit fires a large-caliber rifle. The fighter tells Su Heng with relief that his dragon is a real blessing for them. Suddenly, the fighter notices something about Su Heng, and his face distorts with surprise. Su Heng's eye glows bright blue, revealing his hidden strength. Su Heng pushes the fighter out of the red beam's line of fire at the last moment. Su Heng understands that the dragon lizard is vulnerable, and Gao Zun sent him here for a reason. The bloodthirsty tiger, a dangerous top-level predator, appears on the battlefield. The rescued fighter thanks Su Heng as he assesses the strength of his new opponent. Su Heng notes the weakness of the defense, but is confident that it can be dealt with. Su Heng orders his dragon to attack the tiger from afar, without engaging in close combat. The blue dragon gathers a ball of dark energy in its mouth, surrounded by purple lightning. The dragon's powerful purple beam collides with the tiger's attack, causing an explosion. Su Heng's dragon roars furiously, continuing to shoot out lightning bolts. The dragon releases several streams of dark energy, covering enemies. The bloodthirsty tiger and Su Heng's blue dragon prepare for a fierce battle. The dragon lunges at the tiger, their forces colliding in a blinding flash. The powerful blow sends the tiger flying, raising a cloud of dust and rock debris. Suddenly, a whole pack of enraged, bloodthirsty tigers appears on the cliffs. Su Heng calmly assesses the threat. 5 tigers, including the wounded one. The tigers quickly surround the dragon, preparing for a joint attack. Su Heng's dragon spreads its wings, letting out a menacing roar. Soaring into the air, the dragon prepares to unleash vicious attack flying strike on its enemies. The dragon's claws flash, aimed at one of the tigers. Enhanced by dragon power, the dragon's claw deals a crushing blow to the tiger. The dragon's claw leaves a deep wound in the bloodthirsty tiger's hide. The dragon returns to Su Heng, hovering above the war machines. Su Heng understands that such a fight will only provoke the united tigers. 4 enraged tigers prepare to avenge their wounded relative. Su Heng's dragon is about to unleash a powerful new ability. The dragon lets out a deafening dragon spirit roar, releasing a wave of pressure. The tigers are hit with devastating force and swept away by the blast wave. Su Heng shouts from the tank's hatch at the dragon to act faster. Su Heng orders Wei Ye to attack the 2 tigers on the left, while the dragon takes care of the rest. The tanks open fire, covering the tigers with a series of powerful explosions. 2 bloodthirsty tigers are caught in a hail of artillery fire, disappearing in a flash. The blue dragon immediately rushes towards the other 2 tigers that escape the explosions. The dragon slams its claws into the ground, creating ice spikes that sweep away the tigers. The menacing dragon roars as it stands over one of the fallen predators. At headquarters, one of the commanders notes, "The castle master has acquired an excellent student." Gao Zun agrees, remembering how Su Heng surprised him in the grisly forest. Meanwhile, Su Heng stands confidently on the armored vehicle with 2 machine guns. Gao Zun shakes his head in slight surprise as he looks at the young man. Gao Zun's attention shifts to the tactical display, which shows multiple enemy signals. "Something is moving here," Gao Zun says anxiously, fearing for Su Heng. A giant red centipede with glowing eyes rushes forward, raising clouds of dust. The monstrous centipede approaches quickly, its many legs flashing in motion. Su Heng identifies the 1,000-foot steel centipede, wondering why it is here. Cao Zun radios Su Heng to focus, promising to provide cover from Fire Lion. Su Heng heeds the warning. Dangerous creatures lurk in this wave of disaster, hunting for strong fighters. Gao Zun emphasizes, without a powerful fighting force, humanity is doomed. Su Heng must act prudently. Fire Lion, Gao Zun's pet, charges furiously, leaving a trail of fire. 2 huge flying lizards with red eyes loom over the Fire Lion. Gao Zun inquires whether Su Heng has deployed the Air Force and summons Thunder Demon. The Spirit of Thunder appears over the battlefield, a girl in white surrounded by blue lightning. The blue-haired commander warns Gao Zun about the danger of air attacks to the troops. The Spirit of Thunder, a girl in white, collects a powerful charge of lightning in her hand. The Thunder Demon directs a devastating bolt of lightning at a column of tanks. Lightning strikes the flying lizards while Gao Zun's Fire Lion remains on the ground. Su Heng from the tank is amazed by the power of the main beast Gao Zun. A sudden strike from below sends Su Heng's tank flying, catching him off guard. Sharp ice spikes emerge from the ground, piercing the spot where the tank was. Su Heng realizes that the attack from above was a diversion, and the real threat was hidden underground. Fog thickens over the battlefield, strewn with vehicles, hiding new dangers. A powerful missile launcher moves into position, ready for combat. A giant red killer squid emerges from the ground, emitting an ominous aura. The 7th-level Enlightenment monster spews a powerful stream of acid at Su Heng. An acid beam hits the armored vehicle, and Su Heng barely holds on. The 1,000-foot steel centipede looms over the battlefield, surrounded by a red mist. The centipede's huge mouth, lined with rows of sharp teeth, opens to attack. Su Heng looks at the burning wreckage in despair, calling on his dragon for help. The young man understands that if the mobile army falls, all the soldiers will suffer the same fate. Su Heng grits his teeth, realizing that everyone's survival is at stake. The blue dragon is injured while protecting Su Heng from the vicious attacks. Su Heng firmly states that protecting his people is his direct responsibility. Su Heng activates the dragon scale armor technique, preparing for the worst. Su Heng hears an order over the radio: distribute forces and survive at any cost. The tanks fire continuously, entering into a protracted war of attrition. The commander announces on the radio that their exploits will go down in history. Commanders and their pets demonstrate unity in the face of a common threat. A giant red spider-like monster descends upon the defenders. The masters strengthen their beasts, their figures shining among the hordes of enemies. Su Heng is alarmed to realize that he and Shui Yu cannot contain this terrifying monster. Even Su Heng's dragon seemed insignificant in front of the shadow of the giant monster. A giant red monster with glowing eyes looms, ready to attack. Su Heng looks at the approaching threat with concern, a bead of sweat running down his temple. Suddenly, a girl bursts onto the battlefield on an armored bear, leading a squad of fighting bears. A giant spider attacks a girl, its dark limbs looming over her and her bear. The war bear bravely repels the spider's attack, its armored paw colliding with the monster's limb. A huge red scorpion-like monster engages in a furious fight with an armored bear. From midnight to sunset, Su Heng, Gao Zun, and their allies destroyed more than 200,000 dangerous creatures. Finally, against the backdrop of the sunset, Su Heng, Gao Zun, and the red-haired warrior stand over the defeated giant monster. The Black Lantern Castle has suffered heavy losses, with 3 walls breached and 20% of the inhabitants injured. More than half of the allied troops from Chanaeum remained lying on this scorched earth forever. Of the 100 warriors who entered the battle, only 39 survived. The Black Lantern Castle will need 2 to 3 years to rebuild. The crisis gives a chance for development, because the remains of monsters are a valuable resource. The flesh, fur, and bones of monsters will become materials for rare items. If the Black Lantern Castle can master the spoils of war, it will experience a new round of prosperity. Night falls on the animal taming sanatorium, where fighting pets are treated. Little Light Pink Flower is a spirit that can heal even the most dangerous creatures. Su Heng's dragon enjoys the treatment while the pink-haired girl channels her spirit. Su Heng thanks his younger sister Lan for helping her amazing pet. The girl smiles shyly, noting the modest size of her light pink flower. The tiny flower spirit diligently emits healing sparks, helping the dragon. Someone's booted foot steps forward decisively, foreshadowing new events. The man in the blue suit informs Su Heng that Master Ho is waiting for him in the conference room. The Lord of the Fort has returned. Su Heng hopefully asks the teacher if they were able to find the source of the disaster. As he got closer, Su Heng saw a half-open door with people gathered behind it. Upon entering the hall, Su Heng meets the white-haired lord who confirms his return. The Lord of the Fort announces to those gathered that while searching for the source of the wave of disasters, they encountered a strange phenomenon. Su Heng thoughtfully repeats the Lord's words, trying to comprehend what he heard. The Lord tells how, together with Cao Nian, they discovered a huge abyss that looked like a mouth with fangs. Having descended into the abyss in search of the giant creature, they initially found no traces of it. Already in despair, they felt spiritual waves from the depths and continued their descent to the very bottom. At the bottom of the abyss, dozens of terrifying creatures guarded a multitude of strange, black, hole-covered larvae. Each hole on the larvae emitted spiritual energy, controlling the wave of disasters. The giant larvae only had powerful defense, but no other abilities. Having destroyed all the creatures at the bottom, the Lord of the Fort brought something with him. Lord shows a pulsating heart-like object, stating, "Here it is." He carefully holds in his hands a mysterious object wrapped in cloth. Su Heng looks at what the Lord placed on the conference table in amazement. Su Heng is confused. A shining book of knowledge appears above his head. Realization hits the young man. This is the nest of calamities, the harbinger of a 1,000-year extinction. An ancient prophecy says, the city of sunset is the last hope of humanity. A new era is coming, and only through total destruction will new life be reborn. Su Heng was stunned. The fort lord and the teacher looked at him with worried eyes. The young man comes to his senses, still shocked by what he saw of the nest of calamities. The Lord asks Su Heng sympathetically what happened to him. Su Heng claims that he is simply tired of the stress and is glad that the Lord has returned. The Lord understands how hard it was for Su Heng these days. The teacher sends Su Heng to rest, promising to pass on the news through the senior disciples. Left alone, Su Heng realizes that the ancient scripture is from the future, and this is the beginning of a new era. He remembers the nest of calamities, realizing that such eggs never hatch singly. A clock face appears on the ominous artifact, counting down the time until disaster. The clock on the nest of calamities symbolizes the inexorably approaching end of the world. The clock is ticking on the nest of calamities, heralding the beginning of humanity's darkest era. This nest is a terrible weapon that spawns a giant creature that the Master was unable to find at the time. Such nests are capable of continuously creating dangerous creatures, using spiritual energy and resources. Unlike natural reproduction, the nest is an artificial creation, a kind of biofactory. The army born from the nest appears immediately adult, fearless, and absolutely submissive to its will. The creation of these creatures occurs incredibly quickly, and the larvae destroyed by the Master were only a split mind. These minds are merely tools to control dangerous creatures. The future from the ancient dragon scripture was destroyed by the nest. Su Heng is in despair. How can he, a new rider, explain to the Master where he got all this knowledge? Suddenly it dawns on Su Heng. The wound on the Master's hand is a very serious problem. The only reason for such an injury could be the nest chamber, which contained the eggs. The nest chamber, like a womb, envelops the eggs, generating special energy for their incubation. For human riders, this energy is a deadly poison that corrodes vital forces to the end. The ancient dragon scripture states that the cure was not found until 10 years after the nest was discovered. Su-Heng decides to sell incense, savings, and contribution points to obtain materials for the antidote. The young man is determined. Let's start by saving the master and changing the future.